Every attack from the enemy would bite a piece of meat off the crystal shell of the warship. The metal components and the oil were spraying into space like broken flesh and blood. Before Weary Tooth was entirely blown up, the enemy seemed to have no interest in communicating with Weary Tooth at all. In front of every swordfish-like warship, dozens of colorful pillars of light were spurting out at the same time. Like the sharpest scalpels, they were cutting and savaging Weary Tooth's shell. On the back of the warships, almost 100 helical metal thorns were standing like the fins of the swordfish. Pushed by the power rune arrays, they had also taken off from the warships and rushed over while they were rotating at a high speed, darting into the shell of Weary Tooth deeply like tusks that were penetrating deep into the body of the prey. Z, 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 Z. Those helical metal thorns entailed the most powerful attack units and crystals of the Thunder class. After they pierced into Weary Tooth so deeply, they immediately released hundreds of high-voltage electric arcs, which swept across every pathway and every cabin like boas, seriously destroying most of the units on Weary Tooth and half-paralyzing Weary Tooth. Weary Tooth was unable to fight back at all because nobody was at the attack posts. Even the divinity transformation stage cultivators were not real deities. It was already a miracle that they had familiarized themselves with the usage of their crystal suits and colossi in just half a year. Where did they have the time to learn the battle skills of a starship? Hailon and Long Yangjun were the only two who had mastered starship piloting skills to a certain extent on Weary Tooth. It was already good enough that they were able to maneuver Weary Tooth to cruise stably in the Sea of Stars and reach the destination precisely. Due to the serious shortage of personnel, they could not perform counterattacks against the hostile warships at all. Boom, 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 Z, 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 Z. Inside the cockpit of Weary Tooth, fireballs and electric arcs were dancing crazily too. All kinds of components and pieces were flying in midair in a mess. Long Yangjun and Highland's hair was standing on end under the electric shock, making them look like crazy devils. Gnashing her teeth, Long Yangjun shouted, "Fellow cultivator's spiritual vulture, we need emergent maintenance here. Come and give me a hand." Hardly had Li Yao staggered into the cockpit against the fireballs and electric arcs on the way when Long Yangjun snatched him and dragged him to a corner. "Hey, what's going on here? Didn't you say that this place is safe and could serve as a buffer area between us and the Federation?" Long Yangjun was so angry that flames of fury seemed to be shooting out of her mouth. "Why are we under such violent attack the moment we jumped over? You are not hoping that we should just part here on bad terms, are you? How on earth would I know?" Li Yao was dizzy too. He replied, not in a good mood himself. "This place is obviously far away from the territory of the Federation, and the environment around this red giant is not particularly favorable. There's no reason a federal fleet should be here. Also, their target was clearly not us in the beginning, but the calabash-shaped carrier. We were just a passerby that somehow got involved." He thought carefully about the appearance of the strange starships collected through the probe magical equipment. Both the calabash-shaped carrier that had been blown up into space and the 3 swordfish-like warships behind it were in vastly different styles from the starships of the Federation. Besides, there was not the paint of the rising dragon of the 9 Stars flag on their shell, or the emblems of the Patriots Partnership, Skyfire, the Glorious Sunlight Group, and the major sects in the Federation. The shell of the strange starships was bare from head to toe. They did not look like the starships of the Federation, but that was highly unlikely. It had been a while since the Heavenly Path Plan, the Federation's project to explore the universe, began. Lingdang's fleet was already capable of cruising to the nearby of the Dark Nebula, which was even further away. If there was a force independent from the Federation in this place, it could not have avoided the Federation's detection. Therefore, what was happening there? There's something that you have always been reluctant to tell me, but with everything coming to this point, you have to tell me now." Long Yangjun said sullenly. "You swore that this place was not within the territory of the Federation and was a no-man's land that was absolutely safe. Let's say you were speaking the truth, but you've been away from the Star Glory Federation for at least a decade, haven't you? Is it possible that the Federation has undergone drastic changes when you were not around? Just tell me the truth. How outdated is your intelligence? 10 years? 20? 30? Don't tell me that it is from 50 years ago and you wandered in the universe for 50 years. I wouldn't say that. Longyang was greatly relieved. That's good. Then tell me now, how far behind is your intelligence from reality? 100 years. Boom, 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 boom. The explosions were still going on. Even the dazzling electric arcs and fireballs could not eclipse the wrath in Long Yangjuan's eyes as she glared at Li Yao. Could it be, Li Yao pondered, that my curse has taken effect again? Long Yangjun was greatly alarmed. What curse? How many more secrets have you kept away from me? I'll explain it to you, Li Yao said. I seem to be born with an uncanny curse. Whenever I feel that everything is under my control and nothing can possibly go wrong, something unexpected always happens. Is it possible that my curse has taken effect again and even infected the whole team? When the last illumination rune array in the cockpit died down in the explosions, and few units were catching their last breath in darkness, the stormy attacks finally came to a halt. According to the blurred surveillance interface, Weary Tooth had completely lost the spiritual shield and the power source. It could neither run away nor withstand another barrage from the enemy. Besides, from the back of the helical thorns that deeply pierced into Weary Tooth, cables were shooting out to the 3 swordfish-like warships, shortening the distance between the two parties. They were essentially pulling Weary Tooth hard from 3 different directions, making it possible for the prey to escape. That was possibly why they had stopped attacking. From the enemy's perspective, Weary Tooth had lost all its combat ability. It was no better than a lamb waiting to be butchered. Shwa! A stream of powerful signals crashed into the mainframe crystal processor of Weary Tooth and hummed in hideous laughter. Silently, Long Yangjun parsed the signals and projected them to the light beams in front of everyone on board. What appeared on the light beam was a middle-aged man who was slim and dark and carried the air of both elegance and brutality. Li Yao was slightly dazed. The man had 2 bright gold horns as adornments embedded on his forehead, which were probably directly fixated to the skull through secret techniques. Around his neck was a circle of long, narrow tattoos. The agile and soft style of armor on his body was vastly different from the traditions of the Federation, too, giving an exotic feeling. Li Yao could guarantee that no people in the Heaven's Origin sector, the Flying Star sector, or the Blood Demon sector dressed in such a style. Whoever you are, the elegant, brutal, dark-skinned man laughed proudly. In a voice that was hollow and unpredictable, he casually said, "Deactivate all your magical equipment and give up resistance. We will board your starship for inspection. Otherwise, I believe that you must have heard the name of 7 Kill Space Pirate Gang before. If anyone acts recklessly, what happened to the starship just now will happen to you." A tiny window appeared next to the dark-skinned man, displaying the tragic outcome of the prey that they had attacked previously. As the aftershock of the explosions quickly died down in the cold, dark universe, all that was left was a bunch of broken remnants that were a blend of corpses and components. Space Pirate, Li Yao was at a loss for a while. It had been such a long time since he last heard the familiar and yet strange name. Space pirates are pirates in the Sea of Stars, Hylon explained to the 2 seniors dutifully, still trying to leave a good impression on them. They are best known for their mysteriousness, cruelty, and persistence. At least, they are so in the Imperium. It was a one-way message. They could see and hear the enemy, but their enemy could not see or hear them. Therefore, they could communicate freely. No, Long Yangjun shook her head. This guy is lying. Whatever 7 Kill Space Pirate Gang is, he can't be a member of that. Exactly, Li Yao analyzed. When he informed us of who he was, his eyeball was rolling slightly faster, and it was turning to the top right corner. It was clearly a sign that he was recalling the list of pirate gangs in his head before he picked a random one to fool us. However, since this 7 Kill Space Pirate Gang is infamous enough to be used to intimidate the prey, there must be a lot of pirate gangs in this place, and they must be very powerful. Even the local government here has no way to tame them. Looking at the parameters on the operation interface that were rising and falling, Long Yangjun sighed. Weary Tooth has been completely paralyzed. We cannot restore cruising abilities without major maintenance. We can only borrow their starship now. Are you fine with it, fellow cultivator's spiritual vulture? After pondering for a moment, Li Yao nodded. Fine by me. Let's release a few fellow cultivators to warm themselves up. However, do ask them to be gentle. They can blow up 2 warships first, but must keep 1 for our own use. Also, don't kill everybody on the warships yet. Save a few for interrogation, especially this guy who has horns on his head. Hey! Not receiving any response after a long time, the horned, dark-skinned man on the light beam shouted impatiently. Did you hear what I said or not? If you did, stop hiding yourselves. Just get out of your starship and surrender as quickly as possible. If you are still crouching inside, too reluctant to come out, you will not end so well after the members of our 7-kill space pirate gang board. Long Yangjun and Li Yao looked at each other. Li Yao scratched his hair rather helplessly, finding it hard to understand why some people did not cherish their life at all and sought death in such a hurry. He nodded at Long Yangjun and made a beheading gesture. Turning on the communication channel between the 2 parties, Long Yangjun said with a smile, if the lords of the 7-kill space pirate gang could wait just 1 moment, we will come out right now. Chapter 1552 this way, please. Heaven-battering King Qi Changsheng had named his Colossus Imperium Fiend, while Mother White Lotus Wan Mingzhu had named hers Deathbringer. When the 2 ultimate weapons of the universe were projected and stood in front of the 3 swordfish-like assault warships quietly, there was no need to say what happened next. Colossi were terrible existences that even the main force warships of the Imperium of true human beings had to keep their distance from. The tonnage, performance, magical equipment, and crew members on the 3 assault warships were magnitudes lower than their counterparts on the main force warships of the Imperium. Including Li Yao, the many nascent soul stage cultivators and divinity transformation stage cultivators were not even interested in commenting on the battle. All that could be considered as entertainment was the marvelous changes of expression on the face of the elegant and yet brutal man who had horns on his forehead. When Empyrean Fiend and Deathbringer rushed out of the Broken Weary 2 and lunged at the 2 warships on 2 sides, the dark-skinned man's face collapsed so hard that somebody seemed to have whipped it hard at the center. After the 2 colossi began savaging the starships, tearing them apart and dismantling them as if they were paper boxes, the dark-skinned man finally realized in his disbelief that the terrible picture in front of him was not his imagination. He immediately collapsed to the ground, shuddering and unable to say anything, as if the bones all over his body had been plucked. He was a typical outwardly strong but inwardly weak guy. He could not have been a professional space pirate because he did not even have the cold indifference of the space pirates who were cruel enough even on themselves. Observing him carefully, Li Yao even felt that the guy carried the air of a pampered, gorgeous-looking but internally corrupted aristocrat. 10 minutes later, the battle was over. The 2 swordfish-like assault warships were both blown up. None of the crew members who had pretended to be space pirates were kept alive. As for the flagship where the dark-skinned man was, after repeated reminders from Li Yao, Meng Qixin, and Long Yangjun, Qi Changsheng and Wan Mingzhu finally stayed their hands and did not go on a rampage. They only killed half of the crew members, and those in the cockpit were knocked out but kept alive. The high and mighty dark-skinned, gold-horned man was dragged into the cold, dark cabin of Weary Tooth, where alarms were blinking everywhere, like a dying dog by Qi Changsheng. Including Li Yao, the 12 angry cultivators from the ancient sage's sector stared at the captive coldly. He was to be interrogated by Long Yangjun, or Wang Shi, who was the founder of the ghost character and the most renowned specialist of the Great Qian Dynasty in intelligence collection, interrogation, and torture. However, before Long Yangjun began, the guy who was shuddering like a dog on the ground, after noticing a detail on the internal wall of the cabin by chance, suddenly jumped to his feet, as if he had just been given a cardiotonic shot. What he exclaimed surprised everybody. Are you from the Imperium? Right. You must be from the Imperium. Otherwise, how could you have so many colossi? This must be why they say, a flood destroys the shrine of the god of River One. We've been looking forward to your arrival for a long time. Weary Tooth, as an assault warship of the Imperium, naturally had the black lightning emblem of the Imperium of true human beings everywhere on the internal wall of the cabins. When Li Yao conducted the maintenance, he had considered whether or not to eliminate all the black lightning emblems. However, the first false identity that Long Yangjun had devised for them was refugees who had fled after seizing a warship of the Imperium. Their identity would seem more convincing if the emblems of the Imperium were kept on the warship. Therefore, the internal adornments of Weary Tooth, and also the mustard seed suit and crystal suits that they were wearing, were in the unique style of the Imperium. The infamous emblem of the Imperium of true human beings, which was a trident of black lightning, was no stranger to the people of the Federation after the immortal cultivator Su Changfa arrived 100 years ago. Now that the dark-skinned man recognized the emblem of the Imperium, it was not hard for him to infer that they were from the Imperium based also on the fact that they carried two colossi. What was strange was his attitude. Instead of waiting for Long Yangjun to interrogate him, he was already speaking non-stop. Fellow cultivators, seniors, are you the immortal cultivators from the Imperium of true human beings? Had I known it in advance, we wouldn't have dared to attack you, even if we were 100 times bolder. Misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. I'm a member of the CFIA. I am also an immortal cultivator. We are all immortal cultivators. The dark-skinned man was so overjoyed that he was almost in tears, like a guy who had met an old friend in a foreign land. His face was red because of his excitement, and he began to speak nonsense as he did not know what to say. After waving his hands and feet for a long time, he thought for a moment and took out a black emblem from his pocket, his hands shivering. There were 4 square letters on the emblem, CFIA. Immortal cultivators. The 12 experts from the ancient sages sector looked at each other in bewilderment, utterly confused. Had the war between the Imperium and the Federation already begun? That could not be right. If the Black Wind Fleet had marched there, why did the guys say, "We've been looking forward to your arrival for a long time"? Li Yao was frowning even harder as he thought deeply. He looked at Long Yangjun and exchanged some information with her without alarming anyone. Immortal cultivator? Rolling her eyes, Long Yangjun kicked the dark-skinned man right in the chest heavily and cursed, "Asshole. Now that you know that we are immortal cultivators, why did you launch the assault at us? You almost sabotaged our great cause. CFI? What's CFI? Damn you. Our warship was seriously damaged in a cosmic storm. We couldn't communicate with the outside world, and we lost our way. We floated in the universe for 10 years before we finally gathered enough spiritual energy for a space jump. But hardly had we jumped out of the wretched place when we ran into a bunch of idiots. How unfortunate we are." She threw the emblem of the CFI at the dark-skinned man's face so hard that it almost directly stabbed into his left eye. The dark-skinned man screamed and writhed on the floor because of the excruciating pain, but he did not dare moan much further. Struggling to his knees, he covered his bleeding face and said, "Misunderstanding. This is truly misunderstanding. We thought that a warship of the Star Glory Federation had arrived to save their Headhunter. That's why we offended you. We deserve to be punished with death. We shall never be pardoned." Kneeling on the floor, the dark-skinned man slapped his own face hard. All the experts of the ancient sages sector were secretly frowning and shaking their heads. Master Spiritual Vulture. Hylon stood on her toes behind Li Yao and craned to his ears, saying in a low voice, "This guy is definitely not an immortal cultivator. Hee. The real immortal cultivators are not as spineless as him." Star Glory Federation? CFI? Long Yangjun rolled her eyes. "What kind of bullshit tea is that? How do you know that we are from the Imperium? Also, you said that you are an immortal cultivator. An immortal cultivator that has jumped out of nowhere? My name is Fei Qi. I am truly an immortal cultivator. A local immortal cultivator of this place." The dark-skinned man, Fei Qi, kneeled on the ground. As if he was going to cling to Long Yangjun's legs and burst into tears, he said earnestly, "This is a long story. I'll certainly explain everything to you in great detail. However, after you hear the story, You must seek vengeance for us immortal cultivators who have suffered and destroy the odious Star Glory Federation so that peace and justice at the edge of the cosmos can be restored. I, as well as thousands of immortal cultivators just like me, have been looking forward to the fellow cultivators and seniors from the Imperium like saplings in a drought looking forward to a rain. I'm going to stop you there. Long Yangjun stepped forward and pulled the emblem of the CFIA out of Fei Qi's face mercilessly, causing blood to be spurting out again. She examined it for a long time, but still did not understand what it was. Long story short, what is the Star Glory Federation exactly? Covering the wound on his face that was almost deep to the bones, Fei Qi let out a half-cry before he held back the pain and said, "The Star Glory Federation is a hegemonic, lawless, and bloodthirsty force of terror in the local area. Right? I have important intelligence that I must report to the seniors of the Imperium. The Star Glory Federation has learned in advance that the expedition army of the Imperium is arriving. However, the arrogant, ambitious cultivators refuse to bow to the might of the Imperium and are now busy preparing to attack and fish you up. Is that so?" Long Yangjun, Li Yao, and everybody else looked at each other. Seemingly emotionless, she replied, "This is a very important issue. How did you learn it? Also, what is CFIA exactly?" The Star Glory Federation is ambitious and delirious enough to fight against the enemy, like an ant that is trying to shake a tree. But they are merely committing suicide. Everybody knows that. Fei Qi managed to catch his breath and went on. However, despite the brutality and ruthlessness of the Star Glory Federation, the CFIA will certainly fight it to our death. Right? The CFIA is short for Committee for the Imperium's Arrival, an organization specifically founded to welcome the arrival of the expedition army of the Imperium and facilitate your conquest and government over the many sectors nearby by the immortal cultivators locally born and raised. It is our aim to lead the way for the fellow cultivators and seniors from the Imperium and guide your direction in the vast sea of stars so that we can completely annihilate the Star Glory Federation, the evil force that goes against the trend of the universe, through our cooperation. Then, all the sectors at the edge of the cosmos will be able to enjoy the radiance of the truth path of immortality. Our loyalty to the Imperium of true human beings can be proved by the sun and the stars. Including Li Yao, all the nascent soul stage cultivators and the divinity transformation stage cultivators were slightly dazed. When Fei Qi from the Uranian Ring civilization mentioned that the Star Glory Federation had stolen their home, destroyed their civilization, and cut off their lineage, the few nascent soul stage cultivators and divinity transformation stage cultivators all raised their alert and adopted solemn expressions. Long Yangjun was still as calm as before. "The Uranian Ring civilization? Tell us what happened to you. Is this place where your civilization is located?" "Not exactly." Shaking his head, Fei Qi replied, "This place is called the Dragon Snake Space Zone. As all you seniors here can see, this is an extremely chaotic place with not so many resources. It can barely be called a sector. How can the brilliant and glorious Uranian Ring civilization be originated in this place? We lost the war against the tyranny of the Federation and were exiled to this place from our lovely home, Uranian Ring sector." Oh! Long Yangjun and Li Yao's eyes were all glittering in glamorous colors. "Your Uranian Ring civilization had a war with the Star Glory Federation and lost. And even your home, Uranian Ring sector, has been occupied by the Star Glory Federation? It was not a war at all. It was a shameless ambush, a rebellion of the filthy and humble ones." Fei Qin burst into fury when the Star Glory Federation was brought up. With a twisted face, he gnashed his teeth and explained, "The Uranian Ring sector was originally a peaceful, orderly sector with a highly advanced civilization. As early as in the era of the Star Ocean Imperium, the Uranian Ring planet, the main planet in our sector, was already developed on a large scale by the Star Ocean Imperium because of the abundant crystals and rare metals buried below the ground. Outside of the gravity sphere of the main planet, beyond the atmosphere, an ultra-large orbit ring that surrounded the entire planet was established as an enormous, all-covering dock. That's how the Uranian ring sector got its name. In such a case, many starships that were large in size and relatively fragile in structure could be crafted directly in outer space, where they were not susceptible to the interference of gravity. After the Star Ocean Imperium collapsed abruptly after the Armageddon Rebellion, the Uranian ring sector was caught in 1,000 years of chaos and darkness, too. In the War of the Armageddon Rebellion, the rebellion army led by the Blood God, or the Mad Armageddon, and the troops loyal to the Supreme Emperor had a fierce battle on the Uranian ring planet. It was the goriest, most insane, world-blighting war ever. To seize control of the Uranian ring sector, both parties resorted to all the approaches and techniques available. Not only was the surface of the Uranian ring planet completely blown into a wasteland, they also released a venomous fog that didn't disperse after hundreds of years, poison in the water that ran uninhibited under the earth, and genetic bombs that could explode after lurking for thousands of years and trigger the mutations of human beings and animals. All in all, the surface of the Uranian ring planet was utterly deformed, and the environment couldn't have been rougher. For 1,000 years, the ancestors of the Uranian ring people struggled to survive on the wasteland, which was brimming with venomous fog, poison water, high radiation, high pollution, and various mutated species. After 1,000 years of arduous struggles, the Uranian ring people finally freed themselves from the swamp of darkness and began to rebuild their civilization from scratch. Long Yangjun had been listening attentively the whole time. It was not until this moment that she asked, "Did you repair the wasteland on the surface of the planet into a natural paradise again?" "Not exactly." Fei Qi shook his head. "Our mother planet suffered too much damage in the collapse of the Star Ocean Imperium. The wounds couldn't be healed, and the vitality couldn't be recovered. Not in a few thousand years. However, wasn't there an enormous planet ring beyond the atmosphere, right above our heads? It used to be a super dock of an unbelievable scale. After slight modification, it would serve very well as a permanent circular space station. Later on, the Uranian ring people went two different ways and gradually evolved into two branches. Part of them, those who were smart, brave, diligent, determined, hardworking, and far-sighted, focused their eyes on the Uranian ring that surrounded the mother planet. They hoped to transform the super-large dock of the Star Ocean Imperium in the past into our new home. Of course, it was quite difficult in the beginning. However harsh the environment on the surface of the planet was, some resources were still usable after all, and a lot of remains, relics, debris, and shelters could be excavated. In the meantime, the circular dock around our main planet was also riddled with holes and on the brink of destruction after the war. It had essentially turned into a cold and quiet circular grave. To repair and modify the dock from zero was even more difficult than walking to the sky. Therefore, many lazy, thoughtless, idiotic, muddled people laughed at them, claiming that they should just stop wasting their time and stay obediently on the ground because it was impossible to live in the sky. Naturally, the former were the most resolute and unwavering people, and they would not give up so easily once they had selected a goal. Therefore, the magnificent sky walking plan was initiated. Those Uranian ring people spent 3,000 years slowly mending and modifying the circular orbit in the sky while they endured countless unexpected difficulties, including the mockery of their sluggish compatriots and blatant attacks. Generation after generation, they strived hard, fearless of sacrifices. While they worked together for a common purpose, they gradually formed a new people, the Heavenly Light. 3,000 years later, the preliminary maintenance and modification of the circular dock was completed by the Heavenly Light. It was renamed Uranian Ring. As the new foundation of our civilization, all the members of the Heavenly Light migrated into the Uranian Ring, where they lived a peaceful and happy life. Those living on the ground, who made absolutely no contribution in the 3,000 years but had been taunting or even sabotaging on purpose, believing that the sky walking plan would never work out, were completely dumbfounded when they saw the glorious Uranian ring emitting brilliance and functioning again. Of course, they wanted to live in the Uranian ring, which was clean and safe from the scourge of the venomous fog, poison water, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and mutated beasts, but how could that be allowed? There was only limited room in the Uranian ring. Naturally, such vile, ignorant, lazy guys who knew nothing of construction, only destruction, could not be let in. As time went by, the people on the ground gradually formed a new people, named Earthly Brute. The heavenly light and the earthly brute represented the integrity and the corruption of the Uranian ring civilization, respectively. The heavenly light is a people made of the best elites of the Uranian ring natives. After the selection of the Sky Walking Plan during those 3,000 years, they were the essence of the Uranian ring people. They were the most diligent, brave, intelligent, devoted, and self-sacrificing members of the civilization. In the thousands of years that followed, we have been living in the Uranian ring, studying literature, arts, medication, techniques, magical equipment, training skills, and all the state-of-the-art fields of the civilization. We have made the Uranian ring civilization evolve into an elegant, noble, and advanced civilization. As for the earthly brute, those lazy, short-sighted, and self-demeaning guys have still been lurking on the filthy surface of the planet, living like ignorant beasts. At first, they could still manage to survive with the assets and the debris and relics left by the Star Ocean Imperium. But after all the debris and relics were cleaned up, they were immediately mired in chaos where they brutalized and even fed on each other. They were even about to go extinct. In the end, it was my ancestors, the members of the heavenly light thousands of years ago, who couldn't bear to see their past compatriots die in desperation and offered them some jobs out of goodwill. They were asked to help us excavate the crystals and minerals hidden deep inside the Uranian ring planet. The heavenly light developed tremendous advanced mining magical equipment. They also taught the earthly brute the skills to hunt and domesticate the mutated beasts for food. Although a large batch of the members of the earthly brute were still killed, they managed to survive because they were as fertile as mice. All in all, until decades ago, this is about the situation of the Uranian ring civilization. The heavenly light, representing the essence of the civilization and made of the most distinguished cultivators, lived on the Uranian ring and took part in the noble and elegant jobs such as literature, arts, development of cutting-edge magical equipment, research on training techniques, and what mattered for a civilization. The earthly brute, which had an extremely large population, lived on and below the ground, responsible for providing the resources and spiritual energy that were necessary for the functioning and expansion of the Uranian ring. What a reasonable, steady, orderly, and justified state it was. After thousands of years of teamwork and improvement, the heavenly light and the earthly brute had already realized their destiny. They were fulfilling their respective roles dutifully and working hard for the development of our civilization. Even the previously lazy and disobedient members of the earthly brute, after the thorough and patient edification and education of the heavenly light, had learned to work dutifully and devotedly, making whatever contributions they could to our civilization. While saying that, Fei Qi suddenly covered his face and trembled hard. Sobs slipped through the gaps of his fingers, as if he could not proceed any longer. What happened later? Long Yangjun pressed his shoulder softly. Did the Federation come? Why, yes, Fei Qi replied, his voice shivering. There was no telling whether it was because of hatred or fear. She was here. The devil was here. The devil? Long Yangjun narrowed her eyes. Who's the devil? Who else could it be? Fei Qi moaned in great pain. The most horrible, brutal, bloodthirsty, evil, and insane she-devil of the Star Glory Federation, Ding Lingdang. Wait! Li Yao frowned. Cut your rhetoric exaggeration and get to the point. What did Ding Lingdang do to your Uranian ring sector that made you hate her so much? She destroyed our glorious and brilliant Uranian ring civilization single-handedly. Fei Qi bellowed and panted quickly. He stammered, Shishi, there's no need to rush. Take your time, Long Yangjun said softly. A few curved silver needles appeared in her hands and pierced into the back of Fei Qi's head without a sound. Fei Qi shivered slightly. His breath gradually turned even, his pupils were slowly expanding, and his voice was getting clear again. Under the manipulation of Long Yangjuan's unique techniques, he had entered a half-hypnotized state in his trance, where he would confess everything in his subconsciousness without him knowing it. Such a method was similar to what Meng Qixin and Wu Suiyun had imposed on Hailan. However, Hailan was an elite expert from the Imperium of true human beings at the beginning level of the nascent soul stage. Fei Qi, a refugee from the Uranian ring civilization, was not even close to Hailan's little finger. Naturally, his performance was much less remarkable than Hailan's in the beginning. At first, Fei Qi mumbled, "We were not aware of the existence of the she-devil or her soaring notoriety in the sea of stars. She snuck into the Uranian ring sector all by herself. There's no telling when she hid herself in the complicated mining holes on the surface of our mother planet. It is the typical way of the Star Glory Federation's invasion. A squad or a single person will be sent out first to infiltrate the enemy, and they will cooperate with the main troop and take down the enemy easily. At that time, we didn't know that the ruthless Lingdang and Star Glory Federation had laid their eyes on our home. The second phase project of the Uranian ring was being pushed forward actively. We prepared to establish a second ring that would be taller, larger, and even more magnificent outside of the first ring. It would be the new foundation for our civilization. Both the heavenly light and the earthly brute were striving for the great goal without rest. At the critical moment, rumors were suddenly spread out among the previously dutiful and obedient miners of the earthly brute deep inside the mining holes. Starting from who knows when, some miners began to complain that the working hours were too long and that they were essentially working day and night. They claimed that they had to work around 16 hours every day on monthly average. 16 hours? How long is your day? Li Yao asked. According to the standard time of the Star Ocean Imperium, it takes slightly more than 27 hours for our mother planet to revolve for one circle, Fei Qi replied. Therefore, the day length in our world is longer than the standard day. It's just mining for 16 hours. Is it really a heavy load? It must be noted that, on the Uranian ring, many designers, writers, and artists can work for 3 days and 3 nights without any stop once they are dedicated to what they are doing. Li Yao looked back at Qi Changxing and Wan Mingzhu. As he expected, the two leaders of rebelling peasants were sneering maliciously. Oblivious to their reaction, Fei Qin went on. Some of the miners also complained about safety issues. They said that the overwork and the crazy collection had resulted in frequent accidents. The death rate of the miners was too high, so they were quitting the job. The death rate was very high? How high exactly? Li Yao asked again. Fei Qi hesitated for a moment, but under the nerve stimulation from Long Yangjun, he could not help but reveal the most authentic, undisguised feelings deep inside his mind. In fact, it is not very high. According to the precise calculation of our mining engineers, the annual average death rate is only around 5% and no higher than 10%. Those people of the earthly brute were all quite fertile. Every household had almost 10 children. For the great Uranian ring of our civilization to be established sooner, everybody needed to devote and sacrifice themselves. What's the big deal about a death rate of 10%? Seniors, you are all immortal cultivators. Does it not make perfect sense to you? Besides, the death rate wouldn't always have been that high. After the second Uranian ring was established, the heavenly light would have larger, more comfortable living areas as well as training rooms and research rooms that were more advanced. We would be able to be more focused on developing the civilization unhurriedly without being bothered by the population boom and the limited living space. By then, our civilization would thrive even more prosperously. Of course, the earthly brute would benefit a lot from the progress, too. Before Li Yao looked back, heaven-battering King Qi Changxing already could not help but sneer. Is that so? Fei Qi was taking all of them for the immortal cultivators from the Imperium of true human beings. He did not catch the sarcasm in the words of Qi Changxing, a leader of the rebellions, at all. He simply replied, "Of course. Besides, to make the members of the earthly brute work and live dutifully, we provided medication for them on a regular basis, which would pacify them, relieve their pain, and bring them joy. Such medication was known as happiness serum. It was all for their own good. After all, The earthly brute is made of the most ignorant, uneducated lowborns. They couldn't achieve happiness of a higher level from the splendid, astounding arts such as literature, music, or painting like the people of the heavenly light could. Therefore, they could only be granted momentary ecstasy in such a simple, straightforward way in order to ease their fatigue and depression. What's wrong about that? Such a practice had been implemented for 1,000 years. Nobody had ever complained about the happiness serum, which was clearly a benefit that the heavenly light gave to the earthly brute. Many neurologists, doctors, and herbalists spent their entire lives developing happiness serum that was more efficient, more stable, and safer for the earthly brute. With such compatriotism that we bore for them, what could they possibly complain about? But then, some miners suddenly began accusing the happiness serum of being drugs and narcotics that would corrupt their nerves and mind. That was really the most hilarious joke in the world. Did the earthly brute really have a mind to be corrupted? Besides, we didn't offer to give the happiness serum to them. On many occasions, it was them who cried and begged us for the medication. The rumors were not a big deal. What was most intolerable was that we found a lot of members of the earthly brute planting crops and herding animals in secret. Wait! Mother White Lotus, one Mingzhu shrieked. What? Was the earthly brute not even allowed to sow crops and herd animals? You may not know this, seniors, Fei Qi explained, but the Uranian ring sector is different from other sectors. The surface of our mother planet was seriously contaminated in the war. Venomous fog, poison water, and all kinds of other pollution is everywhere. The genetic bombs buried deep underground can be detonated anytime. In such a highly polluted environment, the crops and cattle raised in secret will be highly toxic. If we feed on them for a long time, our body will degenerate, our mind will be corrupted, and we will be more and more dirty, lazy, foolish, evil, and weak. As time goes by, our civilization will be doomed. Therefore, for the future of the Uranian Ring civilization, and for the people of the Uranian Ring sector to be smarter, stronger, and more determined after each generation, of course, it must be strictly forbidden to sow crops and herd animals in the polluted area. Then, what do you eat? Wan Mingzhu asked. There are, of course, unpolluted space plantations and ranches on the Uranian Ring that the heavenly light lives in. At the very least, decades ago, it was still enough to satisfy the daily needs of the heavenly light. Even on the highly polluted ground, we also went through all the trouble of purging the land, sparing no expense in constructing unpolluted farming areas. Even the humblest members of the earthly brute were still privileged to enjoy the most clean and healthy food yielded from the farming areas. I get it now. You controlled all the farmlands and ranches in your hands, Wan Mingzhu observed. If you didn't give them any food, the earthly brute would starve to death. Blinking, Fei Qi replied in confusion. We all belong to the Uranian Ring sector. Why would we starve the earthly brute to death? However, it is only logical that those who don't work shall have no food. We merely ask the members of the earthly brute to mine in exchange for food. Of course, Wan Mingzhu sneered. I'm afraid that the exchange ratio of the minerals and the food is quite low. Isn't it? Maybe 30 kilograms of minerals can only get them one slice of bread, right? Tilting his head and thinking hard for a long time, Fei Qi shook his head dutifully. I don't know. I have never cared about such insignificant matters before. Go on, Long Yangjun said in a gentle voice. Discontentment and complaints increased among the miners. What then? Then strikes happened, Fei Qi said. Almost half of the Uranian Ring planet, in tens of thousands of mines, the earthly brute went on a strike at the same time. At that time, we only thought that the bad nature of the earthly brute had gotten the better of them again. After all, as I told you just now, seniors, the ancestors of the earthly brute were the indolent, uncivilized, and insubordinate fellows. They were the dregs of the Uranian Ring civilization. The blood of laziness, corruption, excitement, and insanity naturally flowed in their veins. Despite the education of the heavenly light after thousands of years, it was still impossible for them to completely overcome their bad nature. Every couple of years, somebody would always go on strike. Sometimes the strikes were huge, and sometimes they were not worth mentioning at all. In fact, it is only because their ignorant, uneducated head cannot control the uncanny excitement in their heart. Everything is fine once they go on a rampage for a while and run out of energy. At that time, we thought that it was just another typical, routine strike. It was not until the furious flames burnt fiercely everywhere on the entire planet, congregating into an ocean of angry fire, that we realized that it was nothing like what had happened in the past. This time, something terrible had indeed happened. It is a disease that only infects and attacks the earthly brute. The people of the heavenly light only hate that we don't have enough time to work. We will never go on a strike. The explosive damage of the strike complex is very powerful. Once infected by such a disease, the previously hard-working, devoted members of the earthly brute become lunatics and monsters whose ravenousness cannot be satisfied, knowing nothing but destruction. Such a disease is infectious. In a large underground mine, as long as one miner contracts the strike complex, it often spreads out quickly after a very short amount of time. 10, 100, 1,000. In a chain reaction, the number of infected grows exponentially. The strike complex not only seriously damages the earthly brute and turns the decent workers into useless CR*P, it also corrupts our entire civilization and destroys what we have established if it is left undealt with. Therefore, once discovered, the disease must be treated at once. Is that so? Long Yangjun asked. How exactly do you treat this strike complex? The strike complex can be classified into different levels, Fei Qi explained. Generally speaking, happiness serum of different intensities will be enough to heal them. However, if a patient is diagnosed by psychiatrists to possess a severe strike complex, they will be hopeless and can only be delivered to the hospitals at the forsaken mines in the deepest part below the earth for lifelong quarantine. Or they can try routine, forced labor, and see if there's any chance to wake up the genes of diligence and devotion in their body, so that they can be transformed from saboteurs and takers to someone useful to society and the whole civilization. Because the intensity of the latest strikes was unparalleled, we sent a medical team of a fairly large scale. Also, the situation was quite urgent. The strike complex was quickly spreading in the crowd. Our civilization was in peril, so we were forced to resort to some radical medical approaches. The idiotic members of the earthly brute did not know that we were rescuing them. They were resisting and even killing our doctors while we were performing the mandatory therapy sessions. Just like that, the strikes turned into riots. We were not scared of the riots of the earthly brute before. Most of the magical equipment was under the control of the heavenly light. Also, the members of the heavenly light had been taught the most elegant and graceful battle techniques since they were born. How could the members of the earthly brute be a match for us with nothing but their bare hands and their physical strength? Wait, Heaven-battering King Qi Chongxing said solemnly. Shouldn't a lot of excavation magical equipment be involved during the exploitation of mother lodes? Vibration pickaxes, blast drills, crystal dynamites, and other large magical equipment can all serve as weapons. They can dig open even the hardest rocks. Can a person's skull be harder than those rocks? How on earth could the members of the Heavenly Fiend be barehanded? You might now know this, Senior, but the Uranian ring planet was a military base of the Star Ocean Imperium 10,000 years ago, Fei Qi explained. The shallow mother lodes that were suitable for large-scale exploitation had all been drained with nothing left back then. Right now, if we want the minerals, we can only move down deeper underground. The environment there is harsh. The air is dirty. The tunnels are narrow and ragged, and there are all kinds of ferocious animals that can sabotage the large mining magical equipment. The minerals there are often lousy, full of impurities, and cannot be exploited on a large scale. They can only be dug out from the soil manually through labor. Therefore, in our underground mines, large mining magical equipment has never been used, and even the small mining magical equipment such as blast drills and vibration pickaxes are barely used. In most cases, the members of the earthly brute simply collect the resources with their hands and their brute force. Those members of the earthly brute have more brawn than brains in the first place. The scholars and doctors of the heavenly light have also spent thousands of years building up their bodies. Through the refinement and modification of various secret techniques, they have all been transformed into beings as tough as iron with infinite strength. We have also optimized and improved some fundamental cultivation arts, such as the iron body arts, copper arm arts, eagle claw arts, and so on. The members of the earthly brood are asked to practice them from a young age. As a result, their arms and palms undergo mutations and replace the mining magical equipment such as blast drills and vibration pickaxes. The excavation has a higher efficiency and is more adaptive. The cost is lower too. After thousands of years of mining underground, their bodies have been getting stronger and stronger, and their hands are more and more powerful. Deep below the mother lodes, with the radiation of the crystals and the scourge of the ferocious animals, some highly dangerous rogues can emerge. They are often the carriers of the latent strike complex. If that was all, everything would have been under our control. How could the abnormal bodies and claws, resulting from the crude beginner-level techniques such as iron body arts and copper arm arts, be a match for our crystal suits and warships? Before, many large-scale outbreaks of the strike complex, and even the following insurgencies had been cured by us easily. But we didn't know that it was not a spontaneous riot this time. It was one fomented by the most dangerous she-devil from the Star Glory Federation. The she-devil Lingdang had long snuck into the underground mines among the oblivious, gullible members of the earthly brood. She claimed to be bringing dignity and hope to the earthly brood. She instigated the desire to sabotage and destroy hidden deep inside the blood of the earthly brood with the bizarre theories that she had brought from the Star Glory Federation. What was even more horrendous was that she brought brand new training techniques to the earthly brood. The techniques that did not require any magical equipment to trigger the maximal damage possible. The techniques that belonged to the body fundamentalists. Hylon, who had been holding her breath listening just now, could not help but exclaim, "Body fundamentalists." Body fundamentalism was a concept generated after the modern cultivation civilization was born. Meng Qixin, Qi Zhongdao, and other cultivators from the ancient sages sector did not know what body fundamentalist meant exactly. However, Hylon, with her knowledge from the Imperium of true human beings, naturally knew the horror of such a type of cultivator. How terrifying the body fundamentalists, who were too proud to use any magical equipment or weapons and were bold enough to challenge any enemy with their bare hands and tough body, could be. Nobody foresaw that the earthly brood and the techniques of the body fundamentalists would fit so well. Fei Qi said desperately. The most petrifying, destructive power had already been hidden deep inside their blood after thousands of years of modifications and radiation. The only problem was that they did not know how to trigger it in the beginning. Lingdang brought an entire system of the body fundamentalist training techniques and publicized them for free. After only a few years, they spread to every corner of the Uranian ring planet like wildfire. In just 5 years, more than 100,000 body fundamentalists who mastered extraordinary battle skills and trained their hands into lethal weapons had emerged in the earthly brood. Those body fundamentalists established a resistance organization in secret, and Lingdang was the leader of the organization. When we were curing the riot, we did not expect the assault of thousands of body fundamentalists at all. They captured 100 shuttles that were used to commute between the Uranian ring and the ground, and they launched an attack on the Uranian ring, the very symbol of our civilization. All the nascent soul stage cultivators and divinity transformation stage cultivators were listening attentively. Heaven-battering King Qi Changsheng, who had spent his entire life slaying authorities and rebelling, was beaming with great interest. He slapped his thigh and said to everybody through a discreet technique, "Good one, what a she-devil Lingdang is. This woman is tougher than most men." Li Yao swallowed and calmly asked, "Did Lingdang succeed in assaulting the Uranian ring with thousands of body fundamentalists?" "Not in the beginning." Fei Qi shook his head and said, "The heavenly light had lived on the Uranian ring for thousands of years. It had been modified to the extent that it was impenetrable. Also, a lot of crystal suits and starships were stationed there. It was not something that a few thousand beginner-level body fundamentalists could take down. They occupied a certain section of the circular orbit for only 10 days before they were driven away by our government. However, to this moment, we still failed to realize that Lingdang was a federal cultivator from a foreign land with ill intentions. There were a lot of rumors in the earthly brute, depicting her as a three-headed, six-armed almighty. Naturally, we would not believe such folly easily. We thought that she was also a member of the earthly brute, locally born and raised, except that she was lucky enough to find the legacy of the body fundamentalists below the earth. We also failed to realize that she had led thousands of body fundamentalists to attack the Uranian ring, not in order to completely occupy the Uranian ring, but to seize the enormous antenna arrays on the Uranian ring, so that she could send the precise coordinates of the Uranian ring sector to the Star Glory Federation and guide the way for the first fleet from the Federation. When the riots on the ground were about to be completely cured, the first fleet from the Federation appeared at the periphery of the Uranian ring sector, out of everyone's expectation. We were truly caught unprepared. The 5-year war between the Star Glory Federation and the Uranian ring sector thus broke out. In terms of starships, the Uranian ring was originally a super large dock of the Star Ocean Imperium. Our starship technology was reasonably good too. Although we had yet to launch cross-sector space voyages, we should have been more than capable of defending the homeland of the Uranian ring sector. However, our enemy was not just the fleet of the Federation, which was jumping from the foreign land incessantly, but also the rioting and rebelling members of the earthly brood on the ground. The fleet of the Federation bombarded from space, and all the minerals and resources on the ground to be shipped were sabotaged by the mobs. More and more mines were taken over and began transporting resources to the enemy instead. We were under attack from both inside and outside. Just like that, after 5 years of war, we finally couldn't hold out any longer. The mobs of the earthly brute, those filthy, humble, stinky, and stupid miners, under the lead of Lingdang and the support of the Star Glory Federation, completely took over the Uranian ring, the symbol of the glory of our civilization. Unable to fight the war anymore, we had no choice but to surrender. Although the Star Glory Federation had won the war, we still had a rather powerful fleet under our command. With whatever was left of our spiritual energy and the ammunitions, although it was impossible for us to take back the Uranian ring, we were still capable of dealing heavy damage to the expedition army of the Federation if we chose to die together with them. Under such circumstances, the Star Glory Federation couldn't risk suffering such great damages just in order to annihilate each and every one of us. They accepted our surrender, but on one condition: we must accept the new government of the Uranian ring sector and all the decisions that it made. If we found them unacceptable, we would be asked to leave, meaning that we would be exiled. Long Yangjun waved her hands again. A new government? Yes. The Star Glory Federation is a highly hypocritical country. Fei Qi gnashed his teeth. They have been in the business of expansion and robbing this whole time as out-and-out invaders. But they have always been fond of varnishing their actions and righteously claiming that they were serving justice. Even a 3-year-old knows that the Federation had a war against the Uranian ring sector because it wanted to swallow the Uranian ring sector and occupy the super-large orbit dock that we inherited from the Star Ocean Imperium. However, in the Federation's propaganda, the war became a civil war of the Uranian ring sector. The officials of the Star Glory Federation described the insurgency of the earthly brute as an uprising and the rebels of the earthly brute as a revolutionary army. It was supposedly at their invitation and request that the Star Glory Federation intervened in the war. So, the actions of the Star Glory Federation were justifiable as a so-called interstellar law. The Star Glory Federation claimed that it had no intention of colonizing the Uranian ring sector whatsoever, and that our future would be decided on our own. Once the war was over, the government that was exclusively made of the heavenly light naturally had to be reshuffled. The new government would be elected and established through a referendum consulting all the people of the Uranian ring sector, including both the heavenly light and the earthly brute. Deep in thought, Long Yangjun said, "That doesn't sound like a very harsh requirement to me." Not very harsh. The most painful memory in Fei Qi's mind seemed to have been triggered. He bellowed, This is an out-and-out trap, a blatant scheme. The population of the Heavenly Light is very small. It is less than 1% of the population of the earthly brood. If a new government was to be established according to the ratio of the population, or through a referendum, we would have no power at all. To make matters worse, even our pitiful 1% of the power was stolen by the members of the Heavenly Light who surrendered to the Federation in advance. Those traitors also belonged to the Heavenly Light, but they were among the bottom class of our people in the beginning. They were mostly workers who lived outside of the Uranian ring and were responsible for the maintenance of the shell of the Uranian ring. Those black sheep in the Heavenly Light were the first to surrender when the Earthly Brute and the Star Glory Federation assaulted the Uranian ring. With their familiarity with the structure and weaknesses of the Uranian ring, they sold our civilization to win the favor of their new masters. Right now, their cause has been justified, and they have become the spokespersons of the entire Heavenly Light, the mascots of the new government. Just like that, under the manipulation of the Star Glory Federation, an organization named the Referendum Committee was founded to help the people of the Uranian Ring sector establish a new government. Xinyue, the witch who is as venomous as a viper and a scorpion, was nominated as the president of the committee. Wait, Li Yao frowned again and asked, "Who is this? Xinyue? Weren't you talking about Lingdang a moment ago?" Xinyue is another notorious she-devil who is as infamous as Lingdang in the Federation, Fei Qi explained. They are both powerful, brutal beings. Many people even say that the two women have divided most of the power of the Federation. The two she-devils each have their specialties. Lingdang is tough, cruel, and bloodthirsty. She conquers free worlds like ours with pure strength. In comparison, Xinyue is best known for her shamelessness, cunningness, and mercilessness. People say that when she smiles at you, you should be prepared to be devoured without any bones left. Half of the plots and schemes of the Federation have been planned by this she-devil. During the war, Lingdang, the blazing Tyrannosaur, naturally took the lead. Once the war was over and the Uranian Ring civilization was to be chewed and digested, it was certainly the turn of Xinyue, the venomous witch. Under Lingdang's lead and Xinyue's manipulation, it shouldn't be hard to imagine what the new government of the Heavenly Brute rebels and the traitors of the Heavenly Light is like. The very first decision that the new government made after it was established was to reorganize the Referendum Committee into the Accountancy Committee, which would still be directed by Xinyue and specifically focus on holding the Heavenly Light's oppression over the past thousands of years to account. The second decision was that the Uranian Ring sector would be merged into the Star Glory Federation and become a participant of the Federation. It was a sign that they did not bother camouflaging their purpose any longer, but were desperate to swallow our world. The righteous members of the Heavenly Light, such as us, couldn't do anything at all, while our lovely civilization was ravaged and devoured by the Star Glory Federation, because we could barely protect ourselves at that time. Under the shameless scheming of the wicked Xinyue, most of our properties were confiscated. Some of the less fortunate ones even went bankrupt and lost everything overnight with a huge debt. Li Yao scratched his chin and asked, "Your properties were confiscated? Well, under what ruse did this Venomous witch confiscate your properties? Just because you lost the war? Not exactly. As an extremely hypocritical and vile country, the Star Glory Federation certainly wouldn't resort to such a simple and straightforward excuse to achieve their purpose," Fei Qi said bitterly. The witch Xinyue brought tremendous skillful lawyers, actuaries, accountants, and insurance specialists from the Star Glory Federation. They analyzed and calculated the oppression that the earthly brood had suffered when they were collecting resources below the ground over thousands of years. The final conclusion of the Accountancy Committee was that the previous government of the Uranian Ring civilization was heavily responsible for the management faults in the development of the underground mother lodes during the past thousands of years. The faults included excessive overtime, frequent accidents due to inappropriate safety measures, lack of compensation and subsidies after the accidents, child labor, lack of benefits such as endowment insurance, unemployment insurance, rental allowance that should be due for most of the workers, and so on. The most unbelievable thing was that Xinyue even claimed that the strengthened arms that we carefully prepared for the earthly brute were a type of abnormality. So, they could be considered an occupational injury. All in all, the compensation, overtime fees, belated salaries, and all the other money we owed, together with the interest from thousands of years, became a flabbergasting, astronomical amount of money. The accountancy committee spent a whole year drafting an accounts list that was altogether 120,000 pages, elaborating on our every default. They also pointed out that the previous government of the Uranian Ring civilization needed to pay the offspring of all the miners in the past thousands of years, namely the entire earthly brute, a huge amount of money including unemployment relief, pensions, overtime fees, work-related injury compensation, death compensation, and the corresponding interest. The previous government of the Uranian Ring sector had already been exploited in the war. Where on earth could we find the money to compensate them? Therefore, not only the entire Uranian Ring, but also the affiliated facilities inside the Uranian Ring, including the training chambers, laboratories, docks, and residences that belonged to us individuals in the beginning, were all confiscated legitimately. Most of the heavenly light were deeply connected with the mining industry in one way or another. If we got to the bottom of it, everything on the Uranian Ring came from the surface of the planet. Faced with Xinyue's unreasonable logic, we couldn't argue at all, and we were now allowed to take even a single rivet away. The previous leadership of the government, who were big shots in the heavenly light that owned shares in the mining industries, had even more miserable outcomes. After the entire Uranian Ring and the affiliated facilities were reimbursed, the remaining part would have to be paid by themselves in person. Many mining giants were in so much debt that they wouldn't be able to pay it back in 10 lives. It was even more miserable than killing them instantly. Fei Qi was so despondent while he was talking that he struggled to continue due to sobbing many times. Finally, he calmed himself down and said sorrowfully, "Just like that, after the liquidation was over, the Uranian Ring sector was officially swallowed by the Star Glory Federation. The Star Glory Federation claims to hold the policy that everybody is free to come and go. If the Heavenly Light was willing to accept the reality that they had lost everything and had to start from scratch, and to lower their heads and pledge loyalty to the rising dragon of the 9 Stars flag of the Federation, they would be allowed to stay in the Uranian Ring sector and even become a citizen of the Federation someday. As for those who were unwilling to join the Federation, the Star Glory Federation wouldn't force us. They chose a new habitat for us, this place, the Dragon Snake Space Zone. We were forced to hand over all the main force fleets and disarm most of the rest of the starships. We also submitted part of the techniques and technology that the Uranian Ring civilization had accumulated for thousands of years in exchange for some outdated carriers of the Star Glory Federation, as well as a bunch of assets and fuel. Then, we were banished to this place by the Star Glory Federation through a space jump. We should have fought a desperate battle with the wretched invaders, but we were definitely not scared of death. However, the last essence of the Uranian Ring civilization rested on our starships. To guard the essence and the treasures of our civilization, we had to swallow our pride and rebuild our civilization from scratch on this desolate land, yearning to rise again one day and take back what's ours. We learned about the arrival of the expedition army of the Imperium a long time ago, which became our last hope. Our waiting proved to be worthwhile. Finally, you are all here today. All the cells and nerves below Fei Qi's cerebral cortex were being stimulated by Long Yangjun. The feelings in his subconsciousness had been triggered to the maximum. Whatever he was thinking in his head was manifested on the surface after being exaggerated 10 times over. Just because Li Yao had spoken more to him a moment ago, he mistook Li Yao for the friendliest one of all the soldiers of the Imperium's army there. He suddenly kowtowed in front of Li Yao and, clinging to Li Yao's thigh, began wailing. "Fellow immortal cultivators, seniors from the Imperium of true human beings, please help the Uranian Ring civilization. We are willing to join the Imperium. We are willing to offer all the resources that the Imperium needs. The earthly brute in the Uranian Ring civilization are the best miners, and they can be exported to the various resource planets in the Imperium to work. We are willing to offer everything, As long as the Imperium can help us take back the Uranian ring, eliminate the deplorable she-devils such as Lingdang and Xinyue, and crumble the Star Glory Federation. Now that the expedition army of the Imperium has come here after such a long journey, we are definitely going to seek justice for the sectors, as you deserve, Li Yao declared. What's the big deal about the she-devils such as Lingdang and Xinyue? They are nothing to me at all. Any one of us could finish them in the blink of an eye. However, according to what you said just now, the Star Glory Federation is rather powerful. Is it not? Yours was not the only sector that it has swallowed, was it? Also, let go of my thigh. Kneel straight and speak properly. Yes, yes. I'll kneel straight and speak properly. Fei Qi was overjoyed by Li Yao's promises. Having no time to wipe away his snot and tears, he quickly began describing the situation. The war between the Star Glory Federation and the Uranian Ring sector took place more than 30 years ago. Having been banished to the Dragon Snake Space Zone for 30 years, we've gotten a deeper understanding about the Star Glory Federation. We have also run into a lot of compassionate fellow cultivators in the Dragon Snake Space Zone, who are also refugees that have lost their everything because of the Star Glory Federation's invasion. Through them, we have come to the realization that the Uranian Ring sector was not the only victim and prey of the Star Glory Federation. Before us, 3 sectors were unfortunately occupied by the Star Glory Federation, namely the Forest Ocean sector, the Water Crystal sector, and the Netherworld sector. The situations of the 3 worlds were similar to the Uranian Ring sector. They were also conquered shamelessly by the Star Glory Federation with both carrots and sticks. Most of the local residents were assimilated because of the dictatorship of the Federation. Only a few people were tough and determined enough to refuse to join the Federation. Most of them were exiled to the Dragon Snake Space Zone. Then, how many sectors does the Star Glory Federation have today? Li Yao asked. 7, Fei Qi said. When the new Federation was established, there were 3 core sectors. In the following 70 years, it gradually swallowed the Forest Ocean sector, the Water Crystal sector, the Netherworld sector, and the Uranian Ring sector nearby. So, there are altogether 7 sectors in its territory now. Li Yao frowned. The new Federation? Yes. The antecedent of the Star Glory Federation was a planetary civilization originating from a single planet named Heaven's Origin, Fei Qi explained. Its name was also the Star Glory Federation with a history of 500 years. But today, people all call the Federation in that phase the Old Federation. 88 years ago, the Heaven's Origin sector and Flying Star sector, the Blood Demon sector nearby, officially signed an agreement to be united as one country and adopt a brand new federal calendar, which marks the beginning of a universal civilization. To differentiate it from the planetary civilization in the past, the new country is known as the New Federation. According to the calendar of the Star Glory Federation, we are now in year 89 of the new federal calendar. Scratching his chin, Li Yao mumbled to himself. That explains a lot. There are 7 sectors. Fei Qi, on the other hand, thought that the senior of the expedition army of the Imperium was worrying that the Star Glory Federation was too powerful to be conquered by an exhausted army after such a long journey. The émigré of the Uranian Ring civilization grew anxious. You may not know this, seniors, but although the Star Glory Federation does boast 7 sectors, 4 of them have only been acquired in the last century. How can they be conquered and assimilated so easily? At the edge of the cosmos, despite the ostensible dominance and invincibility of the Star Glory Federation, there are a lot of hidden problems and conflicts within the nation. For example, there is a deep contradiction between the 3 core sectors that founded the new Federation in the beginning and the 4 participative sectors that were conquered later, which is also known as the conflict between the 3 old sectors and 4 new sectors. Also, I'm told that Lingdang and Xinyue, the 2 she-devils of the Federation, have a long history of disagreements, too. Last but not least, while many outcasts who are unwilling to surrender to the tyranny of the Federation, such as us, have escaped to the Dragon Snake Space Zone, still more are lurking in our respective home in secret despite the mockery and mortification, waiting to rise from the ashes at an opportune moment. Therefore, although the Star Glory Federation looks like a majestic, unchallenged master at the edge of the cosmos nowadays. As soon as the magnificent army of the Imperium of true human beings marches to its border, with the local immortal cultivators such as us leading the way and cooperating internally, the Star Glory Federation will be nothing more than a clown that will make a joke of itself. It will be completely vulnerable and blown into smithereens in no time. Brutality flashed in Li Yao's eyes quickly. Is that so? So to speak, many people who are discontent with the Federation have gathered in the Dragon Snake Space Zone. Not knowing the truth, Fei Qi dutifully answered, yes. Those in the Uranian Ring sector, the Forest Ocean sector, the Water Crystal sector, and the Netherworld sector, who are reluctant to surrender, have either been expatriated or escaped on their own initiative to this place. They were mostly powerful big shots and celebrities in their respective homes with immeasurable wealth. Despite the robbery of Ding Lingdang and the extortion of Xinyue, they still managed to bring some of the wealth with them to the Dragon Snake Space Zone. Therefore, although the Dragon Snake Space Zone is barren and narrow, the construction over the past few decades has been quite impressive. If the seniors and fellow cultivators here are willing to pay a visit to Fish Dragon City, our main city in the area, you will definitely be able to receive the support of intelligence and resources. Li Yao's interest was aroused, but he sneered and said, "You're lying. If the Dragon Snake Space Zone is a home camp for the diehards against the Federation as you have described, why hasn't the Star Glory Federation sent an army here and annihilated each and every one of you?" Fei Qi blinked and said, "You might not know this, seniors, but the Star Glory Federation is the most hypocritical country of all. Nothing can violate the law, and everything has to be approved by the Supreme Parliament. It was one of the written clauses on the surrender agreement that we shall be exiled to this place. It was the decision of their parliament. Despite our discontent with the Federation, we have never committed any obviously hostile crimes. Based on what can the Federation tear the agreement that they signed and attack us without a good reason? If the Federation truly does something like this, how will the people of the four participative sectors view it? Also, how will the rightful, no, the government in exile of the Star Ocean Republic view the Federation? Wait, Li Yao raised his hand. The government in exile of the Star Ocean Republic? They know that? Yes. They are on Firefly. I know what Firefly is, but I didn't know that those remnants of the previous regime had fled here. Have they joined the Star Glory Federation, too? Li Yao asked in a hurry. Not yet, Fei Qi said. Those guys in the government in exile always proudly regard themselves as the rightful successors of the Sea of Stars. How can they not despise the Bumpkins at a corner of the universe? In the past 10 years, Firefly, the flagship of the government in exile of the Star Ocean Republic, has been docked near the Dragon Snake Space Zone, trading with us and the Federation. They exchanged magical equipment, techniques, and technologies from the center of the cosmos for all kinds of assets to repair their starship, which was on the brink of collapse after hundreds of years of running. I'm told that many people on Firefly actually grew interested in joining the Federation after visiting the homeland of the country. However, as the saying goes, it's better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. It won't be easy for the refugees from the center of the universe to abandon their pride that they have persevered in for 1,000 years and become a common member of a local force. The greedy Star Glory Federation naturally can't wait to get Firefly. However, the big ship from the center of the cosmos, housing the lost technology of the Republic, is certainly no pushover. The Federation can only tempt it but not assault it. The officials of the government in exile are watching exactly how the Federation treats the Dragon Snake Space Zone, which may decide whether or not they will abandon the banner of the Star Ocean Republic and join the Federation. At such a critical time, the Star Glory Federation definitely has to pretend to be lenient and faithful to their words. It may be easy to take over the Dragon Snake Space Zone, but it would be a shame if Firefly was scared away. Headhunter? What's that? Li Yao asked. Allow me to explain it to you. After the authorities of the Star Glory Federation signed an agreement with us and banished us here, they had no suitable reasons to deal with us anymore. However, it doesn't mean that they didn't do anything on a civic level. The people who have escaped to the Dragon Snake Space Zone from the Uranian Ring sector, the Forest Ocean sector, the Netherworld sector, and the Water Crystal sector generally hate the guts of the people who stayed home and joined the Star Glory Federation actively. For example, there is a deep contradiction between the heavenly light and the earthly brute. Many of us were sworn enemies before. The Star Glory Federation has never waged a war on us again on an official level. However, the people who have recently joined the Federation often try to hire experts of the Federation to sneak into the Dragon Snake Space Zone and kill their sworn enemies. The experts who sneak into the Dragon Snake Space Zone for assassination missions are known as Headhunters. On the Federation side, they are also known as Avengers. The group of Headhunters that we just took down was actually hired by some people of the Earthly Brute to sneak into the Dragon Snake Space Zone and kill a compatriot of the Heavenly Light who is nicknamed Dr. Li Yao found it interesting. Why did they want a doctor dead? Decades ago, Fei Qi replied. Before the Star Glory Federation conquered the Uranian ring sector, the doctor was responsible for treating patients with severe strike complex. Besides the usage of high-intensity happiness serum, which was a regular approach, he also studied hard and experimented to create a very marvelous electric stimulation therapy that proved to be highly effective in curing the strike complex. Many patients were cured of the disease due to his wholehearted treatment and returned to work, turning from lunatics into people who were of use to our civilization. However, the severe strike complex is a very dangerous illness, and there were bound to be side effects during the treatment. Most of the patients were unwilling to cooperate with him on their side, too. Therefore, some of the patients treated by the doctor died. Some others, although they survived, suffered brain damage to varying extents. In the old Uranian ring sector, it was anything but abnormal. Even the best doctors can only treat some diseases, not all diseases, and they can certainly not bring the deceased back to life, right? However, after the war, the doctor suddenly became unpardonable. Thankfully, the doctor changed his name and escaped to the Dragon Snake Space Zone in disguise during the post-war chaos. The guys who had side effects after the procedures of the doctor and the families of the patients who were dead, on the other hand, didn't give up. Once they had turned into citizens of the Federation and got the invaders behind them, they grew even more insatiable and aggressive. They demanded that the doctor be killed no matter what. They believed that the doctor had not been killed in the war. Therefore, they asked some sects in the Federation that specialize in investigating and tracking to look for the whereabouts of the doctor. Finally, they uncovered the latest identity of the doctor 5 years ago. Therefore, they hired a batch of headhunters to sneak into the Dragon Snake Space Zone to carry out the execution on the doctor. It was quite a fuss a while back. The doctor had known that he was a target of the headhunters for a long time. Over the past 5 years, he has narrowly escaped 3 dangerous assassinations. This was the 4th time. We were all hired by the doctor to help him deal with the headhunters. To save his life, he spent almost every penny that he saved in his entire life on hiring so many hands. This time, we were quite lucky. The doctor paid for precise intelligence at a great price in advance and found out the route and vehicles of the headhunters to enter the Dragon Snake Space Zone. Therefore, we were able to prepare an ambush beforehand and caught them unprepared. It was exactly what you saw just now. Fei Qi's words made all the nascent soul stage cultivators and the divinity transformation stage cultivators whisper to each other in great interest. Headhunters? Avengers? Sounds interesting. Quite interesting. After pondering for a moment, Long Yangjun raised a new question. Wait, what you said doesn't add up. Both investigating on the new identity and appearance of a person who has been missing for decades and hiring experts to assassinate him in a foreign space zone would have required a lot of money, right? According to what you've described, those who hate your guts should be at the bottom level of society. Even if they did join the Federation, it's impossible for them to have become rich overnight. How are they capable of hiring the investigators and headhunters? This is yet another clue of the sordidness and shamelessness of the Star Glory Federation. Fei Qi replied gloomily. There's a good chance that those lowly miners and filthy lackeys cannot even recognize their own names. They are as destitute as can be. How could they have provided the money for the most elite assassins to carry out such a dangerous task? However, the few most powerful forces in the Federation, including the glorious Sunlight Group, Skyfire, the Patriots Front, and so on, have established a fund known as the Vengeance Fund together, which is dedicated to providing financial support for those fellows. If those miners and lackeys are interested in hiring investigators and headhunters, they often only need to offer $1 or even 1 nickel symbolically, and the rest of the fees will be covered by the Vengeance Fund. The daily operations of the Vengeance Fund are run by the Skyfire, an organization led by the witch Xinyue. Also, Xinyue has also trained a batch of professional headhunters, who are the most brutal and skilled assassins dedicated to resolving the grudges of the miners, lackeys, and scoundrels in the past. Is that so? With weird brilliance shining in Long Yangjuan's eyes, she asked, "Why are the experts of the Star Glory Federation doing that?" On the surface, they have been doing everything under the pretext of the Federation, helping every citizen seek justice, be they wealthy or poor, powerful or weak. But in fact, everybody knows that it is just an approach to win the support of those who've recently joined. Also, it is a way to spread terror and mayhem in the Dragon Snake Space Zone, so that we will bend. Long Yangjun, Li Yao, and the other nascent soul stage cultivators and divinity transformation stage cultivators looked at each other. The Federation will help every citizen seek their justice. Everybody saw each other's amazement and fell into deep thought. For Ba Xiaoyu the beggar, who liked helping the weak and the poor best, his eyes were glittering in even more interest. Due to the limited time, Long Yangjun did not want to pursue the question any further and changed the topic. Tell me more about your CFIA-1. Who is your leader? Where did you learn the true path of immortality? The chairman of the CFIA is named Lu Qingchen, a citizen of the Federation born and raised there. Fei Qi replied dutifully. Please don't feel strange, everybody. Although Chairman Lu is a native of the Federation, he hates the Federation's guts. Both his grandfather and his father were killed miserably by the federal government. Chairman Lu chose to stand against the Federation a long time ago, too. He has caused quite a lot of damage within the Federation and is now the most wanted criminal with the highest bounty in the Federation. Also, Chairman Lu's master was an immortal cultivator of the Imperium true to its sense. He was also the mental pillar of the CFIA. His name was Su Changfa. Su Changfa. Hailan lost her calmness and shrieked, "Isn't he?" Long Yangjun looked back and glared at her to shut her up. She then turned around and calmly said, "So him? I didn't know that he ended up in the Federation. How's he doing now?" Senior Su passed away more than 50 years ago, Fei Qi said. However, all his knowledge and the glorious ideology of the true path of immortality have been passed on to Chairman Lu Qingchen. Chairman Lu has studied the true path of immortality for almost 100 years. He is a tough, determined, and loyal immortal cultivator who has been persisting in fighting despite the harshest environment. For a very long time, he was even fighting entirely on his own while he awaited the arrival of the fellow cultivators from the Imperium. After the 4 sectors were conquered by the Federation one after another, all the outcasts were quite confused and depressed. Our morale was lower than ever. Right when we ran into a dead end and couldn't find any light anywhere, it was Chairman Lu who showed up and brought us the true path of immortality. Finally, we were able to find a direction to walk in again. We were united and founded the CFIA. Lu Qingchen, Li Yao slightly frowned. He somehow felt that something was wrong. The very purpose of the CFIA is to wait for the arrival of the expedition army of the Imperium. Now that we are already here, where is your chairman Lu Qingchen? Lead us to him. I'm afraid that I can't do that. Fei Qi smiled bitterly. Chairman Lu is known as the most dreadful enemy for the Star Glory Federation. More people than anybody could count hate his guts and are waiting in line to cut him into pieces and burn his bones. His traces are usually unpredictable and mysterious, and he is the most prudent person I've ever seen. That's why he is still safe and sound after being wanted and hunted by the Federation for decades. Moreover, I'm in fact just a peripheral member of the CFIA. I've never seen Chairman Lu in person before. How can I know where he is right now and how to contact him? Long Yangjun nodded. That's very true. Then, you certainly have a supervisor or someone you can talk to in the CFIA, right? Of course, Fei Chi replied very quickly. I do have a contact who lives in Fish Dragon City right now. I can lead you there to him so that the news can be reported through the proper channels. With such a great piece of news, I believe that Chairman Liu will show up very soon to meet you. From your perspective, which important people in the Star Glory Federation are most dangerous and call for the most attention from us? Or rather, if we are to attack them for real, which critical people should we take care of first? Delighted, Fei Chi thought for a while and replied, the first two that come to my mind are definitely the two she-devils, Ding Lingdang and Jean Xinyue. The two of them are indispensable, critical figures in the Star Glory Federation and of paramount importance. As long as they are taken care of first, it will be of great help to strike the morale of the Federation and paralyze the pivot of the government. Other than the two she-devils, they also have Guo Chunfeng, who is the director of the Secret Sword Bureau, an intelligence and espionage agency in the Federation, Wu Mian, who is the head of the Glorious Sunlight Group, Jiang Xiaoyang, the Solar Eclipse, who is the best refiner in the Federation, and Mo Xian, the leader of the Federal Spirit Photon Research Institute, Fiend Blade Peng Hai, Fire Ant King, Yi Wuya, and by Xinjiang, Lei Dalu, and some other people in the Federal Fleet. There are also experts that are worth mentioning. All right, Long Yangjun said. You'll write down the files of those experts soon. Just write down whatever comes to mind. Don't worry that the content will be long-winded or repetitive. We will certainly find an opportunity to get rid of them after we have grasped the detailed information about them. Also, you seem to think very highly of the two she-devils, Ding Lingdang and Jean Xinyue. Why don't you tell us about them first? Make it simple and to the point. You know that. While he was thinking, a hint of fear beamed out of his eyes again. However, the thought that a majestic army from the Imperium was right behind him to provide support made him stand straight again. Ding Lingdang is one of the best fighters in the Star Glory Federation, known as the Blazing Tyrannosaur, the God of War, and many other nicknames. She is sort of the heart of the Star Glory Federation and a walking slogan. She is already quite popular among the three core sectors of the Federation. In the worlds that she has personally conquered, the idiotic, illiterate mobs among the bottom class even consider her a legend. 100 years ago, before the new Star Glory Federation was officially established, it had already extended the claws of invasion to the surroundings impatiently. The Heaven's Origin Sector, the Flying Star Sector, and the Blood Demon Sector co-implemented the Heavenly Path Plan, a project whose aim was to swallow space. They were hoping to explore and conquer the worlds near the three sectors by means of cruising in hibernation and continuous jumps. Ding Lingdang was the first and the most important operative of the Heavenly Path Plan. In the most advanced hibernation exploration starship of the Federation, she wandered in the universe by herself like a sleeping devil who searched for prey that she could devour ravenously. In the past 100 years, she has been in such a state, hibernating in the sea of stars, most of the time, and only woke up 3 times in total. Although she only woke up 3 times, she brought incessant slaughter, damage, and destruction every time she did. She was the bane of the weak sectors. The first time she woke up was 72 years ago, when she snuck into the Netherworld sector all by herself. She stayed there for quite a few years, instigating the internal strife of the major forces inside the Netherworld sector. She also gathered a batch of subordinates of her own and established an independent force. Rising from the chaos, she united the world in the end. All in all, according to the official publications of the federal government, which bragged about her brilliant achievements, it seems she completely suppressed the Netherworld sector entirely on her own, however unbelievable and ridiculous it sounds. But such a narrative is shameless demagogy and propaganda that I'm sure can't fool you. In general, the result is that Ding Lingdang helped the Star Glory Federation swallow the Netherworld sector. The Netherworld sector? It sounds like rather a horrible world, Li Yao remarked. For your information, Senior, it is not exactly horrible, Fei Chi explained. The Netherworld sector is a world that belongs to the deceased. Most of the residents of the world are ghosts. It seems that a destructive super war once broke out in their world. The parties involved in the war all resorted to the calamitic magical equipment. The fatal mystic rays swept across the surface of the entire planet. Not only were most people killed at once, they were also transformed into ghosts. It is a world of the angry wraths and apparitions. Although they had already become ghosts, they never let go of their hatred for each other, continuing to fight as ghosts. There was nothing but gloomy wind and sorrowful cries in the entire world. Wouldn't a she-devil as brutal as Ding Lingdang feel that she was a fish in the water once she had arrived in such a world? All in all, after the she-devil woke up for the first time, the poor Netherworld sector ended up as her prey. Soon after the Netherworld sector was conquered, she set off again and traversed deeper into space, looking for fatter prey. She didn't wake up again until approximately 40 years ago. This time, the Uranian ring sector got devoured as a whole and turned into scrumptious food in her belly. Swallowing 2 sectors in a row in only decades, the she-devil, the she-Tyrannosaur, was still not satisfied. About 10 years ago, she woke up again while she was exploring the Sea of Stars. This time, it was Firefly, the last flagship of the government in exile of the Star Ocean Republic, that she discovered. According to the official propaganda of the federal government, Ding Lingdang was once again innocently involved in the internal conflict on Firefly and happened to help a certain force on Firefly resolve the crisis. She also summoned a federal fleet when Firefly was under the attack of a fleet from the Imperium. Yes, while the seniors here were lost in the cosmic storm, there should have been a subfleet on your side that was unfortunately annihilated by Ding Lingdang after a battle with her during a reconnaissance mission. All in all, Ding Lingdang helped the government in exile of the Star Ocean Republic to preserve their last flagship, thereby winning their friendship. She convinced them to dock at the border of the Star Glory Federation for trade between the two parties. The Star Glory Federation not only received countless marvelous techniques and technologies that originated from the center of the cosmos from Firefly, but also captured a lot of immortal cultivators in the battle. They must have elicited tremendous intelligence about the seniors here from the captives. Ding Lingdang made great contributions yet again. With the 3 great achievements, namely swallowing the Netherworld sector, conquering the Uranian ring sector, and saving Firefly, Ding Lingdang was promoted by the federal government as a walking slogan like a superhero. She is now essentially a symbol of the Star Glory Federation, an almighty god of war. Therefore, you need to kill Ding Lingdang first. No, not just kill her, defeat her, savage her, trample on her, and torture her for 10 days and 10 nights, making her beg to be killed. If you broadcast that scene to the entire Star Glory Federation, I'm certain that the morale of the Federation will collapse. Thank you for your enlightenment, fellow cultivator Fei, Li Yao replied. You're truly thoughtful. I'll make sure that you are properly awarded someday. Overjoyed, Fei Qi obsequiously said, You are flattering me, senior. It's my greatest honor to be at the service of the Imperium. Long Yangjun smiled. So to speak, this she-Tyrannosaur Ding Lingdang is indeed something. Of the 7 sectors that the Federation has today, she conquered 2 on her own and helped the Federation bridge the gap between them and the government in exile of the Star Ocean Republic. It seems rather appropriate to describe her as a superhero, the soul and symbol of the Federation. But I wonder, how exactly is Xinyue, the Venomous witch in your words, capable of being a match for Ding Lingdang? Fei Qi swallowed hard, with sweat popping up on his forehead. On the surface, Xinyue is not nearly as accomplished and dominant as Ding Lingdang. But in fact, she is a person much more dangerous than Ding Lingdang. Viper and Scorpion are not enough to describe 1/1,000,000th of her cruelty and cunningness. That's because Ding Lingdang is a simple warrior who has more brawn than brains, and all her terrorism, slaughter, and destruction are open to the public, whereas Xinyue is best known for her treachery and her iron hand in the velvet glove. All in all, everybody in the Dragon Snake Space Zone knows that if you piss off Ding Lingdang, she may punch you to a clean and painless death. But if Xinyue has got her eyes on you, she can come up with 100 ways in the blink of an eye to make your life as miserable as hell and force you to wonder why you were born into this world. Right? I don't think I've told you this just now, but this Xinyue was actually born a demon. A demon? Long Yangjun was slightly dazed. The demons had ruled over the Sea of Stars for 30,000 years, which were now known as the Great Dark Age. Hylon had told them the relevant intelligence before. Therefore, it was impossible for Long Yanjun to give herself away just because of that. After only a brief moment of hesitation, she simply went on and asked, "Has the Star Glory Federation been conspiring with the demons?" "They are not just conspiring. They have been in the same gang since the very beginning, the Blood Demon Sector. One of the 3 founding sectors of the new Federation is a world of demons. Xinyue was the queen of demons in the sector, known as the Dark Lady of the 9 Heavens. To think that a world of demons is now colluding with a world of human beings. Nothing can be more shameless and insane than that. Such a federation is already disgusting enough when you just look at it. How can anybody be interested in joining it?" All in all, while the space patrollers like Lingdang actively pushed the Heavenly Path plan forward and launched an invasion on the outside worlds, Xinyue the Venomous which stayed at home and suppressed the internal insurgencies. Yes, the cruel and brutal Xinyue is best at suppressing internal insurgencies and completely taming the sectors that have already been conquered. The Equality and Development Ministry? Li Yao queried. By equality and development, they mean carving and swallowing, Fei Qi said. We all call it the Conquest Ministry. It is a bloody bureau that is specifically responsible for carrying out enslaving education in the 4 newly conquered worlds, colonizing the new territory, and exploiting, extorting, and suppressing the resistors such as ourselves. Under the leadership of the vicious Xinyue, the colonization that the Conquest Ministry implemented on the 4 new worlds went quite well. She is best at double-dealing, instigation, divide and conquer, and other diplomatic methods. After decades of enslaving education, most of the people in the 4 new worlds have already forgotten the pride and dignity of their respective civilizations of the past and really consider themselves federal citizens. The few resistors whose heads were clear enough and who were too determined to surrender have also been captured, tried, and executed at Xinyue's command. At this point, without the assistance of the fellow cultivators and seniors from the Imperium, it will be absolutely impossible for us to defeat the witch. Xinyue, the executioner whose hands are covered in blood, climbed upward on the ladder of power, stepping on the piles of bones of the resistors from the 4 new worlds. She continued expanding her influence in the federal government and collecting resources from the 4 new worlds to please the major sects and conglomerates in the Heaven's Origin sector, the Flying Star sector, and the Blood Demon sector. After a series of sordid, shameless, clandestine deals, she became one of the most important ministers in the federal government. She is now like the sun at midday, utterly unshakable. She is currently campaigning for the role of Supreme Speaker in Parliament right now. If the witch is truly elected as the Speaker of the Federation, the days of the 4 new worlds will only get worse. Nobody wants Xinyue to be elected as the Speaker. However, Skyfire, which is under Xinyue's control, is one of the most powerful forces in the Star Glory Federation. She is quite popular among the major sects in the 3 core sectors and has the support of the vast majority of the demons in the Federation. The odds that she will win the election are very high. Seniors, if possible, please try to take down Xinyue first before the final battle. As long as she is taken care of, half of the plots and schemes of the Federation will be gone. Showing neither approval nor disapproval, Long Yanjun coldly said, "It is not your place to decide our specific tactics. All you need to do is tell us everything that you know. Is there anything else you would like to say about the 2 she-devils? You just mentioned that the 2 of them are in disagreement. What? Is their relationship not good? That makes sense. 2 tigers cannot live on the same mountain. I can tell that neither of the 2 women are willing to work under somebody else. It is only natural that they are at loggerheads with each other. I couldn't agree more. The 2 she-devils have never been in a good relationship. Skyfire and the Patriots Front under their lead have also been competing openly and in secret for almost 100 years. It is not a big secret within the Federation." Licking his dry lips, Fei Qi added, "Although Lingdang is Xinyue's masteress, it's not like that Xinyue would simply wait." "Excuse me?" Long Yanjun was slightly dazed. About the two most powerful women in the Federation, Lingdang is Xinyue's masteress? What do you mean by masteress? I don't suppose it is master's wife, does it? What else can masteress mean? Fei Qi blinked and replied, Xinyue's master and Lingdang's husband are the same person. Well, that is rather. Even Long Yangjun was lost for words for a moment. She looked back, only to discover that the nascent soul stage cultivators and the divinity transformation stage cultivators were also dumbfounded, not knowing what was going on. For ancient cultivators, the title of master was 10,000 heavier than it was in the modern cultivation civilization. It was because the gap between ordinary people and cultivators in ancient times was larger, and it was more difficult for the former to be admitted by a cultivation sect. The cultivation arts and techniques were also highly confidential. It was impossible for some arts to be placed on the spiritual nexus where they could be downloaded by any random person. To be accepted by a wise master meant that the possibility of learning state-of-the-art techniques, getting rid of the miserable life of an ordinary person, and turning into a brilliant and wealthy deity. It was the biggest dream for everyone. Under such circumstances, if a master was willing to recruit someone, support them and their family, and teach them all kinds of techniques, the master would essentially be giving the disciple a new life. The disciple should respect their master more than they respected their own parents. Therefore, the formalities between master and disciple were highly valued by the ancient cultivators. A cultivator's master and masteress were equivalent to their birth parents in the sect. Of course, some disciples might have killed their master for various reasons, but they certainly did such things in secret. The notoriety of Master Spiritual Vulture could half be attributed to him slaughtering the many villages, but the main reason was that he had killed his master, Elder Five Despair. Were it not for the fact that Master Spiritual Vulture had been born in the Southland of Sorcerers and should not be treated with the manners and rules of the Central Plateaus, and if it were not the end of a dynasty where everything was in chaos and guidelines were no longer appreciated, it would not have been possible for the Master Spiritual Vulture that Li Yao played to shake off the aftermath of the event. Lingdang and Xinyue, the two influential she-devils in the Star Glory Federation, turned out to be in a relationship of masteress and disciple, and yet they were at loggerheads in public, causing such a fuss that even someone like Fei Qi knew of their conflict. It was something utterly incomprehensible for the people from the ancient times. Should betraying one's master not be done in secret? How uncanny! Long Yangjun exclaimed in surprise. Lingdang and Xinyue are both critical figures in the Federation. If what you said is to be believed, they are strong, resolute, wealthy, and powerful. If they joined hands, it should be more than enough for them to control half of the Federation. Then, shouldn't Lingdang's husband and Xinyue's master be the king of the Federation? Why didn't you mention such a great man just now? He truly deserves to be called the king of the Federation. In the old Federation 100 years ago, Fei Qi said. Lingdang's husband and Xinyue's master was named Vulture Li Yao. He was an extraordinary person in the old Federation. It was said that Vulture Li Yao made unparalleled contributions to the unification of the Heaven's Origin Sector, the Flying Star Sector, and the Blood Demon Sector in the era of the Old Federation. Even the few major forces that support the new Federation, including Skyfire, the Glorious Sunlight Group, and so on, were actually founded by Vulture Li Yao. Even Lingdang and Xinyue's great power and influence in the new Federation have a lot to do with the enormous legacy of Vulture Li Yao that they inherited. Vulture Li Yao. Long Yangjun chewed on the name thoughtfully. The many nascent soul stage cultivators and divinity transformation stage cultivators behind her also frowned solemnly. He sounded like a real badass and must have been a ferocious, treacherous person that was difficult to deal with. However, it was all 100 years ago, Fei Qi said. Vulture Li Yao went on a mission 100 years ago. The authorities of the Federation have always tried to hide the traces and never offered any explanation to his outcome. However, a lot of rumors have been spreading among the people. The most trustworthy theory is that Vulture Li Yao went mentally deranged and died a miserable death abruptly 100 years ago because he grew famous too early and advanced into the nascent soul stage too young. Not to mention a certain superlative technique he practiced that severely exhausted his body and soul. because he was a symbolic figure in the Old Federation and the greatest legend of the Old Federation, who in the official propaganda was even praised as the supreme person of the three sectors. The federal government was reluctant to acknowledge his miserable death. Therefore, they have always remained ambiguous as to his outcome. All in all, 100 years have passed. In the past years, drastic changes have happened to the Federation. From 3 sectors to 7 sectors, and from the old Federation to the new Federation, all kinds of heroes and experts have emerged. The old monsters such as Is Li Yao, who belong to the era of the old Federation, have already become pictures in history books. Except during the college entrance examinations in the Federation every year, and when Lingdang and Xinyue are mentioned, few people are interested in talking about him today. That's why I didn't mention the legendary old monster who has probably been dead for 100 years when you asked me just now. He cannot become trouble for the Imperium. Wait! Long Yangjuan's pupils suddenly constricted. Her nostrils slightly expanding, she touched the tip of her nose softly. How many years? When did Is Li Yao die? Fei Qi found Long Yangjuan's reactions queer, but he still confessed dutifully under the stimulation of her needles. Probably about 100 years ago. The specific timing is unverifiable now. However, the old monster has not been seen or heard from since the new Federation was founded. At first, Is Li Yao was said to be training in seclusion. Then, he was claimed to have joined the space patrollers to explore the universe with his wife, Lingdang. However, when Lingdang reappeared in the Federation, there was no sign of Is Li Yao. All the departments of the federal government avoided the questions tacitly. According to our analysis, Is Li Yao must have died a long time ago. The training in seclusion and the exploration of the universe are just smoke grenades and fake news that the federal government released as buffers to ease the aftershock of the abrupt death of such a federal hero. That explains a lot, Long Yangjun mumbled to herself. A vague smile popped up on her face again as she glanced at Li Yao casually. Is Li Yao, the strongest monster in the old Federation, went missing 100 years ago, presumably dead. Li Yao stared back at her innocently and fearlessly. After 100 years of rapid development, the Star Glory Federation had greatly expanded. Besides the previous 3 sectors, it had acquired 4 new worlds. For the new worlds, while the revolutionary changes were passionately welcomed by most of the populace, the interests of the previously privileged would certainly be harmed, if not deprived. In such a time of changes and development, when the Federation was expanding quickly, not only had a batch of people who were highly discontent about the Federation emerged in the Forest Ring sector, the Forest Ocean sector, the Netherworld sector, and the Water Crystal sector. Even some people in the 3 core sectors had failed to keep up with the progress of the universe and had second thoughts. The Star Glory Federation valued the freedom of entry and departure and did not force anyone to become its citizen. But naturally, not any random person could become a citizen unconditionally. For the people who were highly resistant to the Federation and unwilling to stay in the territory of the Federation but had not violated any laws or committed any hostile actions, the Dragon Snake Space Zone was the new home that the Federation specifically prepared for them. With the red giant at the center of the Dragon Snake Space Zone that was relatively stable, although it was impossible for them to live their lives extravagantly any longer, they could still survive. At the very least, it was certainly much better than wandering aimlessly in the universe on a ragged starship with few resources. Therefore, after decades, a lot of outcasts from the 4 new worlds had moved to the Dragon Snake Space Zone. Those people were mostly the top class of their respective worlds and had a rather decent amount of wealth, treasures, and confidential heritages in their hands. One way or another, they had managed to bring some of their belongings out with them. Therefore, after a while, the small Dragon Snake Space Zone had expanded, enjoying abnormal prosperity. However, the Dragon Snake Space Zone did not have a unified government or an efficient management system. The outcasts did not see any hope or any way out either. Except for their mutual hatred and disgust for the Federation, they were not entirely on the same boat. Internal conflicts and thefts were anything but rare here. Also, the Headhunters from the Star Glory Federation were often themselves the most ferocious, dangerous outlaws in the country. In many cases, They were not necessarily there to serve the justice, but to rob the outcasts of the secret treasures that they had brought from their hometown. The damage that the Headhunters caused when they acted without bothering the consequences made the security of the Dragon Snake Space Zone even worse. Due to the various factors, the Dragon Snake Space Zone had turned into such a bizarre, unruly, disorganized place where all kinds of devils were dancing. Even the space pirates, which had gone extinct in the Star Glory Federation, had been brought back to life there. However, most of them were not professional space pirates, but only guest stars in the Dragon Snake Space Zone, robbing each other during the day, drinking themselves to sleep at night, and reminiscing about their former glory in the past. That was basically the life of the people there. The Dragon Snake Space Zone is the most chaotic place near the Star Glory Federation. For us, it will be the best starting point. After finishing the interrogation on Fei Qi, the 12 experts from the Ancient Sages sector and Hai Lan gathered again to discuss the operations in the next step. First of all, Long Yangjun said, "Those who have been banished or escaped to the Dragon Snake Space Zone often have blood debts in their hometown, just like the doctor. Even those who do not have unresolved issues often carry precious items with them. Therefore, most of them have chosen to change their name and appearance, turning into someone entirely different. In the Dragon Snake Space Zone, identity is never a problem. Most people prepare 3 to 5 false identities for themselves. It is a custom not to ask about other people's backgrounds, too. Whoever is too interested in other people's business will be mistaken for a headhunter from the Federation and attacked by everyone. The entire Dragon Snake Space Zone has a population of hundreds of millions. That is only a rough estimate. After all, nobody can perform a census here. Many smugglers escaped here on their starships stealthily. As long as they bring enough resources from their hometown, nobody will care who they are exactly. Hundreds of millions of people, and probably even more, are all hiding their names, appearances, and backgrounds. How can the Federation investigate the identity of each and every one of them? We will consider the Dragon Snake Space Zone a platform. When we learn the customs of the modern cultivation civilization in the lawless land of chaos, we will be like 12 leaves hiding in a forest. There's no way that we will be caught. Also, Fei Qi said that there is an amazing business in the Dragon Snake Space Zone. Some people specialize in getting legal identities of the Star Glory Federation for their clients. That's because the people who have escaped to the Dragon Snake Space Zone are not necessarily all diehards, such as Fei Qi, who are determined to resist the Federation to the end. In fact, according to what we have figured out, other than the approach of direct war that the Star Glory Federation adopted when it conquered the Uranian Ring sector, its conquest over the other 3 sectors was much gentler. The Netherworld sector and the Water Crystal sector even offered to join the Federation. Some people ran away from those worlds only because they found it impossible to accept such a behemoth named the Star Glory Federation from a foreign world in the beginning. After living in the chaotic, hopeless Dragon Snake Space Zone for decades and gaining a deeper understanding of the Star Glory Federation, many of them have changed their minds and want to go home. The Federation's attitude toward them is rather ambiguous, but in general, as long as they do not owe any blood debts in their hometown and all the past issues have been resolved properly, they're still allowed to go home. There will be a lot that we can work on in the process. For example, they had been an obedient folk who never committed any crime in his hometown before he escaped to the Dragon Snake Space Zone from the Water Crystal sector. It was only because he didn't see eye to eye about certain policies of the Federation, and because he feared that his wealth would be lost in the revolution, that he refused to join the Federation and immigrated to the Dragon Snake Space Zone. It would be totally fine if such a person intended to go home. However, if they passed away while he was in the Dragon Snake Space Zone, and all that was left was his identity. As for who exactly returned to the Federation under the identity of it is something that is highly difficult to investigate. After all, it is more than simple to make a person disappear without a trace in the vast universe. And it is tremendously difficult to determine the life, death, and whereabouts of a person. Many people in the Dragon Snake Space Zone actually thrive on such a business. They specialize in fabricating identities for other people to enter the Federation legally. We can probably also fabricate 12 new identities that are safer than the ones we came up with on our own when we set off. What do you think, fellow cultivators? The nascent soul stage cultivators and the divinity transformation stage cultivators discussed among themselves. There was no objection to Long Yangjuan's proposal in principle. What they were about to do next could be summarized as adaptation, study, observation, and selection. Nothing could go wrong if they added another coat to their previous camouflage. But Han Bailing, the sovereign of the prairies, tapped the table and reminded everyone, "We are certainly going to fish Dragon City, the main city in the Dragon Snake Space Zone. However, everybody must raise your wariness and not be too careless." I've been considering the issues about the Dragon Snake Space Zone just now. Logically, after conquering the 4 new worlds, instead of eliminating all the troubles once and for all, they specifically left a land for the outcasts and exiled. Weren't they fomenting trouble for themselves by doing so? Since the Star Glory Federation has as cruel and resolute a leader as Xinyue, I don't think that they should have done such a thing that would cause infinite trouble later. However, on second thought, the Star Glory Federation only had 3 sectors at first, and it has absorbed 4 new ones in only 100 years. The speed of expansion is too fast. As the saying goes, more haste, less speed. After swallowing 4 pieces of fat meat in a row, I'm afraid that the Star Glory Federation is terribly full right now. Even if it wants to uncover and suppress every rebellion in every sector, that is not something that can be accomplished. Now that it is impossible to locate all the rebels and kill them, the Star Glory Federation might as well pretend to be lenient and prepare a new home for them, gathering all of them openly for the convenience of supervision and control, instead of allowing them to lurk in their homes and wait to counterattack. I think that is the greatest reason for the Star Glory Federation establishing the Dragon Snake Space Zone. If Xinyue was the one who came up with such an idea, the Venomous, which certainly knew what she was doing, she must not be underestimated. What I'm saying is that, while the Dragon Snake Space Zone appears to a self-regulating, semi-independent sector under the feet of the Federation, it will be watched closely by the Federation. The spies and agents of the federal government must be everywhere. If we are merely preparing a few false identities, maybe the Federation will not bother to deal with the insignificant small fries. However, if we do something outrageous in Fish Dragon City while hoping that the Federation will turn a blind eye to us, that's too juvenile. What you said does make sense, fellow cultivator Han, Qi Zhongdao said solemnly. According to Fei Qi's confession just now, neither Blazing Tyrannosaur, Ding Lingdang, nor Venomous, which Xinyue, are easy to deal with. If we pick the Imperium side, those 2 women will be our most dangerous enemies. Even if we choose the Federation, it will still be difficult for us to bargain with the 2 women and take advantage of them. Ding Lingdang and Xinyue are naturally extraordinary figures in the Star Glory Federation. They're the targets that we must be highly wary of, but there's somebody else that concerns me even more, one who may be 100 times more dreadful than the 2 women combined. Meng Qixin, the wolf god and one of the 2 divinity transformation stage cultivators, said with a dull voice from the iron shell. It is Vulture Li Yao. In my opinion, something must be wrong with Vulture's death. Perhaps the truth is that he has been training in seclusion for 100 years. You must know that in the ancient sages sector, many major sects and magnificent dynasties with a long history, besides the subordinates and disciples on the surface, are often supported by certain old monsters who lurked in the darkness with their immeasurable capabilities. Those monsters often train themselves in seclusion for hundreds of years. They never show up easily or bother to meddle in insignificant affairs. Only in a moment of life and death for the sects or the dynasties will they break out of seclusion and reverse the situation. Such an old monster is the last trump card of a sect or a dynasty. They are out-and-out founding fathers of those enterprises. I believe that you are all well aware of the dreadfulness of such founding fathers. Indeed, Han Bailing said, "Aren't you the founding father on the prairies, master?" Meng Qixin laughed and said, "I'm not an old ancestor at all. Young emperor, I remember that your thunderous Qian sect fought with a founding father of the previous dynasty, Great Fire Dynasty, while you were conquering the world. That was an earth-shattering battle, wasn't it?" "Yes." Emperor Phoenix's expression changed. He swallowed and said, "1,000 years ago, when the thunderous Qian sect was rising. The Great Fire Dynasty was already a setting sun that was catching its last breath. The ancestors of the thunderous Qian sect took over half of the territory with the coalition army of 88 sects without any trouble. The vanguard of the army was marching right toward the capital city of the Great Fire Dynasty. Even the 7 experts of the Great Fire Dynasty, known as 7 fiery gods, were all heavily wounded or killed by us. But never did anyone anticipate that such a founding father was lurking deep inside the royal palace of the Great Fire Dynasty, who launched the sharpest counterattack with his unparalleled strength. In the battle, 3 divinity transformation stage cultivators, 9 nascent soul stage cultivators, and countless core formation stage cultivators perished on our side. The most devastating prices were paid in order to kill the ancestor of the Great Fire Dynasty. It was the most dangerous battle for the rise of the Great Qian Dynasty. At the most crucial moment, the ancestor almost broke our battle formation entirely on his own, which would have led to the collapse of the army. If he had been slightly stronger, it definitely would have happened. Had the coalition army collapsed, the world would have been in chaos for many more decades. The sky was dim, the sun and the moon changed color, and blood was flowing into rivers in the battle. None of the high-level cultivators involved in the battle were not scared when they recalled it later. It is said that when the ancestor of the Great Fire Dynasty activated his most powerful technique, the entire sky above the capital city seemed to be on fire. Therefore, when we compiled the history archives of the previous dynasty, the battle was referred to as the Sky Burning Battle. The Sky Burning Battle was the most famous fight during the rise of the Great Qian Dynasty. All the cultivators there except Li Yao knew every detail of the event. They did not need more of an explanation from Emperor Phoenix to imagine the scene of horror and destruction. All the experts from the ancient sages sector looked awful. Meng Qixin sighed gloomily and said, "We don't have the privilege to witness the charisma and the terror of the founding father of the Great Fire Dynasty now. However, this vulture Li Yao is also a terrible existence in the Star Glory Federation who is almost a founding father. If he is truly not dead yet, how strong will he be now after training in seclusion for more than a century?" It must be noted that, while the ancestor of the Great Fire Dynasty was just a physically strong but simple-headed warrior, he was able to deal tremendous damage to the coalition army and almost lengthened the longevity of the Great Fire Dynasty by decades entirely on his own. Vulture Li Yao has raised such a clever and shrewd woman as Xinyue. His wisdom and cunningness must not be underestimated. Do you think that such an old monster and a founding father of the Star Glory Federation, who is as good at both thinking and fighting and has been lurking in darkness all this time, deserves more attention and wariness than Ding Lingdang and Xinyue, who are merely 2 dangerous figures on the surface? After hearing Meng Qixin's words, the experts from the ancient sages sector all nodded in deep thought. "What you said does make sense, Senior Meng. This monster Li is probably not dead yet, but only training in seclusion. Horrible. This is too horrible. Blazing Tyrannosaur, Ding Lingdang, and Venomous, which Xinyue are already big enough headaches. And there is still a founding father that is lurking in the darkness. I'm afraid that this monster Li won't show up easily, but when he does break out of seclusion and show up in front of us, there will definitely be a bloody battle that will eclipse the sun. Yes, we must pay special attention to this monster Li. He will be the greatest unexpected factor on our trip." Cough, cough. "Well, in fact, it might not be as severe as it appears," Li Yao said. "Maybe this monster Li truly died abruptly a long time ago. The rumors about him could be bluffs and overstatements, too. He might not be as awesome as he was made out to be. There is no need for us to act like he's a great enemy, right?" "Exactly." Mother White Lotus Wan Mingzhu slapped the table and shrieked. "You are saying exactly what is on our mind. Didn't Fei Qi just say that there are few divinity transformation stage cultivators in the Star Glory Federation? Also, the divinity transformation stage cultivators of this era often only specialize in one specific field and do not know much about other fields. The few divinity transformation stage cultivators of the Federation are mostly focused on management and research right now. It is hard to say whether or not they can perform at the level of a core formation stage cultivator in a battle. In comparison, we have 2 divinity transformation stage cultivators and 10 high-level nascent soul stage cultivators, who are all adepts in the arts of fighting and killing. Now that the 12 of us have joined our hands, we are definitely enough to swagger in the Star Glory Federation. Let's forget that monster Li, who could have been dead for a long time now. Even if he is still alive and shows up right in front of us, so what? We will simply work together and suppress him. Then, we will simply pluck all the hair from the old monster and turn him from a vulture into a bear chicken. Why are you all bigging up our enemy and thinking little of ourselves? Fellow cultivator spiritual vulture, that is also what you were thinking, right? Yes. All right. Long Yangjun almost failed to stop herself from laughing. She rubbed her cheeks hard in order to contain herself. Finally, she concluded, all you've said makes a lot of sense, fellow cultivators. However, we don't know much about the Star Glory Federation and this monster Li yet. It is meaningless for us to keep discussing while doing nothing. Let's just go to Fish Dragon City to collect intelligence, blend into the entirely different new world, and retrieve perfect false identities so that we can sneak into the Federation. Long Yangjuan's proposal was seconded by everyone. When the meeting was about to end, Hailan knocked on the door. The examination of Fei Qi's swordfish-like assault warship has been completed, Hailan said to everyone respectfully. The operation pattern of the starship is generally the same as the starships of the Imperium. I can get the hang of it after slight adaptation. Also, the warship falls into the category of small rapid assault warships. It requires a very small number of crew members. If we cruise normally within the Dragon Snake space zone, the 13 of us are totally enough for the job. The story that the 12 experts of the Ancient Sages sector had told Hailan was that they were sneaking into the Federation to collect intelligence and cooperate with the fleet of the Imperium. With such an excuse, they had won the support of the female warrior from the Imperium half forcefully. Besides, the 2 divinity transformation stage cultivators had also planted a lot of barriers inside Hailan's mind and body. Li Yao had also crafted almost 10 shackles in the shape of jewelry and asked her to wear them. Hailan's every action was under their close observation. Therefore, they were not scared that the female warrior of the Imperium had ill intentions. All right, Li Yao nodded. In the past 6 months, Hailan had been working as his assistant to repair the Colossi and the starship, and the many pieces of surveillance magical equipment on Hailan had to be controlled by him. Therefore, everybody had entrusted Hailan to his custody. She was sort of his lackey now. Got it, Li Yao said to Hailan. Later, capture the crew members at the key posts and interrogate them to get the specific operations of the swordfish-like assault warship. Then move the important facilities on Weary Tooth, including the magical equipment units dismantled from the Xinyue warship, to the swordfish-like assault warship. We will be leaving for Fish Dragon City in 3 days. What are you waiting for? Off you go. After hesitating for a long time, Hailan gritted her teeth and emboldened herself. There is something very important that I'd like to speak to Master Spiritual Vulture and other seniors here. Oh, Li Yao was slightly dazed. What is it? Whatever Fei Qi said just now, including the things that have happened to the Uranian ring civilization, please do not let it bother you, Master Spiritual Vulture and seniors. Solemnly, Hailan replied, a scumbag like Fei Qi is not a real immortal cultivator at all. The decayed and corrupt system in the Uranian ring civilization is completely different from the true path of immortality that the Imperium of true human beings put into practice, too. I know that you must be despising Fei Qi, seniors. Chances are that you may even misunderstand the great title of Immortal Cultivator. So, I feel obliged to explain everything to you. Li Yao smiled. What is the Imperium of true human beings anything different from the Uranian ring civilization? They sound very similar. Aren't the heavenly light and the earthly brute the true human beings and the hominoids in the Imperium? The strong should stay on the top, enslaving and exploiting the weak. Isn't that the idea that you have been preaching to us in the past half year? Why do you despise Fei Qi? Doesn't what he said and did suggest that he is a most standard immortal cultivator? The experts who have proved themselves strong in cruel competitions and bloody tests are true human beings, whereas strengthless weaklings are the hominoids. It barely has anything to do with who their parents and ancestors are. That is the essence of the true path of immortality. It is obviously not the case for the Uranian Ring civilization. Perhaps in the early stage of the Uranian Ring civilization thousands of years ago, the heavenly light who risked their life mending and repairing the Uranian Ring beyond the atmosphere were indeed the elites of the society that deserved the proud title of true human beings. In comparison, the earthly brute were indeed weaklings, losers, lazy wretches, short-sighted, and unwilling to work for the future of their posterity. They had themselves to blame when they were rejected from the Uranian Ring and had to struggle to survive on the perilous, heavily polluted surface of the planet. However, that was thousands of years ago. They were the strong and the weak, the true human beings and hominoids, thousands of years ago. Based on what do the heavenly light today consider themselves to be the elites, the chosen ones, the top class, or in short, true human beings? Why do they take the Uranian Ring for granted? Just because of the glory of their ancestors? It is just a matter of birth and has absolutely nothing to do with their own hard work. In comparison, couldn't a few experts have distinguished themselves from the earthly brute after struggling for such a long time on the perilous planet under the stimulation of dangers and difficulties? Are those experts not qualified to ascend to the Uranian Ring for better education, more intense training, and the support of more resources so that they can lead the whole civilization to a new peak? The offspring of the heavenly light remain forever the heavenly light, and the children of the earthly brute will belong to the earthly brute for all eternity. Their social stratification became rigid. All that the elites of the upper class could think of is how to exploit the people of the lower class instead of fighting for a better future, and the people of the lower class accumulated so much fury that they did not know where to vent it. Such a civilization will only waste all its power on internal strife. Did it have a future at all? Such a civilization is not a real civilization of immortal cultivators at all. It is just a regime that the selfish scumbags such as Fei-Chi established to meet their greedy and ridiculous demands under the banner of the immortal cultivators. It is not strange at all that such a civilization was destroyed by a civilization of cultivators. If anything, we are even happy to see that. You are happy to see that? Li Yao's face was extremely weird. The other experts were also stunned by Highland's argument. Why does it sound to me that you hate the Uranian Ring civilization even more than you hate the Star Glory Federation? Of course, Highland said solemnly. The competition between the immortal cultivators and the cultivators is nothing personal, but about the righteous path we should walk on. We only have different opinions about the future of the civilization of mankind. Although we are enemies, we are merely hostile to each other. There is nothing too hateful or disdainful about the Star Glory Federation. The false immortal cultivators such as Fei-Chi, on the other hand, have been satisfying the selfish desires under the pretext of the true path of immortality. As a result, the reputation of the immortal cultivators in the universe has been tarnished by them. As a real immortal cultivator, it is only natural that I loathe counterfeits more than I loathe cultivators. Li Yao coughed and was lost for words for a moment. After thinking about her words, he asked curiously, since you are so discontent with the system of the Uranian Ring civilization, I do wonder, how would the situation of the Uranian Ring civilization probably have been handled in the Imperium of true human beings? You don't need to say probably, Hylon declared proudly. In the Imperium of true human beings, it is very common for the residents of a planet to be divided into two classes like in the Uranian Ring civilization. The hominoids, which take up most of the population, live on the surface of the planet where the environment is harsh. The few true human beings live on the comfortable, advanced orbit cities in space. It is because the center of the cosmos was the main battlefield of the Armageddon Rebellion 10,000 years ago. Many habitable planets were consumed by the flames of war, with the Earth heavily polluted and damaged, just like the Uranian Ring planet. Such planets are not suitable for survival. Then, the best option is to establish orbit cities not far away from the mother planet, where the resources on the mother planet can be collected and the harsh climate on the surface of the planet can be avoided. Therefore, it is the most reasonable system to divide people into the strong and the weak. The former are allowed to enjoy their life on the Uranian ring with sufficient resources to study the cutting-edge technologies, techniques, and disciplines, pushing the civilization forward. The latter stay on and below the ground to provide fuel for the advancement of the civilization with their not-so-valuable lives. There is nothing wrong with the classification of the heavenly light and earthly brute. The real problem is the criteria to decide who belongs to the heavenly light and who belongs to the earthly brute. Also, are the members of the heavenly light and those of the earthly brute transformable? There must be rigorous measures to ensure that every member of the heavenly light is the elite of the elites, the 1 in 10,000 chosen ones who are qualified to enjoy the bountiful resources and the beautiful environment. If they do not meet the standards, they should be eliminated mercilessly no matter who their ancestors are. For the descendants of the earthly brute, even if they're the most menial miners, they should still be given an uptrend channel that is wide enough for them to prove their excellency, so that they will have the chance to earn the identity of heavenly light with their iron fists. If the Uranian ring civilization were a standard civilization of immortal cultivators in the Imperium of true human beings, the Uranian ring would probably still have been established, and the two classes living in outer space and on the ground would still have been divided. However, something integral would have appeared between outer space and the planet, channels that connect the underground mines to the space cities. In the Imperium, many planets with similar environments have such channels that are known as Imperial Road Towers. In the Imperial Road Towers, all kinds of most cruel and bloody tests are arranged. All the members of the earthly brute are allowed to try the tests in the Imperial Road Towers, as long as they are capable of passing the tests, thereby proving their excellency and formidability with their own hands. They will ascend to the sky after only one leap. They will change from the earthly brute to the heavenly light and find their place in the Uranian ring. Meanwhile, many trials are also held on the Uranian ring. Every descendant of the heavenly light must go through the harshest tests, training, and competitions from the moment that they are born. Personal duels are a popular trend too. As long as you fail the tests, games, or personal duels, it proves that you are a loser, a pile of garbage that doesn't deserve the glorious title of heavenly light. Even if your father is a high official of the government, you will still be kicked out of the Uranian ring ruthlessly and thrown into the underground mines. You will turn from a high and mighty heavenly light into a humble earthly brute. Of course, the so-called trials, games, and duels are not necessarily conducted through fighting. Wisdom, computational ability, leadership, creativity, and so on can all be the focus of the competition. The Imperium has thousands of thorough, professional testing procedures. Everybody can choose to develop their specialty. As long as they prove their value to the civilization of mankind, they will be entitled to the most honorable identity and the most envied privileges. In such a competitive system, every member of the earthly brute will train crazily in order to leap into the sky, and nobody in the heavenly light dares be sluggish because they fear that they will fall from heaven to hell. Both the heavenly light and the earthly brute have a sharp sword hanging above their head and a hungry wolf chasing behind them. Everybody tried their best without reserve. As a result, the entire civilization will march forward. Also, such a system where everybody can see hope and fear will also help maintain the stability of society. The fury and hatred of the earthly brute can be effectively vented through the Imperial Road Towers. They understand that the reason why they belong to the earthly brute and some other people belong to the heavenly light has nothing to do with their fate, their ancestors, or the injustice of the system, the government, and the nation. The Imperial Road Towers are right there. If they break through them, they will have everything. Why would they whine or envy anyone if they did not dare enter the Imperial Road Towers? If they must hate something, they can only hate themselves for being so weak. I assure you that if the Uranian ring civilization had adopted such a highly competitive system, neither Ding Lingdang nor Xinyue would have been able to rile up the earthly brutes so easily. On the contrary, if military credits were associated with their identity, and one would be promoted to the heavenly light with enough military credits, the war potential of the Uranian ring civilization would have been much higher. Chances are that the expedition army of the Federation would have been stalled or even suffered a major setback. Naturally, if such a system had been adopted, as cowardly and gutless a noble as Feiqi would probably have been eliminated in a test when he was 7 and kicked into a random mine. However, what is on the mind of the immortal cultivators is the future of humanity. Does the life and death of an individual, a family, or a group matter? If I have been proved to be weak, I will accept my miserable fate without complaint, just like when I was tortured by you. That's only because I was guilty of being too weak. I was to blame for my own fault. The determination to sacrifice one's own identity, dignity, future, and life marks the biggest difference between the real immortal cultivators and the false immortal cultivators. All the listeners were dumbfounded, seeing Highland's excited red face. They felt that they had only just seen the real female warrior from the Imperium of true human beings. Is this the way of the Imperium of true human beings? Li Yao mumbled. Taking a deep breath, Hailan calmly answered, "Yes, this is a true human being. This is the Imperium. Imperium." The solar sails could absorb the radiation and heat from the red giant, which contains spiritual and magnetic waves, and transform it into spiritual energy to the maximum extent. Then, through the tubes that looked like capillary vessels, the energy would be transmitted to the honeycomb-shaped core drop by drop as the main energy source to support the functioning of the city. It was Fish Dragon City, the heart of the Dragon Snake Space Zone. The swordfish-like assault warship, which carried 12 experts of the Ancient Sages sector and a female captive of the Imperium, passed through 2 enormous solar sails and approached the number 99 dock in the middle of hundreds of starships in various forms under the direction of the port navigator. When the fixation rune arrays, invisible to the naked eye, attracted the starship to the branch-like dock of Fish Dragon City, soft tubes whose entrances could automatically secrete blockage glue extended out of the branches. The soft tube, like the mouth part of a certain mollusk, shivered, sniffed, and scrambled before it found the gate of the swordfish-like assault warship. Then, they were connected by the blockage glue without the slightest gap. The docking had succeeded. The Dragon Snake Space Zone was an anarchic land of outcasts. The order of Fish Dragon City was basically maintained by the Chamber of Commerce, made of the Uranian Ring Hall, the Water Crystal Valley, the Netherworld Fortress, and the Forest Ocean Gang, for forces from the 4 conquered sectors. In fact, anybody could enter and exit Fish Dragon City provided that they submitted a port construction fee to the Chamber of Commerce and did not carry any mass destruction magical equipment. On the surface, nobody would pry into the identity and the purpose of the newcomers. Of course, the mass destruction magical equipment could be hidden inside Cosmos rings. Therefore, the only requirement to enjoy life in the lawless land was money. Fish Dragon City, a paradise for adventurers, a stage for the bold, and the battlefield for maniacs. After decades of rapid development, the wealth brought from the 4 sectors had created abnormal prosperity. Not only the rebels who were discontent with the Star Glory Federation took the place for a luxurious sanctuary, the experts within the Federation who craved adventure and slaughter, the young men who lost patience with the peaceful reality and dreamt of becoming famous overnight, and all kinds of other scumbags and vicious fellows had been attracted to the place like flies were attracted to the rotting flesh. For the past decade, Firefly had been docked near the Dragon Snake Space Zone. Many cultivators of the rightful government of the Star Ocean Republic had arrived at the place in disguise to enjoy the extravagant entertainment that they could not enjoy on the harsh Firefly. Some of them had even escaped into the Star Glory Federation with the Dragon Snake Space Zone as a platform. After all, the rightful government of the Star Ocean Republic, which had been supported by a single Firefly for 1,000 years, did not seem to be capable of surviving for another 1,000 years. All in all, that was Fish Dragon City. Pirates, spies, assassins, bodyguards, bootleggers, black market doctors, headhunters, traders, immortal cultivators. All kinds of vermin were living dramas woven by schemes, blood, slaughter, and betrayal day and night. When Li Yao walked to the exit of the spaceport in the middle of the 11 experts from the Ancient Sages sector and Hailan, he gradually felt a shortness of breath because he could hardly hold his excitement any longer. Before they took care of the amateur space pirates, including Fei Chi, they had looted enough anonymous crystal cards as well as crystal tubes, which had been pressed into the shape of coins by special magical equipment and could be used as currency in the Dragon Snake Space Zone. At the cost of only 5 crystal coins, they went through the most convenient VIP channel, saving themselves the trouble of waiting in line and other unnecessary procedures. After passing through the double airlock gate in front, he would be returning to the modern civilization that he had been away from for 100 years. Although this was not really the territory of the Star Glory Federation, it was certainly heavily influenced and infiltrated by the Federation. He could certainly gather more information about the Federation and his family and friends there. 100 years had passed. How developed was the Federation with 7 sectors? What were the details of Ding Lingdang's and Jin Xinyue's adventures and development? Also, Wu Mayan, Xia Anan, Wu Chunfeng, Lei Dalu, Bai Kaisen, Xiong Wuji, Professor Emotian. What had happened to them? And how were they doing? Li Yao could not wait to learn everything. However, he did feel nervous as he approached home. He could not imagine what it would be like when he met Ding Lingdang, Jin Xinyue, and the rest of them again. Although he had spent most of the 100 years in hibernation, and it had been nothing more than closing and opening his eyes, it had still been 100 years, almost long enough to make him forget the feeling of the competition of beliefs. Li Yao suddenly felt his heart palpitating. He recalled the days and nights when Ding Lingdang and he discussed their life, chatted about their dreams, and shared the techniques on the asteroids in the trenches tens of thousands of meters deep and right next to the gravity sphere of the pulsar. Federation, I'm back. Sweetheart, I'm back. Li Yao chuckled to himself as he strode to the double airlock gate that was installed with automatic sensor arrays. Chi! The gate opened. Although Li Yao had thought that he was prepared for anything, he was still deeply awed by what he saw. Unfolding in front of his eyes was a city established on the internal wall of the crystal honeycomb. There was no up, down, left, or right at all. High towers, or rather, branches, extended from the internal wall to the center from every direction. They were illuminated by the tiny light balls that were floating in the middle air and shining like fireflies. Those light balls were created by the spiritual waves and the radiation from the red giant, which was sent to them through the transmission tubes that looked like capillary vessels. Every light ball was floating like a dandelion. The brightness from them was not brilliant individually, but when the brightness of hundreds of light balls was combined, it turned into a splendid ocean of light. The longevity of every light ball was not very long. They were breaking and perishing like ivory soap bubbles all the time. However, new light balls would drift to the center of the city in their place, putting a highly deceiving veil over the lawless, chaotic city. Illuminated by the light balls, the 4 districts of the city, with vastly different styles, were fully displayed to Li Yao and everyone else. The aristocrats of the Uranian Ring sector highlighted elegance and agility, which were duly reflected in the style of their architecture. Their buildings seemed to be piles of insufficiently grown twigs, with the upper halves being significantly larger than the lower halves. Such buildings gave the feeling that they were unsteady and could fall anytime. The people from the water crystal sector, on the other hand, liked everything that was shiny and bedecked with jewels. Their buildings looked like corn ears that were fully embedded with man-made diamonds. The netherworld sector was a world of ghosts. Their buildings were deep, dark, and heavy and looked like piles of black turtle shells. Such buildings could help them withstand the fatal radiation from space to the maximum extent, so that their feeble soul would not be drained for nothing. The outcasts from the forest ocean sector adored nature. It was said that their hometown was a planet surrounded by primitive forests. Some bizarre plants even grew out from the bottom of the ocean to the outside the atmosphere. In Fish Dragon City, it was naturally impossible for them to grow such enormous trees that could grow beyond the sky, but still, they decorated their new home with many weird plants. Li Yao even saw many things almost 100 meters in diameter that he wondered if he should call flowers blossoming on their buildings that looked like tall trees. The modern buildings in so many forms, colors, and styles were already enough to dazzle the Bumpkins from a world of ancient cultivators for a long time. not to mention the shuttles that were flying freely among the buildings and the trains that were running in the vacuum tubes all over the city. What gave them the biggest surprise, however, was the overwhelming, ubiquitous light beams. The greatest difference between a modern society and ancient society was not the architecture, not the vehicles, but information, or rather, how information was displayed and transmitted. In the modern cultivation civilization after the information boom, the transmission and display speed of all kinds of information was 100 times crazier and more explosive than in the world of ancient cultivators. Thousands of enormous light beams that were hundreds of square meters large were floating in midair, displaying video information at a stormy speed. On some of them, cute girls with heavy makeup and barely any clothing on their bodies were tempting potential customers. Some other light beams were displaying the first-person perspective in an arena where broken limbs were flying everywhere in the goriest manner. On another light beam, the information about the stock market of the Star Glory Federation was dropping like a waterfall, accompanied by the desperate screams of the specialists, scholars, frauds, and lunatics. Then, there were promotions for new magical equipment that could be useful or useless. All kinds of crazy devils were jumping and dancing with various colors and music, triggering the deepest lust in everyone's heart. The cultivators from the ancient sages sector were utterly dumbfounded. Well, confused, Iron Saint Qi Zhongdao extended his hands to touch a certain non-existent thing in the air. It was a commercial on an enormous 3D light beam. The hot girl simulated by the most advanced pupil focus and half-step grand illusionary land technologies was about to jab her fingers into his eyes. Chapter 1565 Bosses, Do You Need Smuggling? As the two of them focused their eyes on her, the lady on the commercial was smiling more and more mysteriously. Her sensual red lips were shivering, sending secret information into their brains softly. Ba Xiaoyu's body trembled. He bulged his eyes and exclaimed, "What an amazing technique to send the telepathic thoughts directly to us when it senses the rolling eyes and the expansion and constriction of the pupils. Only those who are fully focused on this enormous light beam will receive the message. The people around them will not be affected at all. The modern cultivation civilization is truly astoundingly advanced. However, what exactly is the message that the sorceress of the cult delivered to us? The cat, waterfall, one-up, the cowgirl, the hot seat. The names sound rather sophisticated. Are they some sort of uncanny techniques of the cult that the woman is using to tempt passersby into joining the cult? In any case, to think that she is walking in broad daylight blatantly, the local cult is too arrogant, including Qi Zhongdao and Ba Xiaoyu, and even including Meng Qixin and Wu Suiyun. All the experts from the ancient sages sector were dazzled and dumbfounded under the illumination of hundreds of enormous light beams, feeling that they were about to drown in the torrent of information. Is this the first time you have come to Fish Dragon City, bosses? If so, you will certainly need a tour guide. While everybody was at a loss, a sneaky voice suddenly echoed near them. A ghost, wearing a rusted, ragged artificial body that had a sharp-edged head, was rubbing his hands and greeting them. The spectral cultivator bowed to everyone smarmily and smiled. Greetings, bosses. If you happen to be in need of a tour guide, I, Screwhead, am the most famous one in the local area. I'm best known for my warm service, well-informed sources, and fair charges. Most importantly of all, my service is absolutely safe. There were indeed 2 huge bumps on the iron shell of the spectral cultivator's artificial body. It looked like 2 screws had been drilled into his head by brute force. They were probably some sort of special antennas so that he could release the power of the soul and communicate with the outside world with telepathic thoughts more easily. Screwhead held his chest proudly and jabbed the emblem that had been branded on the iron plate on his chest with his metal fingers, which were uttering cracking noises. He then pointed at a bunch of bystanders who were watching them from afar like hungry hyenas and said, "Bosses, please take a look. This is the symbol of the Chamber of Commerce. I am a legitimate tour guide registered in the Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber of Commerce has appointed us to provide our service to people like you. I'm not one of those wild guides who don't even have a license. Are you thinking of turning to those guys, bosses? Yes, they may charge less, but who knows where they will take you. You'll be lucky if they take you to certain illegal stores where you will be forced to buy some counterfeit magical equipment at a great price. In the worst cases, when they find that you have loads of cash with you, they might develop ill intentions and take you to an unvisited alley. Then, they will cut you apart and swallow you with your skin and your bones. That's nothing unusual at all. You all look healthy and majestic. I can tell that you are destined for great things and tremendous wealth. There is no need to risk your lives just to save a few coins, is there? We are all legitimate tour guides under the Chamber of Commerce. All our services have been priced clearly. Nobody will trick a client. Also, if you are in our company, normal gangsters will not dare ask for your trouble. A lot of unnecessary adventures will be saved. Won't it be much better than employing those unlicensed guides? Even the magical equipment has. Boss Xinyue was slightly dazed. He was meaning to ask Screwhead how a piece of magical equipment could be fabricated, however. Long Yangjun shook her hands at him slightly. She eyed Screwhead up and down for a moment, giving neither consent nor disapproval. Tour guide? What can you help us do? You can do whatever you want in Fish Dragon City, as long as you have money. Seeing that he had hooked potential customers, Screwhead grew so excited that the 4 crystal cameras on his face were glittering and rolling at the same time, like 4 colliding marbles. He spoke enthusiastically, waving his hands and feet. If you have come to Fish Dragon City with a lot of money just to enjoy life comfortably, I can take you to the few most famous money-burning places in town, where you can get all the thrilling entertainment that you want. Naturally, even without me leading the way, you can find such places on your own with the guidance of the map bosses. However, without the introduction of a middleman, certain special VIP areas will not be open to you guys. Also, I can apply for the most favorable discount for you. Then, you will essentially be saving the fees you pay me for my service. Essentially, I will be at your service for quite a few days for free. Could there be a better bargain in the world? Thrilling entertainment? Long Yangjun snorted. What else? What else? The 4 eyes of Screwhead were rolling all the time, and his smile grew more and more delightful. Where should I begin? If you bosses are looking for greater entertainment and are confident in your skills, I can take you to the arenas or the casinos for fun. If you are here to hire subordinates, I can show you to an appropriate place that I guarantee is frequented by tough, ruthless experts. If you have come to the Dragon Snake Space Zone because you want to make a name for yourselves, I can help you get a list of all the contracts that you may wish to work on. Moreover, the red crystal cameras on Screwhead were rolling again and again. He put on an even weirder expression and said in a low voice, but intentionally for everyone to hear him. If you are planning to enter the Star Glory Federation with the Dragon Snake Space Zone as a platform, I can also arrange for the perfect identities for you. What? Long Yangjuan's pupils constricted violently. All the nascent soul stage cultivators and nascent soul stage cultivators narrowed their eyes, scanning the environment and the passers-by emotionlessly. Everything was under their control, including the fastest way to destroy Fish Dragon City. Not having the vaguest idea that a great disaster was coming, Screwhead was still smirking. He was even bold enough to pat Long Yangjuan's shoulder. Why are you so nervous, bosses? This isn't a top secret nowadays. I recognized at the moment you stepped out of the port. You came from there, and this is the first time that you have seen such a metropolis ablaze with lights and liveliness, isn't it? Long Yangjun slightly frowned. There. Aren't you from Firefly? Screwhead waved his arms and pressed them down. Easy. Easy. I have been through similar cases hundreds of times. You are citizens of the Star Ocean Republic, are you not? You are crew members from Firefly who can't stand the rough, monotonous life on the starship and have decided to move to the Star Glory Federation with the Dragon Snake Space Zone as a platform in order to taste the feeling of a steady life with your feet on a planet, which your ancestors haven't tasted for 1,000 years, right? Well, Long Yangjun was slightly dazed. Thinking quickly, she immediately put on an embarrassed and furious expression, as if her secret had been seen through and she did not know how to respond. It's all right. It's all right. That's totally understandable. Anybody will feel the same, Screwhead said very comfortingly. To be honest, it is already incredible enough that you have persisted in the Sea of Stars for 1,000 years. The Imperium of true human beings is made of the immortal cultivators who have different ideology from yours. Naturally, it is impossible for you to surrender to them. However, the Star Ocean Republic and the Star Glory Federation are both governed by cultivators. You are like two brothers in one family. What's the big deal about migrating to a different country? Besides, don't many officials in your rightful government support joining the Star Glory Federation? I'm told that they have caused quite a fuss over the last couple of years. Chances are that in a year and a half, Firefly will completely join the Federation, and everybody will be a federal citizen. In that case, you will only be one step ahead of everybody else. There's absolutely no need for you to feel ashamed or worried. All in all, if that's your purpose here, bosses, you can entrust everything to me. I can take care of your false identities, the vehicles that carry you to the Federation, and your future life after you arrive at the Federation. Allow me to repeat myself. The price may be slightly higher than you expect, but it is absolutely safe and reliable. Long Yangjun and Li Yao looked at each other in bewilderment. They did not realize that the seemingly most troublesome identity issue could be resolved so easily. Something must be wrong with the guy's promise. After pondering for a moment, Long Yangjun asked, "You said just now that you have smuggled hundreds of our people to the Federation already, didn't you?" "Exactly," Screwhead replied. "Also, it is not smuggle at all. In fact, the activity is half-legal." "What do you mean by half-legal?" Long Yangjun asked. Screwhead coughed pretentiously and looked around for a moment before explaining mysteriously. "Although this is the first time I've seen you bosses here, I feel that you are my old friends. The more I talk to you, the more I like you. So, I'm just going to tell you the truth. However, you must keep what I'm about to say to yourselves. If you tell anybody else, I will be kicked out of the business forever. In fact, I am just an insignificant tour guide in Fish Dragon City who makes his living with his mouth. How am I capable of moving you guys to the Star Glory Federation? However, I do know a few bosses who come from the Federation. They can get absolutely legal and authentic identities for you guys so that you can walk into the Federation in broad daylight. The federal government will turn a blind eye to you without investigating you at all. I don't know what posts you've been working on, but you certainly have some secret techniques from the center of the cosmos, right? Perhaps some techniques, technology, or magical equipment that seem common to you or what the Star Glory Federation is in dire need of. They can possibly fill in the crucial blanks in some important fields in the Federation. A great war is to break out soon. The Federation has attached great importance to the reserve of talents. You bosses are likely capable people that the Star Glory Federation dreams about. The Federation will only fear that it does not welcome you warmly enough if you are willing to join the Federation. Why would they set up obstacles? Blinking, Long Yangjun pretended to be in a dilemma. But our government, the rightful government of the Star Ocean Republic, on the other hand, naturally hates the immigration and the loss of talents. The two parties have negotiated many times and agreed that such an action should be strictly forbidden. That's why I said that it is half legal. Screwhead patted his chest and promised. The federal government will never admit that it is stealing the talents from the Star Ocean Republic on an official level. Therefore, it is impossible for you to migrate to the Federation through official channels. Even if you move there, there's still the chance that you are repatriated. However, in secret, many highly influential sects in the Star Glory Federation have been working actively. They can prepare flawless new identities for you and take care of all the legal procedures, helping you join the Federation under a different name. Those big sects are all thirsty for the talents from Firefly. If you have certain secret arts with you, you can definitely immigrate to the Federation under their arrangement and live a comfortable new life. Wouldn't it be much better than staying on the cold, dark, unpromising Firefly? Everybody was lost for words after hearing Screwhead's piece. It seemed that, although the Star Ocean Republic and the Star Glory Federation were both civilizations of cultivators and faced with a common foe, the relationship between them was not very peaceful. Long Yangjun turned around and glanced at everyone for their opinion. After receiving an affirmative reply, she pretended to be hesitant again. Don't bother about where we come from exactly. We haven't decided whether or not to go to the Federation yet. For now, we'll just spend a few days in Fish Dragon City watching, visiting, and playing. While talking, she threw a crystal coin that was surrounded by purple light at him. Screwhead took the crystal coin and tapped it on his iron shell softly. Then, the brightness of the 4 crystal cameras immediately doubled. He smiled in great delight and said, "Absolutely. It's indeed too important a decision to be made without more observation. There is tremendous information about the Federation in Fish Dragon City. I guarantee that you will understand every detail of the Star Glory Federation after studying it. You can always decide where to go next from there." "Wait a moment, Screwhead," Li Yao interjecta. "When we were on Firefly, we were told that the Dragon Snake Space Zone was not in a good relationship with the Star Glory Federation. Why does it not seem to be the case with you?" "About that," Screwhead opened his hands and said uninterestedly, "the relationship can be good or bad, but that's something the celebrities and the rich should concern themselves with. Do you think I'm rich, bosses? Most of the people in the Dragon Snake Space Zone are ordinary people and low-level cultivators such as myself. We have to do our best just to survive. Who has the time to care about the relationship between the Dragon Snake Space Zone and the Star Glory Federation? All in all, as long as we have money to earn and food to eat, who cares about the Federation or the Imperium? Besides, my hometown is the Netherworld sector, which is a world that joined the Federation rather early. There wasn't even a real war like in the Uranian ring sector. Who gives a damn about the grudge from decades ago? All right, I think I've talked too much. Where do you want to visit, bosses? Do you want to grab dinner or go to a hotel first? Or maybe you prefer casinos, arenas, or nightclubs?" Screwhead rubbed his hands. Seeing that Yin Liren, Qi Chongsheng, and Han Bailing were all watching the most magnificent light beam in the sky, dwelling in the astounding picture displayed on it, he could not help but smile. This is the 7th franchise of Young Wu Mayan, an immersive movie aired recently, which tells the story of Wu Mayan's adventures on Iron Plateau when he was young. The plot is nothing anybody doesn't know, but an immersive movie is different from the general movies in that the audience can be immersed in the perspective, emotion, and even thinking pattern of any random character, which allows the audience to experience the thrilling and spectacular adventures in different identities and angles. How about it? Do you want to have a try, bosses? Wu Mayan, looking at Li Yao, Long Yangjun asked Screwhead. Isn't he Vulture Li Yao's first disciple? Exactly. Screwhead smashed his fists in excitement. The monstrous chi trainer who claims to have surpassed the 1,000th level of the refinement stage. The 1,000th level of the refinement stage. Qi Songdo, Yan Liden, Han Bolning, Qi Hamsing. All the nascent soul stage cultivators almost laughed out aloud. Li Yao coughed lightly, too, and his face turned weird. Blinking, Long Yangjun asked suspiciously, "Why are there no movies about Vulture Li Yao when his disciple already has so many?" "There are," Screwhead replied. "There are already more than 120 productions in the Chronicles of Vulture franchise. As for the prequels, sequels, side stories, and other kinds of CR*P, there are hundreds of them. Even the stories when Li Yao was in the magical equipment graveyard when he was young have been made into quite a few dramas. The audience already had enough of such shows decades ago. Who dares invest in such cheesy shows today? However, if you intend to appreciate the charisma of the dominator of 3 sectors, I can take you to some old-fashioned theaters. I guarantee that you wouldn't watch the same series for a second time in a whole year." Even the wise and smart Long Yanjun was dazzled by the glittering torrents of information in midair and at a loss as to where to go next. Right then, dozens of light beams suddenly displayed the same picture after blinking quickly for a moment. On the picture, in a crowded meeting, a majestic-looking old man was speaking to thousands of anxious people loudly and bowing, as if he were very sorry about something. Breaking news! Screwhead held his head and cried. Su Qinzhou, the candidate from the Alliance of the 9 Sects, has officially admitted his failure and will withdraw from the election for the Supreme Speaker of the Star Glory Federation. He also asked his supporters to support the Venomous witch Jean Xinyue. The Alliance of the 9 Sects has agreed upon a strategic cooperation with Skyfire, making them the largest force in Parliament. We're done. We're truly done for this time. Even the well-renowned Su Qinzhou has surrendered. This election has turned from a competition of multiple candidates into a competition between two. Xinyue's chances of being elected are very high. This is truly the end of the world. As he expected, soon after Su Qinzhou announced that he would quit the election, the dozens of pictures blinked and were shifted to a hall that was large in scale and had an even more heated atmosphere. At the center of the hall, in the middle of thousands of cheering supporters, Xinyue was standing quietly and elegantly like an angel, not affected at all. Xinyue had been a demon king, which was equivalent to the core formation stage 100 years ago. The passage of the 100 years had not left any marks on her at all, except for making her watery eyes even deeper and more unpredictable than before. She was wearing a moon-white linen robe, which made her appear both graceful and inviolable. Perhaps because the new speaker of the Federation needed to show toughness now that the army of the Imperium of true human beings was approaching, she had added a golden belt outside of the long robe, which carried a long sword with the rising dragon of the 9 stars emblem. Her figure and her stunningly long legs were even further accentuated. Holding the long sword with one hand and extending her other hand to the people, Xinyue put on a sincere smile. In a trance, Li Yao felt that he saw someone else in the smile. It was Xinyue, the most dreadful opponent, and even probably the only one whom he had failed to defeat completely. Xinyue, your red tide plan is close to success after all, Li Yao thought to himself with mixed feelings. 100 years after the Blood Demon sector surrendered, your daughter has finally fulfilled her promise to you, to me, and to herself, and stood on the stage to campaign for the position of Speaker of the Federation. She has also defeated almost all the strong rivals and is only one step away from the leadership of 7 sectors. However, while the plan 100 years ago is about to become reality smoothly, and Xinyue should be the best candidate to resist the Imperium of true human beings, why do I still feel something is wrong? The mental devil crawled out inside his head. Are you worried that something will go wrong at the most crucial moment? Exactly, Li Yao replied. Based on the experiences in our previous adventures, Xinyue can't be elected as the Speaker of the Federation so easily. Even if she does make it to the end smoothly, a soul-stirring scheme that may overturn the entire Federation can still happen. However, it doesn't matter because we have returned in time. If the scheme this time is similar to the schemes that took place in the Flying Star sector, the Blood Demon sector, and the Heaven's Origin sector, the mastermind of the scheme should be obvious now. Xinyue probably wouldn't betray me and the Federation. She is loyal. Then, her competitor, no matter how selfless, decent, and devoted they appear to be, must be vicious despite all the illusions. They will be the planners of the scheme. It's like Xiao Xuanzi in the Flying Star sector, Elder Nether Spring in the Blood Demon sector, and Lu Zue and Zhou Hengdao in the Heaven's Origin sector. The more powerful a person is, the greater damage they can possibly cause. Fair point, the mental devil replied. Li Yao shmilat confidently. He asked the tour guide, Screwhead, you mentioned just now that the federal election has turned into a competition of 2. You meant that there are only 2 candidates left now, right? One of them is Xinyue. Who's the other guy? Why, it is blazing Tyrannosaur Lingdang, Screwhead replied. Who is qualified to compete with Xinyue other than her? You, the mental devil. Then, on the other hand, let's contact my colleagues in the Forest Ocean sector right now. Lingdang, the other candidate of the election and the leader of the Patriots Front, known as the God of War and Blazing Tyrannosaur, is attending the opening ceremony of a large training stadium that has been built with her aid. She will also give a speech to her supporters. Let's see how Lingdang and her supporters will respond to Su Qinzhou's withdrawal. The picture on the light beam trembled for a moment, like a peaceful lake into which a stone had been tossed. After the ripples spread out for a moment, it soon steadied. However, the content of the picture had greatly changed. It was no longer a modern metropolis with crowded, coruscating skyscrapers, but a boundless ocean of primitive trees that covered the entire planet. As far as one's eyes could reach, under the green background, the whole planet was brimming with vivid, passionate colors. There was occasionally vacant ground like lone islands in the ocean of trees. Man-made architecture could only be found on those lone islands. But it did not mean that Lingdang had few supporters, because amid the ocean of trees, in and out of the nests made of crowns, branches, and twigs, people were standing next to each other, cheering for Lingdang's arrival. Li Yao stared at the enormous light beam so hard that his eyeballs were almost darting into it. No words could describe his excitement hidden under the tranquility on the surface at that moment. He had not seen his wife for 100 years. How exactly would she show up this time? Boom, 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 boom. On the picture, deep inside the forests, ear-splitting explosions were echoing. The trees that towered dozens of meters tall were all uttering weird noises and falling to the ground. The natives of the forest ocean sector, who had been living in the jungles, cheered even more passionately. Boom, 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 boom. The deafening noises grew louder and hastier. As they drew closer, they were not just deafening, but essentially world-blighting. It could be seen clearly from the picture shot by shuttles in midair that the enormous trees deep inside the forest were leaning to the two sides like grasses that had been divided. A certain magnificent being was obviously crushing everything in its way. It was... Li Yao could not help but stand on his toes and slightly open his mouth. There was nothing but expectation and affection in his eyes. A super-large velociraptor that was at least 50 meters tall, with iron armor and bone spurs all over the body and 6 rows of tusks densely grown inside the bloody mouth, leapt out of the forest of trees and crashed like a shooting star from the sky. Centered at the landing point of the super-large velociraptor, the airwaves caused by the blast spread out quickly. As if thunder had broken out on the ground, a superstorm was rising. Oh! Even the reporters were exclaiming in shock. Hooray! The natives of the forest ocean sector were dancing so excitedly that they could barely control themselves. Li Yao, if you want to vomit blood, the mental devil said, do me a favor and help me vomit mine. Li Yao gulped hard. As the picture zoomed in, he observed carefully and finally discovered that his wife was sitting steadily on a wrinkle on the back of the head of the super-large velociraptor. Like him, Lingdang had been among the first participants of the Heavenly Road Plan. She had spent most of the last 100 years in hibernation and exploration. Although she had woken up 3 times and been active for about 20 years for the cultivators close to the divinity transformation stage, such a short period of time mattered little because they could mostly live up to 500 years old if they paid attention to their health. Even Xinyue had barely changed after living for 100 years. Naturally, Lingdang had even fewer changes herself. She was exactly the same as the night they had departed. However, it was only her appearance. Although she was on the light beam and thousands of stars away from him, Li Yao could sense the daunting aura around his wife, as if they were back to the younger days when they first met each other. The feeling that made his blood boil and made him want to defeat and conquer her without bothering about anything was back. Li Yao licked his burning lips, feeling that his mouth was dry and his heart was pounding. Lingdang at that moment looked more like a queen, albeit uncivilized, than Xinyue. She was wearing a 7-colored crown in the style of rainbow parrots on her head and a bright golden skirt made of best hide that was emitting hundreds of faint colors in different shades. Her healthy and powerful arms and her long, healthy legs were exposed to the air, caramel in color. She was glittering like a sun. She was a sun that was on the neck of a velociraptor. As for her mount, it was obvious that the animal was not a domesticated one, but a wild animal that was brutal, bad-tempered, and fearless of everything. Judging from the size, it was possibly the king of the demon beasts in the forest nearby. Otherwise, it would not have been qualified to grow so huge. The behemoth was covered in wounds. Dozens of the thick bone spurs had been broken apart. Even the mouthful of tusks had been half blown away. There was no need to mention the poignant expression on the face of the animal, the discontent, helplessness, and fear, which obvious told everyone that it had only just been suppressed by Lingdang. Li Yao saw that Lingdang curled one of her fingers and snapped on the head of the super-large velociraptor hard. The super-large velociraptor screamed in excruciating pain before it lowered its head obediently and delivered Ding Lingdang to her supporters in an extremely uncomfortable position. "Oh!" the commenter exclaimed. "It is the most dangerous predator on the continent in the forest-ocean sector, the terrifying existence at the top of the food chain, the purple-crowned large velociraptor." No! Judging from the violent horns on its head that are rising into the sky, this is a purple-crowned ultra-velociraptor that has transformed twice and evolved to maturity. Ding Lingdang has beaten and suppressed a purple-crowned ultra-velociraptor in only half an hour barehandedly, without even using a crystal suit, much less a colossus. This is truly, truly unbelievable. As expected of the god of war in the Federation and the blazing Tyrannosaur. As we can see, all the citizens in the forest-ocean sector are deeply awed by Ding Lingdang's shocking performance. They have gone completely crazy. Dear audience, it is well known that the planet of the forest-ocean sector, covered by primitive forests that extend from the continent to the ocean, is the most underdeveloped area in the 7 sectors of the Federation. The forests are boundless, and the oceans are deep. There are no bountiful crystals. The underground mother lodes are hard to develop on a large scale, too. The one thing that the forest-ocean sector is not short of is demon beast. The overwhelming, ubiquitous demon beasts. The brave and hard-working ancestors of the forest-ocean sector started learning to make use of demon beasts, the only resource available, thousands of years ago. After thousands of years of trial and error, they have gradually developed a unique animal-taming civilization. Everything in their life and in the development of the civilization be done by taming, hunting, domesticating, and driving the demon beasts. Valor and courage are highly valued by the natives of the forest-ocean sector. The higher the level of one's prey, and the more brutal and ruthless the prey, the more respected and complimented the hunter will be. Ding Lingdang has suppressed a purple-crowned ultra-velociraptor, which is certainly of the highest level, barehanded in only half an hour. This is probably the best gift for the people of the forest-ocean sector and the best response for Xinyue's withdrawal and his support for Xinyue. Well, we have received a lot of messages from the audience, questioning if Ding Lingdang's attire and actions today have exceeded what befits a candidate for Supreme Speaker. Yes, in the Heaven's Origin sector, the Flying Star sector, and the Blood Demon sector, many may find such a shock unacceptable. However, I believe that Ding Lingdang must have left a very deep impression on the people of the forest-ocean sector and made them realize that Ding Lingdang is one of them and will fight to the end for their interests. All right. According to the dynamic real-time poll system we have implemented, after Xinyue announced his withdrawal and his support for Xinyue, and after Ding Lingdang showed up in public in such a dramatic style, interesting changes have happened to their approval rating in the poll. With Xinyue's endorsement, Xinyue's approval rating in the Heaven's Origin sector, the Blood Demon sector, and the Flying Star sector has witnessed a significant rise. Ding Lingdang, in comparison, perhaps because of her unconventional performance today, has failed to keep her approval rating. Many people we interviewed suggested that they couldn't imagine the Supreme Speaker of the Federation riding a velociraptor. However, in the Uranian Ring sector, the Forest-Ocean sector, the Water Crystal sector, and the Netherworld sector, Xinyue's endorsement achieved the opposite effect. Ding Lingdang's advantage here remains, especially in the Forest-Ocean sector. Her striking show today has conquered the hearts of the people of the Forest-Ocean sector, helping her secure a significant advantage. An interviewee of the Forest-Ocean sector claimed that Ding Lingdang would be the perfect speaker of the Federation for the people of the Forest-Ocean sector, and that she would be a symbol for the courage, resolution, and strength of all the citizens of the Federation. It seems that everything is just as we predicted yesterday. The Heaven's Origin sector, the Blood Demon sector, and the Flying Star sector, the 3 old worlds, are the home camp for Xinyue, whereas the Uranian Ring sector, the Water Crystal sector, the Netherworld sector, and the Forest-Ocean sector, the 4 new worlds, are the vote banks for Ding Lingdang. The competition of 2 has been formed now. It remains to be seen who will have the last laugh in 3 months' time. Li Yao blinked and pricked his ears hard. He thought that either the commoner had misspoken or that his ears were not functioning normally. The Heaven's Origin Sector, the Blood Demon Sector, and the Flying Star Sector, the three old worlds, were the base for Xinyue, and the four worlds which joined the Federation recently backed Lingdang. What had happened in the past 100 years exactly? Han Bailing, a loyal believer of classical militarism, sneered and said, "The great army of the Imperium of true human beings is arriving in no time. The Federation can only be united and focused on their purpose under the leadership of a resolute dictator in order to compete with the Imperium. The foe is about to knock on their door now, and they are still running an election. Aren't they asking to be killed? Look at the supporters of Xinyue and Lingdang. It seems that they will fight each other before the Imperium destroys them both. They don't know what they are doing at all. I think that the Federation is doomed. Also, Xinyue might prove to be a suitable leader despite her young age because she has proved herself to be thoughtful and unbendable enough in times of war. Lingdang, on the other hand, is nothing more than a pure warrior who doesn't know the first thing about national affairs. What makes her qualified to lead the 7 sectors?" Long Yangjun glanced at Li Yao and smiled. A pure warrior is not necessarily unqualified for the post of the Supreme Speaker. Even the Emperor of the Ancient Sages sector doesn't have to be a rare genius. After all, the specific affairs will be handled by the cabinet and the many ministers. There's also the aid of the major sects in the local area. Many work free. Emperors do not bother to issue any decrees at all, but the country is just as orderly as before. There might not be any major trouble in decades. Upon hearing that, Emperor Phoenix glared at her and bellowed, "Of course you like a work-free emperor. If there hadn't been a work-free emperor, a powerful eunuch such as yourself wouldn't have had a chance to stir up any trouble." Wu Suiyun, a divinity transformation stage cultivator, sniffed and observed, "Enough, everyone. Now that we have come to a modern cultivation civilization, the 12 of us will be each other's only reliance. The Ancient Sages sector is now in peril. There's really no need to cling to the grudge in the past. I, for one, feel that blazing Tyrannosaur has her advantages to be the Supreme Speaker of the Federation. According to the intelligence that Fei Qi provided, the Star Glory Federation is a place where the Parliament and Cabinet are very powerful. There are countless times more departments in their court than those in the court of the Ancient Sages sector. Military affairs, civil affairs, educational affairs. All the specific work is handled by the ministers of the corresponding departments. Even the Supreme Speaker cannot meddle with the internal affairs of the departments directly. The greatest significance of the so-called Supreme Speaker is probably to focus everyone's hope and belief as a symbol of the Federation. In terms of appeal and symbolism, Lingdang is definitely more suitable than Xinyue. After all, her marvelous accomplishments are right there. Nobody can expect to compete with her. Also, she doesn't appear to be a headstrong warrior to me at all. Today, her entrance seemed a bit reckless, but it has certainly grabbed the heart of everyone in the Forest Ocean sector. Her determination to meet the audience's expectations without caring about her image is evident enough that she is not as simple as she appears." Meng Qishi nodded and concluded, "All in all, Xinyue and Lingdang are both crucial figures that we cannot bypass when we get in touch with the Star Glory Federation. In 3 months, one of the 2 women will become the Supreme Speaker of the Federation. Whether we decide to fight or to surrender, we will have to deal with them someday. So, we must study them more deeply." Long Yangjun rolled her eyes and walked up to Screwhead, the tour guide. Pretending to be hesitating, she said, "Screwhead, truth be told, we are indeed from Firefly. However, we haven't made up our minds yet, not knowing if we should live in the Star Glory Federation. After all, there are too many rumors outside, and we have been living at the bottom level of Firefly, which has no access to the latest news. We can't tell whether or not the rumors are true at all. Just now, you were sighing gloomily when you learned that Xinyue had a great chance of being elected. What will the Federation fall into chaos if Xinyue is elected? In that case, there is no way that we are going to immigrate to the Federation." "I can't agree with you more," Screwhead replied. "People from the Netherworld sector the Water Crystal Sector, the Forest Ocean Sector, and the Uranian Ring Sector are mostly not particularly fond of Xinyue and do not want her to be elected. Long Yangjun rolled her eyes. What about Ding Lingdang? Ding Lingdang is certainly different, Screwhead said in delight. Ding Lingdang and her Patriots Front have been quite nice to the four new worlds. She has offered a lot of advantageous policies. Although I'm living in the Dragon Snake Space Zone right now, I still hope that Ding Lingdang can be elected. Is that so? Can we invite you to explain more about the situation, Brother Screwhead? Long Yangjun asked. Screwhead hesitated. Well, cough about that. Long Yangjun took out another crystal coin and threw it at him. Having received his pay, Screwhead elaborated like a dam that had just been opened. If the bosses here intend to live in the Star Glory Federation, it is indeed necessary for you to learn about the conflicts and contradictions among the major forces in the Federation. You can't find a person that is more familiar with politics than me, Screwhead. In the federal parliament right now, two major forces are competing with each other. The MPs from Skyfire and the MPs from the Patriots Front combined have already surpassed 50% of the total seats. They are two giants. Meanwhile, the competition between the two giants is, in fact, a tug-of-war between the four new sectors and the three old sectors. Of course, on our side, we simply call them the New Worlds and the Old Worlds. Skyfire represents the interests of the Heaven's Origin Sector, the Blood Demon Sector, and the Flying Star Sector, the Old Worlds. Those places are Xinyue's base. The Patriots Front, headed by Ding Lingdang, stands for the interests of the Uranian Ring Sector, the Water Crystal Sector, the Forest Ocean Sector, and the Netherworld Sector, the New Worlds. She is the spokesperson of the newcomers to the country. Long Yangjun was slightly dazed. After blinking for a long time, she glanced at Li Yao and said, "That's odd. I'm told that Xinyue was once a queen of the demon race. In the era of the old Federation, the Blood Demon Sector was even engaged in a war against the Heaven's Origin Sector, which represented the old Federation. Ding Lingdang, in comparison, is a native of the Heaven's Origin Sector, born and raised there, and a guardian of the old Federation. How on earth is Xinyue representing the Heaven's Origin Sector, the Blood Demon Sector, and the Flying Star Sector, whereas Ding Lingdang has won the support of the four new sectors? That's because you haven't learned the whole story, boss." Screwhead smiled. Yes, in the era of the old Federation, there was indeed a war between the Blood Demon Sector and the Heaven's Origin Sector, which the Blood Demon Sector lost. All the demons surrendered under Xinyue's lead. Because they lost the war, the demons were not treated very well in the Federation in the decades at the beginning. They were basically the bottom class of the society. However, Xinyue didn't complain at all. On one hand, she suppressed the dissidents within the demon race who were dissatisfied about the Federation cruelly with iron and blood, carrying on the strategy of integrate into the Federation determinately to the end. On the other hand, she pleased the major sects in the Federation through all kinds of methods, sometimes even groveling, especially the sects from the Flying Star Sector who did not have a deep grudge against the demons. For decades, Xinyue was popular in the major sects of the Federation. The demons who were sturdy, hard-working, and dutiful were given the dirty and exhausting work of those sections. The cheap but highly qualified labor force from the demon race made the major sects able to spare their hands and gain enough resources to advance in fields that were more sophisticated. For the demons and the major sects, it was a win-win. After decades, Xinyue was already a favorite for the leadership of the Star Glory Federation. She was almost the spokesperson for the major sects in the Federation. After the four new worlds were discovered and merged one after another, as the Minister of the Equality and Development Ministry, she did exactly what she had done to her fellow demons to the people of the four new sectors. She plundered tremendous resources from the new worlds and sent them to the pockets of the major sects of the three old worlds. She is a demon, but she is much more pleasing than any human being. How could she not have the favor and support of the major sects in the core worlds? Therefore, Xinyue and her Skyfire have become the representatives for the interests of the old worlds. That explains a lot. Long Yangjun nodded. Then, what about Ding Lingdang? Isn't she as native to the Heaven's Origin Sector as anyone can be? Shouldn't she be on the side of the old worlds, too? Although Lingdang is from the Heaven's Origin sector, it was she who discovered and liberated the Netherworld sector and the Uranian Ring sector. She also defeated a vanguard fleet of the Imperium of true human beings and saved Firefly, Screwhead said in excitement. I believe that you should know the incident better than I do, right? In the Netherworld sector, she defeated more than 10 forces on the wasteland entirely on her own and settled the war of ghosts that had lasted almost 100 years. She saved the dying Netherworld sector from the darkness of division and self-brutalization. In the Uranian Ring sector, she went deep into the tiger's den alone, leading the earthly brute to overthrow the tyranny of the heavenly light. Therefore, the people of the two sectors all regard her as a savior. Even in the Dragon Snake space zone, except for the big shots above, the small folk and the normal workers actually quite like her. Since Lingdang is the liberator and savior of the new worlds, how can she watch the sectors that she has rescued to fall into Xinyue's hands and be blatantly savaged and exploited by her? After the coup failed, the leaders and members of the Patriots Partnership were accordingly punished by the law. The few leaders who were directly responsible were sentenced to death. The general members were also sentenced to decades, if not hundreds of years in exile or penal servitude. It was under such circumstances that Lingdang picked up the mess in the Patriots Partnership and regrouped it as the Patriots Front. The Patriots Front that was just reshuffled was not accepted by the general public, who had just gone through the riot of patriots, much less attracting them to join it. At that time, the first batch of key personnel in the Patriots Front comprised the members of the previous Patriots Partnership as well as their family, disciples, and social network. Although they are not large in number, those who were willing to join the Patriots Front despite such curses and misunderstandings at that time were all the most loyal, elite, and devout members. The Patriots Partnership had been made of the most extreme and radical patriots in the first place, who wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice everything for the Federation, except that they had chosen the wrong path. When their overwhelming passion for the country was manipulated by their previous leader, Luze, it turned into a power that could destroy everything. However, under Lingdang's lead, the newborn Patriots Front began to make their contributions in an equally radical, bigoted, and extreme way. The members of the Patriots Front, in their disciplined attitude, did not defend themselves at all when they were questioned and even cursed by the outside world. Silently, they cleansed the dishonor of the Patriots Partnership with real actions. All the damages that the Patriots Partnership caused to the Federation were slowly made up for by the Patriots Front. That was their belief in the beginning. With the support of such an ideology and determined to atone, the members of the Patriots Front strived at the most remote, arduous, and dangerous posts in the Federation. Where are the most remote, arduous, and dangerous posts? Of course, in the resource planets and sectors that were just beginning to be developed at the edge of the Federation's territory. Therefore, such things often happened. When a member of the Patriots Partnership was sentenced to dozens of years in penal servitude or exile, his family, disciples, students, hundreds of people would migrate together with him to build the new land of the Federation. With their blood, sweat, and even life, they slowly changed the impression of patriots in the hearts of the people of the Federation. Therefore, as the Netherworld sector, the Uranian Ring sector, the Forest Ocean sector, and the Water Crystal sector gradually embraced the Federation, the ascetic Patriots Front were the first echelon of cultivators from the Federation to go to the New Worlds. The New Worlds at that time were not nearly as prosperous and developed as right now. Each world had their own problems. Some of them had a harsh environment, some were seriously short of resources, and some were dominated by the eccentric beasts. The people were generally divided into many tribes, large and small, and battles and wars never ceased. It's exactly like the Forest Ocean sector that you saw just now. Such a weird world that is entirely covered in primitive forests is definitely not something that just anybody can handle. Cultivators are no saints. Moving from a developed, old world to a perilous, new world to offer light and heat, many cultivators from the old worlds were all hesitant. Even when some people stayed there for a couple of years, they would often run away as quickly as possible as soon as their work requirements were met. However, the Patriots' front persisted stubbornly to the end. They helped the 4 new sectors establish roads and bridges, set up tubes to transmit spiritual energy, and constructed hospitals, schools, and training facilities, disseminating the culture of the Federation to the new worlds and building a whole new civilization. They gradually blended into the residents of the new worlds. After 100 years of construction, after a whole generation, countless ascetic members devoted themselves silently in those places. Most of them passed away there and were buried in the new worlds. Just like that, the Patriots' front was completely melted into the new worlds and could no longer be divided from them. The Patriots' front grew fast in the new worlds. After all, the local residents had not experienced a riot of patriots or heard of the names of Luze or Zhou, which could make the blood of the old world residents freeze. Since the Patriots' front was struggling for the residents of the new world sincerely, and their liberator, Lingdang, was the leader of the organization, wasn't it only natural that they chose to join the Patriots' front? After 100 years of hard work, the 4 new sectors have become the home camp for the Patriots' front, which competes with the major sects and noble families of the old worlds as representatives of the new worlds. Listening attentively all the time, Li Yao could not help but take a long breath and scratch his head. The conundrum was so difficult that he did not know how to resolve it at all. Then, what are the differences in the policies of Skyfire and the Patriots' front? Long Yangjun asked. Of course, they are at loggerheads, Screwhead said. Let's talk about economics first. Skyfire, led by Xinyue, advocates the strategy of build-up of the core, which means that the resources of the 7 sectors should be concentrated for the development of the Heaven's Origin sector, the Blood Demon sector, and the Flying Star sector, the 3 core worlds. Xinyue's reason is that the 3 core worlds are already highly developed with thorough infrastructure and a complete industrial system for magical equipment. Only by transmitting most of the resources in the new worlds to the core worlds can the resources be utilized at the highest efficiency. The greatest war potential will be triggered in such a way so that enough crystal suits, tanks, starships, and star fortresses can be prepared for the war to come. Therefore, not only is it unnecessary for the new worlds to develop more advanced industries, most of the resources should also be directly shipped to the core worlds. The training geniuses of the new worlds do not have to stay in the local area, either. They will be migrated to the core worlds for the most advanced education. Then, they can simply work and live in the core worlds. Lingdang's Patriots Front, on the other hand, highlights the ideology of balanced development. Lingdang believes that, since the 4 new sectors have only just joined the Federation, and the people there are not convinced yet, they must be shown the goodwill of the Federation, so that the 7 sectors will be focused into an indestructible whole. Yes, transmitting all the resources to the core worlds will slightly improve the efficiency of utilization. However, by doing that, won't the old worlds be absorbing the blood of the new worlds, when they all belong to the Federation? What will the residents of the new worlds think of that? With the Great War coming, unity is more important than anything. If the core worlds take too much from the new worlds, the people of the new worlds will certainly have second thoughts. When the expedition army of the Imperium does arrive, how are we going to convince them that the Federation is better than the Imperium and make sure that they are willing to sacrifice everything for the victory of the Federation? Therefore, not only should the core worlds stop absorbing blood from the old worlds, they should also be actively transfusing blood to the new worlds. The core worlds should provide tremendous resources and favorable policies to help the new worlds establish their own magical equipment industries, training education systems, and so on. That way, the name of the Star Glory Federation will be etched into the brain of every resident in the new world. This is the only rightful path for the long-term development of the Federation. Li Yao, Long Yangjun, and everybody else looked at each other in bewilderment, feeling that the 2 ideas both had their merits. In military, Xinyue believes in the strategy of preserve the force for a final battle within the border. She maintains that, due to the long distance between the 4 new sectors and the core worlds and the overstretched supply lines, it is barely possible to defend all of them. Therefore, when it is necessary, the Federation should consider abandoning 1 to 2 worlds and attract the enemy into the border of the country so that they can be slowly drained and dealt with. Naturally, it follows the same pattern as the economic policy. Since the new worlds are possible battle areas and can even be abandoned after moving away all the usable resources to strike the enemy, there is no need to develop them on a large scale right now. After all, anything built on the new worlds right now will possibly be taken advantage of by the enemy. Lingdang is the opposite. While she believes that Xinyue's concerns are valid from a strategic point of view, and it is true that the distance between the 4 new worlds and the 3 old worlds is too far and too heavy a burden for supplies, the influence of the policy on the people must be taken into account. If the Federation gives up a world immediately after the army of the Imperium arrives, what will the residents of the other new worlds think? If the Federation cannot protect them, why on earth should they fight on their own for the Federation? Therefore, no matter how great the price is, the 7 sectors, especially the 4 new ones, must be protected. If some of the worlds are lost eventually after bloody battles, it might pass. However, if they are easily abandoned, a chain reaction will certainly be caused, and there will be dire consequences. Now that all 7 sectors have to be defended, naturally, the 4 new worlds should be stationed with tremendous troops, and a large portion of the military budget must be allotted for construction purposes. Although the military budget of the Federation is astronomical, it is still too huge an investment. For every new star fortress built in the new worlds, it can possibly mean 1 fewer super starship in the docks of the old worlds. How can the 2 candidates ever concede on their military policies? There's still the most critical disagreement, which is about the acquirement of citizenship, Screwhead said. In the past 100 years, after eliciting the policies of the Imperium from the immortal cultivators, the Federation adopted the approaches that the Imperium had in some fields, including the citizenship and the contribution point system, which marks the biggest difference between the new Federation and the old Federation. In the new Federation, not everyone obtains citizenship the moment they become an adult. They have to pass many tests, make certain contributions to society, and prove that they are real citizens of the Federation through special citizenship education and examinations. Only the citizens of the Federation have the right to vote for the MPs in their local area and take part in the election for the Supreme Parliament. To quote the federal government, power must be given to those who know how to use it. Naturally, the citizenship education and examinations in the Federation are much gentler and looser than their counterparts in the Imperium. Even the non-citizens do not have much of a difference to the citizens in most cases. The citizens are not allowed to discriminate, oppress, or enslave non-citizens. The greatest difference between the 2 parties is their qualification to vote for the MPs and the Speaker. Also, when it comes to the public affairs in the local area, the citizens have a larger say and can supervise the MPs while they enforce their power. That's all. Although the obstacles are fewer, the citizenship of the Federation is definitely not something that can be claimed without any trouble. It is especially so for the residents of the new worlds, who often find it almost impossible to accumulate enough contribution points and pass the many tests. Lingdang and the Patriots Front have been campaigning to simplify the procedures of the citizenship tests. They believe that while the contribution point and citizenship system was established for a good purpose, it has deviated from its original course after decades of development and is now sliding toward the system of the Imperium. As time goes by, the ratio of the citizens to the non-citizens will be more and more shocking. In the end, a high and mighty citizen class will be created. This uncontrollable class is bound to become a source of trouble in the Federation. Xinyue and Skyfire, on the other hand, believe that, since the people of different environments, cultures, and beliefs are joining the Federation as the territory of the Federation continues expanding, to ensure the purity of the Federation, the contribution point and citizenship system can only be highlighted instead of being simplified. Only those who pass the multiple tests and prove that they absolutely advocate the ideology of the Federation will be the pillars of the Federation that can guarantee that the Federation moves forward at a high speed on the right path. Otherwise, the real spirit of the Federation will be diluted time and time again with the participation of more and more sectors until it entirely vanishes in the end. By then, even if the Federation boasts 100 sectors, it will still be nothing more than an empty, vulnerable shell that will be blown apart at the first breeze. Both parties have offered good points, but the truth is very simple. Simplifying the test procedures and lowering the standard of the citizenship means that it will be easier for the residents of the 4 New Worlds to become citizens with a right to vote. Since most of the residents of the 4 New Worlds are in favor of Ding Lingdang and her Patriots Front, naturally, Ding Lingdang supports simplifying the procedures while Xinyue holds the opposite opinion. After hearing that, Long Yangjun took a deep breath. It sounds like quite a competition. You don't say. The interests and ideologies of the New Worlds and the Old Worlds are very different. It remains to be seen who will be crowned in the end. Screwhead paused for a moment. I'm told that Ding Lingdang did not plan to campaign for the election in the beginning. Last year, when she was interviewed, she said that she was just a random warrior, and it was impossible for her to lead the entire Federation. Oh. Long Yangjun raised her eyebrow. Then, why did she campaign for the election in the end anyway? Because if any candidate other than her challenged Xinyue, no matter whether they won or lost, the New Worlds and the Old Worlds would likely be torn apart, Screwhead replied. Ding Lingdang is the only exception. She has quite the prestige in both the Old Worlds and the New Worlds. She is also the wife of Li Yao, the old dominator of the 3 sectors. If she is elected, the New Worlds will certainly be overjoyed, and the Old Worlds will find the result acceptable too. They believe that Ding Lingdang will never betray the Heaven's Origin sector, the Blood Demon sector, and the Flying Star sector. If her campaign fails and Xinyue becomes the supreme speaker, Ding Lingdang will be the only one who is capable of soothing the people of the New Worlds and stabilizing the situation there. After all, if we get to the bottom of it, there is still a special personal relationship between Ding Lingdang and Xinyue. Even after the final outcome of the election is out, there will still be chances for them to negotiate and communicate. They are both powerful enough to keep their subordinates under control, which is something that none of the other candidates can achieve. Long Yangjun stared at Screwhead and casually observed. For a tour guide, you do know quite a lot. Your head is quite clear, too. What do I know? Everything I said has actually been posted online. Screwhead did not sense the killing intent in Long Yangjun's words at all. He grimaced and said, the news, inside information, comments, and articles are everywhere online. Even if I'm not interested in them at all, some of them always pop up automatically whenever I activate my crystal processor. It's very annoying. The rightful government of the Star Ocean Republic has secluded the spiritual nexus on Firefly and forbidden you from reading the news from the Federation, fearing that the crew members will escape. However, there are no such rules in the Dragon Snake Space Zone. It is impossible for anyone to disrupt the whole network. We are just lice who make our living in the gaps of the toes of the enormous dragon named the Star Glory Federation. Naturally, we have to pay special attention to the great events and change of policies in the Federation. If the Federation sneezes, we may catch a cold. Long Yangjun frowned. The spiritual nexus? Screwhead, however, misunderstood her confusion. What? You don't want to leave any trace on the spiritual nexus. That's easy. If you want to learn more about the information, I can take you to the biggest library of Jade chips in Fish Dragon City. It will be completely safe and secure to browse any information there. No traces will be left behind at all. As the technology developed, almost all information could be retrieved online. The traditional books and Jade chips, as mediums of information, were obsolete. However, the development of network brought forth new problems. The spiritual nexus that covered the universe was highly dependent on the nodes, namely spiritual towers, to ensure normal functionality. It was prone to interference of all kinds of radiation and cosmic storms. Plus, one would always leave certain traces behind them after they browsed any information online. As long as all the traces that a person left online were collected and analyzed, it would be very easy to outline a highly precise portrait of the target. All the information and weaknesses about the person would be controlled. It was something that many people who loved freedom and hated boundaries, much less surveillance, especially the expert cultivators, absolutely could not tolerate. Although the problem could partly be resolved with anonymous logins a lot of hackers and saboteurs online who had ill intentions could still crack the multiple camouflages of a person and find out their real identity. The hunters could even assault the victim's brain and soul when the victim connected their brain to the grand illusionary land. The spiritual nexus was truly an invention that modern cultivators both loved and hated. Therefore, while the spiritual nexus was very popular, the traditional books and jade chips were not entirely outdated yet. It was especially so in a lawless land like the Dragon Snake Space Zone. Despite the ostensible peace and prosperity, peril constantly lurked there. Most of the outcasts hated showing their real faces to anyone else as much as they hated leaving any trace online. Therefore, Fish Dragon City boasted an enormous library of jade chips. It was not just a simple bookstore or a shop of jade chips, but an absolutely safe place for information absorption and exchange that had been installed with multiple barriers and anti-tracing rune arrays. Half an hour later, when they stood at the door of the library of jade chips, looking at the millions of jade chips placed right next to each other on the seemingly endless shelves, which were surrounded by the walls that had been piled up by decorative bamboo chips to the ceiling dozens of meters tall, all the nascent soul stage cultivators and the divinity transformation stage cultivators were utterly dumbfounded. Information. The greatest difference between the ancient cultivators and the modern cultivation civilization was information. They could accept the visual blast caused by the jam-packed skyscrapers in the city. They might not even blink when faced with the fierce firepower of a starship. When they enjoyed the fancy facilities on the luxury shuttle that Screwhead had called for them, they had been able to hold back their curiosity and simply leave a remark such as "This is a rather finely made gadget." However, under the crazy flare of the information boom, those ancient people could not have felt more shocked, thrilled, and embarrassed about themselves. So many jade chips, so many classics, and so many books on astrology, geography, medication, military, and all the other subjects. There was even an entire floor for cultivation arts and techniques. When they were in the ancient sages sector, for the cultivation arts and techniques in one jade chip, it was possible for two sects to have such a big fight that they died together in the end. Also, this place was simply a library that a bunch of outlaws banished by the Star Glory Federation had founded. Then, how many jade chips, classics, and techniques must the largest library of the Star Glory Federation have stored? What about the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance that were even more powerful than the Federation? The nascent soul stage cultivators and the divinity transformation stage cultivators looked at each other in bewilderment. At that moment, they finally recognized the insignificance of the ancient sages' sector and themselves. From the bottom of their hearts, the fire to learn from the entire universe was ignited. Secrets in history. The blood behind the rise of the Star Glory Federation, on the internal conflicts of the leadership of the Federation, all of them were the recent bestsellers in the Dragon Snake Space Zone. Well, all the nascent soul stage cultivators and the divinity transformation stage cultivators found it difficult to focus their eyes, not expecting that the residents of the Dragon Snake Space Zone were allowed to discuss national affairs just like that. Even the books elaborating on the internal conflicts of the country could be published and sold to the public without hiding it. Was it not giving the Star Glory Federation a perfect excuse to intervene? Screwhead, on the other hand, did not think that it was a big deal. What's there to intervene with? Most of the books are actually published by the press in the Star Glory Federation. They are sold to the public within the Federation, too. This is the freedom of speech. Not just those books, even the books that promote the true path of immortality can also be published as long as they do not involve terrorism after being investigated. After all, the spiritual nexus is too advanced nowadays. Even if such books are forbidden from being published openly, they can still spread in secret until everybody knows their content. It will only be a sign of the country's lack of confidence if such books are banned, right? Alright, bosses, please search for the books that you find interesting yourselves. The introduction and map of every area are here. I believe that there must be something that you are interested in. It was quite true. All the eyes of the nascent soul stage cultivators and the divinity transformation stage cultivators were glittering. They could not wait to dive into the ocean of jade chips now. Meng Qixin, Wu Suiyun, and Wan Mingzhu went to the area that focused on the arts of the spectral cultivators and the relationship between human beings and ghosts. Han Bailing and Qi Changsheng, on the other hand, went to the military area, studying the military magazines and books that had recently been published in the Star Glory Federation. Emperor Phoenix Zhu Zhongyo went to the politics section, planning to learn the differences between the system of the Federation and that of the Imperium. Sword Maniac Yin Liren obviously went to the area of the training techniques, apparently unable to drag his short, fat body out of the section of the sword arts after throwing it into the place. As for Li Yao, he did not have a particular place that he wanted to go to. With mixed feelings, he simply wandered next to the ocean of jade chips, skimming over the rows of jade chips and the promotional pictures that they projected. He then observed the people who were reading the jade chips carefully without saying anything. The readers' clothes, countenance, accessories, and the portable crystal processor on their wrists had undergone slight changes compared to 100 years ago. They looked more fashionable and natural. The feeling made Li Yao feel both nostalgic and strange. It seemed that he would need some time to adapt himself to the new environment. Right then, Li Yao noticed a name after a quick glance. He was slightly dazed and could not help but stop. Sitting in front of the advertisement column of the popular jade chips of the biography area, he saw Ding Lingdang's name. The book right above the name was entitled History of the Netherworld. According to the introduction on the advertisement, it was a book that told that the full story of how Ding Lingdang ended the 100-year war of ghosts in the Netherworld sector, unified the world, and brought the Netherworld sector to the Federation on her own. Curious, Li Yao took out a jade chip that contained the history of the Netherworld from the bookshelf. The jade chips that had not been sold, yet were all installed with barriers that prevented the readers from reading the whole content. However, the beginning and some of the exciting excerpts were often provided for the customers as another kind of advertisement. Li Yao looked around and found an unoccupied egg-shaped reading seat in the corner. He then inserted the jade chip into a slot on the side of the reading seat. A translucent, three-dimensional light beam immediately drowned him, taking him to the amazing world of a half-step grand illusionary land. The modern books in the jade chips were not made of pure words, but a comprehensive artistic and informational form that included text, audio, video, all other effects, and even the powerful telepathic thoughts of the culture-type cultivators. What appeared in front of Li Yao was a sector with a highly developed civilization, with beautiful scenery and skyscrapers everywhere in the city in an orderly fashion. The glittering crystal rails floating in midair were surrounded by colorful shuttles flying in and out. A narrator began speaking. The Netherworld sector was a world of peace and prosperity once. The people living in this place enjoyed an easy and happy life. The picture zoomed in, and the camera drew close. On the jam-packed streets, the citizens were talking and laughing lightheartedly everywhere. However, the meteor shower 150 years ago changed everything. The picture focused on the face of a young woman on the street. She was laughing and playing with her friend when her eyes suddenly opened wide as she saw something. Green flames seemed to grow from deep within her pupils. The picture turned and aimed at the sky. 100 shooting stars, like falling suns, tore apart the sky and hurtled toward the land. For a moment, everything in front of Li Yao's eyes turned into devastating violet. When the violet color gradually faded away, the world had already become a dark, derelict wasteland enshrouded in purple mist. The previous skyscrapers had only the contorted rebars and pillars left, as if they were skeletons made of iron. The crystal rails dangled from the broken walls like whorls, dotted by some shuttles that had been burnt into frameworks. The civilization seemed to have been entirely wiped out. The meteor shower only destroyed half of the planet, but the long winter and the pollution of water sources caused by the meteor shower drained the previously abundant resources. To fight for whatever was left of the resources, a prolonged war broke out. The fire swept across the entire planet and consumed everyone. On the picture, in the gaps of the debris, unpredictable air was suddenly crawling out. It gradually condensed into the shape of a confused human being. Nobody knows what kind of marvelous materials the dust of the meteorite stored. However, in the world enshrouded in the purple smoke, the odds of the deceased turning into ghosts were significantly increased. Countless soldiers and civilians turned into ghosts from living people. However, on the picture, an armored, iron tank that was rusted and riddled with holes suddenly jumped into the sky from deep inside the debris and landed exactly in front of the newborn ghost. Right behind the tank stood 3 spectral cultivators supported by battle-type artificial bodies, who looked no different from 3 dark, iron skeletons. Howling scarily, they waved a piece of magical equipment that looked like a noose. With a magnetic rope in the front, they caught the newborn ghost immediately and dragged the captive into their own tank. The iron skeletons were grinning hideously. The newborn ghost was struggling and screaming, and the iron-armored tank was fulminating. All the noises gradually faded away to the end of the picture. War. War never changes. Even if most living people were killed in the war, there was still no stopping some people's greed and hatred. After the living people turned into ghosts, the ghosts continued the war to fight for artificial bodies, for spiritual energy to activate the artificial bodies, to swallow other ghosts to build up their own soul power. For 100 years, the planet turned into a battlefield of the deceased. Ghosts do not have eternal life, and dissipating into nothingness is their end. As more and more living people hiding in the shelters were transformed into ghosts, the Netherworld sector slid into the abyss of destruction. None of the forces of the ghosts was able to save the dying world, except, on the picture, from deep inside the debris, a person who was entirely covered in a gray cloak, with a face hidden in darkness, was walking closer. The cloak was fluttering hard in the blowing wind that was mixed with the smell of the rust. Below the cloak was a pair of leather boots that were fully embedded with iron nails. They were producing clicking noises as the person stepped forward. The person hidden in the cloak was walking unhurriedly in the debris of the city, followed by a big yellow dog that was slightly abnormal because of the radiation of the meteorites. Standing right next to the dilapidated buildings that rose high into the sky but seemed to be about to collapse, her body was both slender and insignificant, and it appeared that she would be swallowed by the wasteland any time. Right then, ow wow! A battle-type artificial body that was more than 4 meters tall suddenly leapt out of one side of the debris. It was thick and strong, with 2 arms that were unbelievably bulky. There were iron nails all over its fists, making it look like a huge gorilla made of iron and copper. The iron gorilla was shouting deliriously, and sparks were bursting out of the iron nails on the 2 fists as it lunged toward the person in the cloak. Compared to the artificial body that was more than 4 meters tall, the person in the cloak seemed thin and vulnerable, as if she would be crushed as soon as he pressed close. However, right when the iron gorilla lunged to the midair, a healthy, caramel-colored arm suddenly extended out of the cloak. The fist clenched, and the iron gorilla was frozen in midair. The eyes of the iron gorilla immediately bulged. He waved his arms and feet, struggling crazily, only to find that it was impossible to move at all. Boom! The cloak person pressed hard. With her spiritual energy and nothing else, she knocked the iron gorilla to the ground, creating a depression more than 3 meters deep. Sparks were jumping out everywhere from the body, indicating that the artificial body had been completely scrapped. Stepping on the head of the iron gorilla, the cloaked person took off her hood and goggles unhurriedly, revealing the face that Li Yao could not have been more familiar with. However, at that moment, there was an enticing charisma on her face that Li Yao had never seen before. Lingdang, the most dreadful living person walking in the world of the deceased. Crack! Lingdang crushed the head of the iron gorilla with her foot. After grinding the iron plate beneath her boot against a burnt rock nearby, she put on the goggles and cloak again, bringing the yellow dog whose tail was wagging hard. She moved further and further away from the body. First published in the Federation, authorized by Lingdang, with more than 300 minutes of interview with Lingdang and other first-hand accounts, from a dying world to a paradise for the spectral cultivators of the Federation. History of the Netherworld has all the wonders you need. Unlock all the content with only 29.9 star coins. Chapter 1572, If We Burn, the universe will never be dark. Where are they? Li Yao craned his neck and looked around. Don't worry, Long Yangjun said. They are all too fascinated by the jade chips to care about anything else right now. You wouldn't be able to get them out even if you pulled them with 9 bulls or beat them with sticks. What about you? Why are you not reading the books like they are? Li Yao tried to change the topic. I am as fascinated as them, Long Yangjun said with a smile. However, it is my opinion that the best way to learn about a country and a civilization quickly is to browse through the biographies of celebrities in order to know what kind of brilliant, extraordinary figures have emerged during the rise of the civilization. That's why I'm here and how I ran into you. Shouldn't I say hello? The hello has been said, Li Yao snapped. Anything else? There is indeed something not very important, Long Yangjun said. I have picked out a bunch of biographies, but I'm wondering if some of them are simply based on rumors and groundless stories. In that case, wouldn't I be wasting my time to read them? As it happens, you are right here. Help me check if those books are full of bullsh**. She handed over a few jade chips and activated the on the first jade chip. The name of the biography in the jade chip popped up. He changed the Federation. A biography of Li Yao. Right above the title was a young man who was resolute and determined. Fierce flames were beaming out of his eyes, giving everybody the impression that he was a visionary man with the charisma of a leader. He was resting his hands on his hip while he stared at the infinite brilliant stars. Li Yao, look, look! Exclaiming in astonishment, Long Yangjun touched a corner of the picture, and it immediately changed from the cover to the title page. On the title page, with the deep, dark universe as the background, there was a dazzling line that seemed to be written with lightning. Every one of us is a star. If we burn, the universe will never be dark. Li Yao, huh? I really can't hold back my admiration for you anymore. It never occurred to me that not only can you awe the 2 toughest women in the Federation, you are also capable of such philosophical speech. According to the traditions of this world, I'm almost inclined to ask for your autograph. Well, I really don't remember speaking in such a pretentious way before. Really? Long Yangjun raised an eyebrow and changed to a different jade chip. What about this one? 999 life lessons Li Yao offered to the young cultivators before he left? Well, I don't think I've heard about it before. You can't be serious. Are the offspring so shameless as to fabricate and exaggerate the non-existent stuff? What about this one? Long Yangjun took out a 3rd jade chip. Romance of the Old Federation, Li Yao and his women. Wow, this book is rather shocking. It claims that you and your disciple Xinyue are in an ambiguous relationship. That's why Ding Lingdang and Xinyue are at loggerheads with each other. The competition of Skyfire and the Patriots Front, 2 major forces in the Federation, boils down to the competition over a husband between the 2 women. TSK. Although the book sounds ridiculous and not worth reading, now that you are here in person, I think that I'd better check it with you first. It can't be true, right, Monsterly? No comment. So, are you saying that it is true? Nonsense. You're finally admitting that you are Vulture Li Yao, the legendary dominator of the 3 sectors and one of the founding fathers of the Federation, right? I don't know about the dominator of the 3 sectors, but it's true that I am Vulture Li Yao. Is there a problem? Long Yangjun blinked. Huh. I feel that you have changed into a different person after returning to this place. You are more and more like Monsterly right now. It seems to me that you are no longer worried that your identity will be exposed. Looking at Ding Lingdang's image on the jade chip in his hands and the covers of Xinyue's biographies that were everywhere to be seen not far away, Li Yao put on a confident and casual smile. I wandered in the sea of stars for almost 100 years and went through so much trouble before I found the ancient sage's sector. To be honest, I was indeed a bit worried at that time, not knowing what exactly had happened in the Federation during the 100 years. Did the unification of the Heaven's Origin sector, the Blood Demon sector, and the Flying Star sector go well? Were the demons really willing to be transformed into human beings? Would other human beings discriminate against the people with the bloodline of the demons? Was Ding Lingdang capable of intimidating the radical, extreme fellows in the Patriots Partnership? Would the expedition army of the Imperium arrive in advance and begin to savage my motherland? At that time, I didn't have any answers to those questions. At that time, I thought that the fate of the Federation was on my shoulders and that my every action would decide the Federation's future. Therefore, I was often hesitant because of those concerns. However, now that I have come back to my hometown, I've realized that while the Star Glory Federation today is not a perfect country, and despite all the problems here, it is still much better than what I imagined. Ding Lingdang, Xinyue, and all the other citizens of the Federation are all working hard in their own way. Just now, when I watched Ding Lingdang traveling in the world of the deceased on her own, accomplishing something great that I might not have been able to achieve myself, I finally figured it out. Maybe I'm not as important as I thought. The future of the Federation can't and shouldn't be decided by myself, but by me, Ding Lingdang, Xinyue, and countless warriors, citizens, and ordinary people together. Even if some of us make a mistake on a certain plan, it is still not going to stop the rise of the Federation. I firmly believe that the Star Glory Federation will show you her strength and hope, which will prompt you to make the right decision. Then, does it really matter what my real identity is and whether or not it is exposed? Long Yangjuan's mischievous expression was somewhat frozen, as if a certain delicate camouflage was shattered by Li Yao's powerful speech. Confusion and hollowness were flowing out of the tiny gaps. After a long hesitation, she finally sighed softly. I suddenly find that I am very jealous of you. Hee. Jealousy. Another emotion that I have never experienced before. A very amazing feeling. Li Yao was slightly dazed. What makes you jealous of me? I'm jealous that you have so many friends, family, and compatriots whom you are willing to fight for without caring about anything. In return, most of them are also willing to fight for you without bothering about anything else, right? I've already skimmed through one of your tales in the Riot of Patriots. If it isn't exaggerated too much, that must have been a very thrilling experience. Long Yangjun turned the jade chip of Li Yao and his women over and over in her hands before she said, "You slept in the universe for 100 years, but the moment you return home and see your family and friends, you have already absorbed tremendous strength from them. But what about me? I have slept for at least hundreds of thousands of years. Did I have my family, friends, and compatriots hundreds of thousands of years ago? I think I certainly did, but today, I'm afraid that they are already long gone, now dust in the cosmos. You have been asking me what my purpose is. That's exactly what I've been asking myself. What am I going to do now that I've awakened? However, whatever my purpose and destiny is, even if I do accomplish it, my past family, friends, and compatriots won't be able to see them, right? So, what's the point? I fear that I will never be able to fight for my family, friends, compatriots, and civilization wholeheartedly just like you, to hesitate for them, to worry for them, to cheer for them, to be overjoyed by them. Don't you think that I should be jealous of you?" Li Yao was dazed, not expecting that Long Yangjun would express so many of her feelings. After pondering for a moment, he extended his hands to Long Yangjun and sincerely said, "As you have seen, the Star Glory Federation today is not an isolated country, but an open and tolerant universal civilization. Whoever is willing to guard the spirit of the Federation can be taken as a citizen of the Star Glory Federation. I don't care what kind of destiny is on your shoulders. However, before I find valid proof that calls for my suspicion for you, I am willing to regard you as a friend, an interstellar comrade. I believe that the Federation will be open for you, too. If you are willing to, you can totally consider the Star Glory Federation your new motherland, where you can find new friends, family, and targets that are worth protecting and fighting for at the cost of anything. Your destiny from hundreds of thousands of years ago. Maybe it doesn't matter at all, even if it cannot be realized, right?" While Li Yao was speaking that, his head suddenly ached. Two words that had not haunted him for a long time popped up again like a ghost. Vulture Plan. Long Yangjun stared at Li Yao thoughtfully for a long time, not finding the slightest pretension on Li Yao's face. She could not help but chuckle. "You've earned 1 point for what you said just." Li Yao was dazed again. 1 point? 1 point for what? You will know what it is later. Now let's just focus on our books. Later? What do you mean? Hey, Why are you still reading Romance of the Old Federation, Li Yao and his women? I already said that it is pure garbage. Garbage. 3 days later, in an ordinary, unattractive hotel room near the library of Jade chips, the few nascent soul stage cultivators and divinity transformation stage cultivators all put on new clothes. They had all put on light protective clothes with the feeling of icy silk, which allegedly was very popular in the Star Glory Federation. There was a portable crystal processor of the latest model in the shape of a water drop on everybody's wrist. Colorful lights and shadows were flashing on everyone's eyeballs, which were projected by the most advanced retina chip systems. Together with the super tiny vibration rune arrays stuck into the earholes, a local area network made of 12 people was established for the convenience of communication. Meng Qixin, Wu Suiyun, and Wan Mingzhu, the three spectral cultivators, also found a store that specifically sold artificial bodies in the area that was inhabited by the outcasts from the Netherworld sector. They each bought a new body as a replacement for the crude iron shells crafted by Li Yao. The artificial bodies manufactured in the assembly line of the big factories, with their delicate details, glamorous rune arrays, and ancillary crystal processor that had an extremely high computational ability embedded into the brain, made the spectral cultivators overjoyed and unwilling to let them go. At that moment, a few nascent soul stage cultivators were adjusting their expressions in front of the mirrors and familiarizing themselves with the dialects of the local area. Another few were still changing clothes in their respective room. Some other experts were commenting on the things that they had learned over the past few days in amazement. The war potential of the Star Glory Federation is indeed too deep to measure. Heaven-battering King Qi Changsheng clicked his tongue and said, I have read the war memoirs of the Federation and the Uranian ring sector in the past couple of days. The Federation was able to deploy almost 1,000 main force warships during the war, not to mention the medium-sized warships and smaller ones. Hundreds of nascent soul stage cultivators and more than 10,000 core formation stage cultivators participated in the war. However, for the Star Glory Federation, it was still merely a local war, and the country hadn't entered the legendary general mobilization state. I do wonder what kind of terrifying power the Federation can unleash if it's going at full blast. It appears that we were indeed frogs in a well who did not know the vastness of the universe outside it all before. Since the Federation is so powerful, as long as the terms are good enough, we can certainly join it and get a few hundred starships as toys. It doesn't seem like a bad idea at all. It is not going to be easy to join the Federation. Meng Qixin smiled. He then touched his metal face with his metal hands, surprised that the muscles made of super tiny metal threads could make a smiling expression. I've been studying the political system of the Federation, especially their citizenship system. It is really quite interesting. To be a citizen of the Federation, the first measurement is contribution points, which means military credits or accomplishments in other fields. This is nothing strange. It is similar to the citizenship system in the Imperium as Hylon described, except that it is not as cruel as in the Imperium and that the power of citizens is greatly limited. The so-called citizenship education and tests, on the other hand, are quite interesting. Most of the procedures are conducted in a game called Civilization. To become a federal citizen, one must complete a certain number of quests in Civilization, play for a certain amount of time, and experience the rise and fall of hundreds of civilizations in person. They will also taste the feeling of killing a great civilization with their own hands because of a poor decision. According to the Federation's theory, the game of Civilization can make the citizen candidates understand how important the vote in their hands is. It also teaches a pre-citizen to make use of their power correctly and responsibly in order to participate in the decision of the national affairs. In the ancient sages sector, such knowledge is definitely part of the arts of a monarch, but the Star Glory Federation is providing the arts of the monarchs for ordinary people to learn and sometimes even forcing them to. They have even made the knowledge into a game that all the ordinary people are addicted to. How unbelievable! It is a shame that it requires a residential number of the Star Glory Federation to connect to the spiritual nexus and experience the whole content of the game of Civilization. In the Dragon Snake Space Zone, we can only play the castrated version, which is a complete waste of time. After we find our way into the Federation and get ourselves a few residential numbers, I will absolutely try to taste the feeling of picking up the arts of monarchs with games. The Star Glory Federation's attitude toward the spectral cultivators seems very nice, too. Mother White Lotus, one Mingzhu shrieked. The affirmative action for ghosts was enacted 200 years ago. Now, the Netherworld sector has been established as a paradise for spectral cultivators. Super rune arrays to block the radiation and protect the soul have been set up in the atmosphere of the planet of the Netherworld sector. If a spectral cultivator is to live in the Netherworld sector, their longevity will be lengthened by decades. I'm almost tempted to stay in the Star Glory Federation now. Han Bailing, a firm believer of classical militarism, snorted and said, "The Star Glory Federation is only good enough if it can resist the scourge of the army of the Imperium." I have studied the system and situation of the Federation profoundly over the past few days, too, especially the problems in the Federation. I found that the Federation has too many hidden issues. It is needless to mention the conflicts between Skyfire and the Patriots Front. There's also the rightful government of the Star Ocean Republic, which is quite a hot potato. On the surface, the rightful government and the Star Glory Federation are both civilizations of cultivators. But as the saying goes, two tigers cannot live on the same mountain. It is exactly because their ideology is the same that some problems have become too subtle to be resolved. It is said that, before Firefly arrived, the Star Glory Federation thought that the Star Ocean Republic was long gone and regarded itself as the successor of the spirit of the Star Ocean Imperium and the Star Ocean Republic, which was certainly a justifiable title during their rise in the universe. Even if it was to march to the center of the cosmos someday, the title would also be a great, legitimate slogan. However, it never occurred to them that a government in exile had fled on Firefly, which threw the Star Glory Federation into an awkward situation. Firefly has its own officials and system of the rightful government on board, which takes the Star Glory Federation as a local armed force and hopes that the Star Glory Federation will accept the command of the rightful government, and even aid the rightful government in marching back to the center of the cosmos one day, helping the Star Ocean Republic with its resurrection. Well, to use some slang from the local area, those people have too much water in their brain. How can the Federation accept such a deal? The Federation intends to swallow Firefly and absorb the rightful government into the Federation. Then, the Federation's legitimacy to march into the center of the cosmos will be beyond doubt. If, one day, the Federation is truly developed enough to attack the homeland of the Imperium, the slogan will certainly be quite effective for many sectors that are on the fence. The two parties are at an impasse right now. In general, the Federation is certainly much more powerful than Firefly. However, Firefly does have legs. Having fled for 1,000 years, they are like shocked birds who are always prepared to flee for another 1,000 years. Therefore, instead of staying in any of the 7 sectors in the Federation, Firefly has been docked near the Dragon Snake Space Zone and trading with the Federation through the platform, because it fears that it will be swallowed by the Federation. Join the Star Glory Federation or not? The issue is not agreed upon on Firefly. It is said that those in favor and those who disagree are arguing hard, unable to reach a decision even though the army of the Imperium is drawing near. This could be a fatal wound for the overall strategy of the Star Glory Federation. The situation of the Federation is not as simple as it appears. Undercurrents are flowing everywhere with many hidden problems. Wu Suiyun, the other divinity transformation stage cultivator, smiled. We don't have to place our bet in a hurry. The Federation does have a lot of problems, but from the biographies of the leadership of the Federation I've read in the past days, the figures such as Ding Lingdang or Jean Xinyue are all extraordinary talents. I believe that they certainly have solutions. Not to mention that there's still Vulture Li Yao, Monster Li, TSK, TSK, TSK. If such a person has been training in seclusion and manipulating everything in darkness all this time, a tiny Firefly will certainly not. Somebody knocked on the door. Li Yao walked in with the latest camouflage. All the cultivators in the room were dazed. Fellow cultivator Spiritual Vulture, you are. Li Yao was wearing a sloppy, linen shirt and a pair of red and green beach pants, with 2 slippers that were spluttering noisily on his feet. The best way to hide is to hide among the people. Is there a problem? After speaking to Long Yangjun that day, he had completely let go of his burden. Instead of considering too much, he was back to his true self. Sucking the smoothie in his hands, he looked at everyone innocently. Before the experts realized what was going on, they were distracted by a graceful person who walked into the room behind Li Yao in casual clothes. Long Yangjun, Mother White Lotus, Wan Mingzhu exclaimed before she paused and asked in surprise. Lord Wang. Excuse me. Long Yangjun responded with the voice of lead eunuch Wang Shi. The many experts were all dazed, especially Han Bailing and Qi Changsheng, who were among the rapscallions like Long Yangjun. They were all amused. I didn't know that Lord Wang's camouflage would be so immaculate. No wonder Lord Wang was not harmed at all when all the cultivators in the Great Qian dynasty were hunting you. However, thoughtfully, Meng Qixin asked, nobody is hunting Lord Wang right now. Why are you disguising yourself, Lord Wang? It's simple. Long Yangjun restored her crisp voice. Ding Lingdang and Jin Xinyue, the two most critical targets in the Star Glory Federation, are both women. We will have to deal with them sometime later. Approaching them as a woman may bring us unexpected benefits. Senior Wu Suiyun and fellow cultivator Wan Mingzhu here are both spectral cultivators. It may not be convenient for them in many environments. Since I am good at such secret arts, I feel obliged to take the responsibility. That's nothing unusual, Meng Qixin said casually. Faced with the immense pressure from the Imperium of true human beings, the Star Glory Federation will certainly encourage reproduction. Only by giving birth to a larger population can they expect to raise more warriors. Such a policy to encourage reproduction is common in the history of the ancient sages sector too. For those who are overaged and unmarried, they cannot provide soldiers for the country. It is not unusual that they are discriminated as single dogs. Thank you for your enlightenment, Master. I was too short-sighted. This is one of the Federation's policies to prepare for the war. Han Bailing slapped his head. All in all, we are quite fluent with the urban slang here now. It is definitely not going to be a problem to blend into the local people. That's good. Long Yangjun nodded in great satisfaction. Learn, observe, and choose. We have basically achieved our first purpose. As for the fields that are more cutting-edge, we will have to learn them later after we infiltrate the Federation. Next, we must choose appropriate identities to officially sneak into the Federation. Didn't the tour guide Screwhead say that he could contact the major sects in the Federation so that we can directly enter the Federation under half-legal identities? Meng Qixin said. Also, Fei Qi once told us about his links with the Sifa. They must have ways to sneak into the Federation too. Long Yangjun shook her head and said, neither of the two approaches are secure enough. Firstly, it is true that Screwhead can contact the major sects in the Federation, which can give us half-legal or even entirely legal identities. However, the main purpose of those sects is to attract the talents on Firefly. If we choose such an approach, we will inevitably be asked about the situation on Firefly and to show the techniques that only the cultivators of the rightful government of the Star Ocean Republic know. It is also possible that we will run into the crew members of Firefly who have already entered the Federation through such an approach. We don't know the first thing about the situation inside Firefly or any technique of the cultivators from the center of the cosmos. Even if we can fool Screwhead for now, we can never pass all the following procedures to come. Secondly, it might be possible for us to sneak into the Federation by way of the Sifa. However, I have always been suspicious about the Sifa. Such an insignificant anti-Federation organization has been active under the Federation's nose for such a long time without being annihilated. Is it possible that the Federation is simply waiting for a big fish to bite the bait? Chances are that every secret branch of the Sifa is watched closely by a dozen special agents of the Secret Sword Bureau. If we go to the Sifa recklessly, it remains to be seen whether we can win their trust or not, but there is no doubt that the Secret Sword Bureau will set their eyes on us. Although it doesn't matter to us even if we expose our identities or end on bad terms with them, it is still a better option to observe from the darkness if we have a choice. After all, even if the Federation truly opens the gate for us and welcomes us warmly, what they demonstrate to us will probably be disguises. We will not be able to see everything as clearly as when we explore everything on our own. Fellow cultivator Wang, you do have a point. Meng Qixi nodded. It is true that we are more likely to find the truth about the Federation if we investigate in secret. However, what identities should we use if neither of those two approaches are workable? With the cultivation of the 12 of us, it is not difficult for us to change our appearances. However, in the Federation, most information is connected to the spiritual nexus. It is practically impossible to go anywhere without an identity that can be verified online. We can't hope to sneak around everywhere we go, right? It is a problem that is not as tricky as it sounds, Long Yangjun said. As long as you have money, you can almost buy anything on the black market in Fish Dragon City, including the packages of absolutely legal identities, backgrounds, and plastic surgery. Many outcasts actually return to the Federation after staying here for decades because of nostalgia by switching to a new identity from the black market. Meng Qixin furrowed his eyebrows that were made of crystal threads. As long as we have money, yes, that's actually the biggest problem we are faced with. We are out of money, Long Yangjun said rather helplessly. We came to this place empty-handed without any local currency. Fei Qi and his comrades were out on a hunting trip and therefore did not bring much money. Over the past few days, we have been purchasing Jade chips, crystal processors, and other equipment crazily. The star coins and crystal cards that we looted from Fei Qi are running out. There will be an astronomical expense if we want to get 12 legal identities from the black market, preferably 12 related ones that can explain why the 12 of us are hanging around together. Also, after we do arrive in the Federation, it will be best if we abide by the law and do not do anything outrageous in case we decide to cooperate with them later. So, we have to prepare a large sum of money for our daily expenses. After living in the Dragon Snake Space Zone for a couple of days, I'm afraid that you have all sensed that the spiritual energy here is much thinner than the spiritual energy in the Ancient Sages sector. We have been consuming the crystals that we brought from the Ancient Sages sector in our training every day. The rate of consumption is rather high. Everybody nodded at Long Yangjun's words. The nascent soul stage cultivators and the divinity transformation stage cultivators were all gluttons of crystals. Not just improvement, even maintaining their powerful level would require a tremendous quantity of crystals and spiritual energy. The path of cultivation was like rowing against the current. One would either be making progress or falling behind. Unless the cultivator was hibernating, they could not skip training any day. As it happened, the density of spiritual energy in the outside world was much lower than that in the Ancient Sages sector. For them, it was like an ordinary person visiting a planet with an oxygen percentage of less than 5%. They felt extremely uncomfortable. To maintain their level in such a low oxygen environment, they had to resort to the crystals that they had brought from the Ancient Sages sector. However, the capacity of their cosmos rings was not unlimited. At their current rate of consumption, all the crystals would soon be drained. After that, they would have to purchase the crystals locally, which would require another huge sum of money. In the Ancient Sages sector, those unparalleled experts were supported by their sects, tribes, and country, and the spiritual energy in their hometown was much denser. They had never been worried about such things before. However, now that they had gone to a modern cultivation civilization where they were complete strangers, training resources, or in other words, money, became the greatest problem. We have to find ways to make money. Long Yangjun counted on her fingers. Firstly, we must buy 12 legal identities from the black market. Secondly, we must prepare funds for our training and activities in the Federation. Thirdly, we have to prepare 2 crystal suits for everyone, which means 24 in total, or 26 if we are counting Hylon. This is another fortune. Boss Xinyue the beggar was confused. Why do we have to prepare so many crystal suits? Don't we have the Colossi? It's true that we have the Colossi. However, such ultimate magical equipment is too powerful and eye-catching, Long Yangjun explained. If we make use of them, there will be absolutely no room for negotiation and no retreat for us. Also, it is highly inconvenient to maintain the Colossi. I'm afraid that we will not be able to use them again after a great battle. Therefore, the Colossi can only be used as our final trump cards. For daily use, we will have to count on the crystal suits. The crystal suits that we are using right now are all loot from the Imperium that we got through Hylon, with the unmistakable style of the immortal cultivators. I don't think it is appropriate to use them within the territory of the Federation. Also, while we have acquired a few crystal suits from Fei Qi, they are mostly garbage with lousy performances. Such equipment is not good enough to aid us when we are in crisis. This is what I'm thinking. If we do sneak into the Federation, unless it is absolutely necessary, we must not reveal our cultivation of the nascent soul stage and the divinity transformation stage. In the 7 sectors of the Federation, there are only less than 1,000 nascent soul stage cultivators in total. If 12 unknown cultivators suddenly popped up out of nowhere, the Secret Sword Bureau will certainly come running. We can only be active with the cultivation of the core formation stage, which means we will need 12 middle and high-level crystal suits that befit cultivators in the core formation stage from the Federation. Naturally, if possible, we also need 12 high-level crystal suits that can bring out the best combat ability of the nascent soul stage and the divinity transformation stage in case of emergencies. Those crystal suits do not have to be brand new. We can ask fellow cultivator Spiritual Vulture to purchase some components and add to the crystal suits of the Imperium as disguises. However, both purchasing new crystal suits and modifying the old ones will cost a huge fortune. The 3 expenses combined are certainly astronomical. Where do you propose we get the money? Long Yangjun looked at everybody. Heaven Battering King, Qi Changshin grinned. Is there a problem? Let's just rob. Long Yangjun clapped her hands. Bullseye, fellow cultivator Qi. To get such a large sum of money, we can either gamble or rob. Or we can both gamble and rob. My plan is for us to work in 3 different directions. Gambling is very popular in Fish Dragon City. Wealthy people fill the casinos and the arenas. Let's ask Sword Maniac, Yin Liren, to go to one of the arenas and win a few matches. That way, we can figure out the details about the local magnates. The 11 of us will be divided into 2 teams and work simultaneously. As for fellow cultivator Spiritual Vulture, you will go to the biggest magical equipment market in Crystal Suit Center to prepare equipment we may need after we enter the Federation. Any problems? That's good. Boss Xinyue the beggar was relieved and smiled in delight. I like robbing the rich and helping the poor. I have a question, Heaven Battering King Qi Changshin said. Since we are in need of a batch of crystal suits, why don't we simply loot crystal suits instead of money? Good question, Long Yangjun said. There are 2 reasons. Firstly, the crystal suit centers must be heavily protected by a large team of guards in crystal suits, which means that it will be more difficult to take it over. Secondly, crystal suits are not small objects. Most of the cosmos rings that we carry are already filled with the colossi. How many crystal suits can we expect to stuff into them? Looting the anonymous crystal cards and the heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and possibly a few cosmos rings that we can crack later, will be much safer than robbing a crystal suit center. We're going to need the money later anyway. So, we might as well take care of the problem once and for all. Any other questions? There was no reply. All right, let's take action according to our plan. Long Yangjun waved her hands and said, remember, the focus of our operation is not guaranteed success. With the cultivation of the 12 of us, if we go on a rampage, it should be more than enough for us to sweep across the entire Fish Dragon City. However, Fish Dragon City is a place where forces from different regions gather. The Chamber of Commerce, the cultivators from the center of Cosmos on Firefly, the immortal cultivators of the Sifa, the spies of the major sects from the Star Glory Federation, the special agents of the Secret Sword Bureau, all kinds of people are playing their part on the stage. If we throw a brick randomly on a street, we might hit a person with double identities. Should we reveal the cultivation of the nascent soul stage, we will certainly catch the attention of the local forces here. Right now, we are not familiar with the territory and the situation of Fish Dragon City. It will be near impossible for us to escape their pursuit. In the last 3 days, I collected all the news of assassinations, sabotages, robberies, and fights in Fish Dragon City that have taken place in the past 5 years. This is the pattern that I've figured out. For the fights, competitions, and robberies that the experts in the nascent soul stage were involved in, most of them were found out eventually. However, when the criminals were only in the core formation stage, the cases often went uninvestigated. After all, in the land of outcasts, everybody is robbing and killing each other, not to mention the headhunters from the Federation. There is too much mess to be taken care of. Therefore, the difficulty of our mission is that we have to accomplish our goals neatly with the cultivation of the core formation stage at best without leaving any traces behind. In case the procedures later, where we purchase the crystal suits and prepare the false identities are affected. Do you agree? All the experts nodded at each other. All right, Lord Wang. Do you really need to tell us so much? Heaven-battering King Qi Changshen was so excited that his eyes were bloodshot. He grinned and said, "This is the business that I'm most familiar with. I have also read a lot of books on criminology and criminalistics, as well as the biographies of the tough bandits in the Federation from the past 100 years over the past few days. Hee 10 nascent soul stage cultivators and 2 divinity transformation stage cultivators going robbing together. That's enough respect for Fish Dragon City. If the job fails, we might as well slit our throats or hang ourselves." Excellent. Long Yangju nodded. Let's divide whatever's left of the capital we have into 2 parts. Half of the money will be the funds for our gambling, investigations, and reconnaissance. The other half will be given to fellow cultivator Spiritual Vulture, who will go to the Crystal Suit Center to order appropriate crystal suits and magical equipment for us. He may also rent a refining workshop for modification and adjustment purposes later. After we have the money, fellow cultivator Spiritual Vulture will be able to buy the crystal suits and the magical equipment components that are most suitable for us and modify them directly. Fellow cultivator Spiritual Vulture, is Hylon going with you or us? Li Yao thought for a moment and said, "She'd better go with you. That way, she will be more or less of use. I'm just going shopping. I don't think that I'll run into any danger, will I?" "All right. Then, fellow cultivator Spiritual Vulture, you can go on ahead. I have taken the liberty of setting a few targets here. Let's all study them together. Fellow cultivators. We'll be leaving in 10 minutes. Long Yangjuan's eyes suddenly grew sharp. Remember, fellow cultivators, unless it is absolutely necessary, do not reveal your capabilities in the nascent soul stage or the divinity transformation stage. The focus of our raid is low profile, and low profile. Half an hour later, Li Yao arrived at the 4 Sectors Magical Equipment Center deep inside Fish Dragon City. It was the largest store of magical equipment established by the Chamber of Commerce of the Uranian Ring Sector, the Forest Ocean Sector, the Netherworld Sector, and the Water Crystal Sector. Not only did the store sell all kinds of magical equipment, including crystal suits of every type and level, it also boasted a rather adequate catalog of components, rare metals, and heavenly materials and earthly treasures. It even had refining rooms and maintenance workshops with comprehensive facilities, as well as a magical equipment test field that offered more than 80 extreme environments for rent. In short, as long as one's pockets were full, they could buy any magical equipment that they wanted from this place other than colossi or main force warships. What made the place more interesting was that since Firefly was docked right outside of the Dragon Snake space zone for repair and modification, the cultivators on Firefly often traded their assets, magical equipment, and techniques with the Star Glory Federation through the Dragon Snake space zone. As the saying went, it is easy to fetch water when a river is near. Many components and materials from the center of the cosmos, which were bizarre and unseen for the refiners at the edge of the cosmos, were on sale there, making the store even more abundant than the magical equipment stores in the capital city of the Federation. It was more likely for the treasure hunters to find what they desired in this place. The debris of 2 colossi, which towered more than 20 meters tall on either side of gate into the 4 Sectors Magical Equipment Center, alone was indicative enough of the magnificence of the place. Although they were already beyond repair, and all the rare materials and key components had been dismantled, the 4 Sectors Magical Equipment Center was still wealthy and powerful enough to find such 2 remnants of colossi as doorkeepers. It was said that the essence of the traditional refiners from the Uranian Ring Sector, the Forest Ocean Sector, the Netherworld Sector, and the Water Crystal Sector was gathered in that place. Not only were many masters of refining who had dominated the 4 worlds decades ago living there under different names, Even the experts of refining from the center of the cosmos on Firefly also showed up on a regular basis, selling the magical equipment from Firefly on consignment in the place, purchasing the local magical equipment, and trading with the local refiners. As a result, some experts of refining from the Star Glory Federation were attracted to the place. Changing their name and appearance, they risked going to the Dragon Snake Space Zone and competing with the experts from the 4 sectors and the center of the cosmos. All in all, this place was a true paradise for refiners. With money and techniques, all the dreams and desires of a refiner could be satisfied there. Wearing the sloppy shirt, beach pants, and slippers, Li Yao stared at the colorful, dazzling board that said 4 Sectors Magical Equipment Center in the middle of the 2 remnants of Colossi with mixed feelings. He felt like he had traveled back 100 years, back to when he walked into the largest magical equipment store in Floating Spear City for the first time as a crazy fan of magical equipment. The feeling of being amazed, overwhelmed, and yet overjoyed was too marvelous. 100 years had passed. Everything had changed, but everything seemed the same, including his boundless passion for all kinds of magical equipment, from crystal processors to crystal suits, from chains words to vibration sabers to storm bolters to machine guns. Finally, he was all by himself again. It was a rare time of relief for Li Yao in the intense and exciting life of battles. For Long Yangjuan's whole plan of gambling, reconnaissance, investigation, and robbery to be implemented, it would take at least 2 to 3 days. Li Yao also needed a few days to finish the selection, adjustment, and modification of crystal suits. Over the next few days, he could dwell in the world of magical equipment and relax his nerves, which had been too tense for too long. Right now, I'm all by myself. Long Yangjun apparently gave me such an opportunity intentionally. Should I find a way to contact the Federation? Say, look for the special agents of the Secret Sword Bureau in the local area? After pondering for a moment, Li Yao eventually gave up the idea. After all, 100 years had passed. He was not familiar with how the Secret Sword Bureau worked. Also, given the complexity of the situation, he could not guarantee that he would be able to find an agent of the Secret Sword Bureau who had not been polluted by the Sifa, Firefly, or other forces. If he reached out to the Federation via the spiritual nexus, such cross-sector communication was exceedingly vulnerable to interference and tracing. Furthermore, he was not sure that the recipient of his message was reliable. Therefore, he might as well observe more before he made any decision. Li Yao vaguely had a feeling that although the Federation was more than capable of dealing with the Black Wind Fleet with the 7 sectors that it had in terms of the strength on the surface, what would decide the outcome of the war was actually the spies and trump cards that were hidden below the table. None of the local forces were aware of his existence and his real identity. So, he could absolutely become a trump card for the Star Glory Federation who would reverse the scales of victory at the most crucial moment. Even if I wish to contact Ding Lingdang and Jean Xinyue, I will have to find a reliable channel after I return to the Star Glory Federation, or I need to do it very subtly. I can't give up my advantage so quickly. Therefore, I might as well enjoy my life here for now. Gulping in excitement, Li Yao rubbed his hands and walked into the Magical Equipment Center.